We have an exceptionally long day today, so I will attempt to move the agendas along as quickly as possible with a sufficient time to have conversations. I will start with reading our public charge. The Board of Commissioners ask its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe the public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. And if you're like me, we forget to turn our phones off, and I just turned mine off a minute ago. Thank you. Today is, what is today, May 2nd? Mm-hmm. This is our work session, and we began the work session with citizen comments. And I only have one citizen comment. If there are others, if you'll sign up and let us know. Eric Landry, is Eric here? Yeah, there you are. So you have 3 minutes, and go to which mic? Okay. Yes.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Eric Landfried. I am a board member of Bike Durham and also run the Transit Equity Campaign here in Durham. I wanted to speak just a few moments on the FY23 Transit Work Program that's going to be on your agenda today. First of all, I want to give Bike Durham support for continuing to upgrade the transit system ahead of the overall transit plan update. Really glad that there are going to be additional improvements programmed in the next fiscal year. We know that the transit plan is still in the process of being updated, and that there will be many more improvements coming in years to come, but glad that there's still momentum moving forward. I want to call out a few specific projects that we really support in this work program. The first is the 30-minute night and Sunday service on Route 9 which goes through the Bragtown neighborhood, amongst many other places that route goes. That's going to be a great improvement on the hourly service that is currently provided during those times. Also support for the new crosstown route that's being planned between sort of the Duke Regional Hospital area and the main hospital area. I think that's going to provide a lot of great connectivity across Durham, where you don't have to go into downtown, into Durham Station, and we look forward to more crosstown service being implemented in the coming years. The third is the improvements to Durham Station. The city was successful in getting a federal grant to support the majority of the funding for that project, and so this provides the local match. Those are much needed improvements. If you've been to Durham Station recently, there are a lot of issues out on the platform in terms of the lack of covering over people, and there's sort of standing in mud sometimes in the rain. So there's a lot of improvements that need to be made, and we're very supportive of including that in the work program. Increasing the number of bus stops constructed is also very, very important to us. I know Commissioner Howerton was able to join the tour of Bragtown on Friday and got to see firsthand many bus stops that are literally in ditches with no accessible way to get to and from them. So the more bus stops that we can improve every year, it's going to provide a lot more dignity to our citizens. There is a sidewalk connection to some bus stops along NC 98 and Mineral Springs Road that's included in the work program. It's another thing that a great, maybe minor improvement, but can have a big effect for those using the bus stops. And then finally, the 3 new positions at the city. The city has been doing a lot of transit projects, but that has not been supported by any funding from the transit plan to this point. And we believe that does need to be rectified, and for the city to be able to continue to improve the system, they are going to need some staff funded from the transit plan, and we support that request. We do want to recognize, however, that there do need to be better procedures put in place to increase accountability in the work program and in the transit plan overall. I would look to our neighbors to the east in Wake County, who have put together a lot of really great procedures over the years, and I've seen how that has built trust amongst the different partners there, and I think that Durham needs to implement a lot of those particular procedures. I'd also call that the work program needs to be a little bit more user-friendly for the public. Right now, it's mostly just a narrative with very detailed project sheets at the end. There's not really a map showing where the improvements are occurring, not a video, not a presentation. So just making it a little bit more accessible for the public to be able to understand, because there's some great improvements in here, and we don't want the transit agencies to sell themselves short. We want to make sure that people understand them. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. It was great to be able to go out and see what's really happening on Route 9 on a Saturday. Was it Saturday or Friday that we went? I forget.
That was Friday, yes.
It was Friday. I forget which day it was. But what was really amazing to me was to see the lady that in a wheelchair that's going across the highway and all that traffic.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of needs out there. So thank you for bringing that to us.
Well, thank you for attending that.
We have one other announcement. And Deputy Clerk Maceo Coulter is going to read that one for us.
This citizen comment is from Warren K. Longley. Good morning. How much longer must boys and young men of color in Durham wait? I urge maintaining the My Brother's Keepers manager position to collaboratively and strategically work with local agencies and community-based nonprofits to oversee policy and program implementation, pursue funding streams, and develop a comprehensive sustainability model for MBK Durham. I'm reaching out again to advocate for the creation of a My Brother's Keepers Durham Advisory Board to provide the leadership and accountability required for a robust collective impact strategy that can transform the quality of life of boys and young men of color. In addition, I ask commissioners to direct staff and Dr. Sowell to support a revised Boys and Young Men of Color local action plan for Durham County by a cross-section of stakeholders to improve coordination, strength, collaboration, and shared responsibility and systemic reforms with clear goals, measurable outcomes, and a time frame to inform the collective impact strategy in partnership with the City of Durham and Durham Public Schools Board of Education. With the creation of the board and a revised local action plan, we have the opportunity, when implemented, have an aligned and sustainable ecosystem that improves education, health, employment outcome while reducing a likelihood of justice involvement. We want boys and young men of color to define their futures and thrive, not merely survive. We want them to be competent, engaged, prepared, and empowered to compete for the career opportunities present and future that will define the workforce in Durham. According to the data from Durham Police Department, over 95% of the city's gun violence victims and perpetrators are Black boys and young men. According to the academic achievement, proficiency and discipline data from the Durham Public School System, boys of color, specifically Black boys, have the lowest percentage that met minimum grade level proficiency in college and career readiness, while also having the highest short and long-term suspension and dropout since 2015. Unfortunately, the most juvenile penetration and confinements at the youth home have consistently been Black boys. We have a systematic problem that requires a systematic strategy. We are not doing enough to educate, equip, and empower boys and young men of color in Durham. The data shows that we are failing them, and they deserve better. Similar to the Durham Early Childhood Action Plan and Durham Master Aging Plan commissioned by the Durham Board of County Commissioners, we need the Board of County Commissioners to actualize and operationalize its commitment to boys and young men of color while directing the new county manager to create the My Brothers Keepers Durham Advisory Board and a revised Boys and Young Men of Color Action Plan to build and sustain a transformative ecosystem to serve as a living, breathing document that God's work is reported out and assessed and evolved as necessary. While I understand the administration is engaging in an operational assessment of MBK Durham to conduct an analysis that evaluates operations and processes to identify opportunities for improvement, stakeholder engagement is essential if we are to ensure MBK Durham has the leadership, governance, structure, and the community support to build and sustain an ecosystem that provides responsive services that ensure boys of color enter school ready to learn, reading at a level, graduating from high school, ready for college and career, completing post-secondary education or training, and successfully entering the workforce. The Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation Incorporated Corporation will continue to work tirelessly to ensure boys and young men of color in our Young Men of Excellence program and Career Pathway program gain the skills, experiences, and support that will empower them to reach their potential through education and training to achieve career success and economic stability and mobility. We are welcome to the opportunity to work with the administration to coordinate this effort for this critical and important work to begin without further delay.
Thank you. Ms. Yu. Are there any other announcements? Those are the only two. There's the discussion item that we are very pleased and happy to invite our Kevin Leonard, the Executive Director of the NCACC, and his team to discuss with us the opioid settlement funding focus discussion. If you will come to the table, and we are really pleased to see you and have you with us today, and just to have this conversation. I know that you did a retreat recently, and all of us were not able to attend, and we are just thankful that you were able to come today and share some information with us. And if you'd like to introduce the rest of the team, it'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's wonderful to see all of y'all, especially in person. So it's good to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us. My colleague Amy Basin and I will be presenting to you today a presentation on the opioid settlement. Neil Emery is here as well. We asked him to join us. He is an outreach specialist with the association. He's been with the association for over 16 years, but prior to that served as county manager in several counties across the state. I call him a recovering county manager. But most recently spent the majority of his time in Harnett County. So he helps counties all across the state of North Carolina and anything that you need. And so I wanted to make sure that he was here with us today. Also, Steve Mange was going to be with us with the Department of Justice. He sent Amy and I a message over the weekend that he had a health issue. He's doing okay, but he is not going to be able, obviously, to be here with us today. So we have slides in here that are Steve's. We will be able to cover those. Amy is, as you know, is our Deputy Director and General Counsel for the association. Amy and I worked along with Steve and others at the Department of Justice over the past 2 years in earnest, but we've been working on this issue related to the opioid settlement for well over 5 years, as many of you know. So we have an intimate knowledge of the information that we're going to be sharing. So we'll go through the slides, and then we're here as long as you need us to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you.
So it's really important for us anyway, to start with the why, about why we are involved in this subject matter. And the why is because over 20,000 lives have been lost just in North Carolina alone related to the opioid epidemic. And those are the ones that have been identified as an opioid overdose. There are probably thousands and thousands of lives that are lost that are not categorized but somewhat related to the opioid epidemic. There was an article on the news site WRAL over the weekend that stated that the numbers actually dipped down in 2019 for the first time. But then the pandemic hit, and you saw those numbers skyrocket again.
Could you pull that mic up a
Oh,
little?
sure, absolutely.
I can hear you a little bit easier.
There we go. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay.
Thanks.
So with the pandemic, the numbers again went high with the opioid crisis. So we've seen the numbers rise, and that's just, we're just talking about the direct impacts of someone who is addicted to an opioid or some type of substance related to the opioid, but the families are impacted. As many of you know, I'm guessing there's probably not anyone in this room who hasn't been impacted by this opioid crisis. And why are counties involved in this discussion? Well, more than any other health crisis, counties are involved because county governments are on the front lines. The services that Durham County provides to the people of your county related to human services, think about EMS, think about foster care programs, all of these types of things sort of infiltrate, this crisis infiltrates the work that the county does. Short term, meaning if, like right now with EMS, and long term ramifications of this. Local governments over probably decades now, 2 decades at least, have been spending money, whether they were cognizant of it or not, on responding to this crisis. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Amy, our general counsel, to go through the chart with you because there are multiple litigations ongoing related to the opioid crisis, and this is a good chart, once explained, of the status of those. So I'll turn it over to Amy.
Thank you, Kevin, and good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners and new County Manager. So excited to meet you and have you on board as well. We are really excited to be here today in person with you all to see you. Unfortunately, is a topic that is very somber and difficult, but we hope that with the information that we're bringing to you today, there's some hope. And as we're going to talk about, as Kevin highlighted, Durham, and that is your county attorney as well, Durham is one of the counties that did get involved in the litigation against the manufacturers and distributors in this area. And so we're going to talk to you a little bit about today sort of the arc of what has happened over this litigation. So back, just to give a little bit of context, back in, I think it was 2017 when we first began, and I know y'all first began hearing as well about the potential for lawsuits against some of these manufacturers, distributors, and entities that had a role in the opioid crisis growing in the country. And at that time, as your Association of County Commissioners, we were really trying to evaluate what is it that we could do to be helpful to assist you in trying to figure out how to proceed from a local government level. And we heard a lot about, is this like the previous tobacco litigation when there was this big tobacco settlement, all this money came into the state, but perhaps it was not as directed to the problem as folks would have liked in hindsight. And so how could we, as your association, work with you to figure out how can these monies, should they come in, and at that time it was a question of whether or not monies would even come in, right? It was just the idea of lawsuits. How can they really go to the source of the problem? And as you all know better than anyone, on the county level, that's where human services, really the rubber meets the road, right? And so we worked really hard to ensure that if there was going to be a settlement and there was going to be monies that came in, whether through settlement or through litigation, that as much of those monies came to the counties, to the localities, so that there is not a big bureaucracy, that they don't have to go through some administrative process. There aren't a lot of administrative fees. They come directly to the counties to work in this area to get to the people who really, truly need the help and to the programs that you already have done such a great job in Durham standing up. So that's just a little bit of context as to how we got involved and have been working with y'all. So you can see, because frankly, it's a little bit confusing, and there's so many headlines and there's so many shows and so many different stories. So this chart, I don't know that it really helps to clear it up that much, but just to see that there are a variety of different avenues that this has taken. And as you can see, and you've heard, I'm sure, a lot about Purdue Pharma and some of these other groups. So those actions were through bankruptcy, and those are some manufacturers. This litigation settlement that we're talking about is in that second row horizontally, and we're talking about Johnson & Johnson, Cardinal, McKesson, AmerisourceBergen. That is where this litigation that we're going to talk more about today, those are the entities and the parties against which those actions were brought. And we know that Durham has also been actively engaged and involved. There's some pharmacy suits out there, and that's a separate action that's outside of what we're talking about today. So right now, with regard to the bankruptcies, that is probably about $100 million that's going to come into the state, but that is separate and apart from the specifics that we're going to talk about today. That being said, though, that money is going to be distributed in under the same structure that we're going to talk about for the settlements that are coming in on that second litigation row. And you're going to see, we're going to talk more about specifics, but we're talking about $750 million to the state over 18 years. And as we get through towards the end of our presentation, we're going to give you some specific numbers for Durham and show you how to access that information. So one thing just to clarify, and again, we are here to answer any questions and hope to be a resource. We have resources on our website, and we've really worked very closely and have great partnership with the Department of Justice. They have a lot of resources as well. But just wanted to pull out and highlight that if you've heard about the Mckenzie Settlement, that is something, again, separate and apart from what we're going to talk to you about today and the money that's coming directly to your counties. This was a consulting company that was found to have a role in, I think it was working with Purdue Pharma, I'm not sure which other manufacturers, and they entered into a settlement. That is with states only, and as you can see, approximately $19 million over 5 years is coming into the state. Some has already come in, and that is at the state level to the General Assembly, and they are working to get that distributed out. But just wanted to point out that that is a state-only settlement. And just to highlight again here, back to how this all began. So when this discussion was first had, and we would, we were trying to evaluate what role is there, and we would say kudos to those, and like Durham, 76 of the counties that engaged, because it was because of all of you engaging in this, that it allowed us as your association to work and say, there is a critical mass of our counties that realize this is a problem, and so we need to make sure that any settlement, any of the monies that are realized in a settlement go directly to all of our counties, because clearly there is an issue and a problem. And also, this is the 17 municipalities, and I think we have a clarification, and City of Durham, I think there were 8 municipalities actually that engaged in the litigation. The 17 municipalities you'll see are ones that are going to get direct allocations because of size or litigation status. So we can talk a little bit more about that.
I just wanted to own my error here. Yeah, I put that City of Durham filed litigation. They, I believe, did not. So it's just the County of Durham filed litigation. So I'll correct that and send that back to you. But I wanted to mention that, as Amy said, there is a smaller number. Did you say it was 9?
I believe it was 8.
Eight municipalities, so 8 cities across the state filed litigation to the 76 counties. And you'll go, why so few cities? And when we were talking with the Department of Justice and when we talk with groups like the board here, it's important to understand that's truly identifies and illustrates the role of county government in the story that we're talking about. It's because of the human services that the county governments perform in the state of North Carolina. All of those types of human services functions, the EMS, those are the things that are really owned at the county level and not so much at the city levels. That's why you see a disparity in those two numbers.
Quick question. The Durham County filed litigation against the manufacturers, the distributors, or the pharmacies, or
Sure, I'm happy.
Please.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So, yes, filed, the litigation that we're talking about today is against the manufacturers and distributors. And the settlement is against the manufacturers and distributors. Now, it is my understanding that there are still ongoing claims with regard to the pharmaceutical companies. We have not engaged in these talks with regard to that, so the status of that is separate and apart from what we're talking about today, but there are ongoing claims with regard to the pharmaceutical companies that, again, are separate and apart and could potentially either go to litigation or bring additional settlements outside of this. That's helpful. Okay, sure. And thank you, please, and I'd encourage you, please ask any questions. It's one of these things, first of all, there's a lot here, and we've kind of been mired in it over the past few years, so sometimes, as you all know, when you've been in, we'll start talking about things, we may use acronyms that we've gotten used to, so please do not hesitate to stop us and ask any questions.
And I will add, too, that along those lines, and I should tell you, not an attorney. I've always tried to tell you that. But working with the attorneys at the Department of Justice and then your counsels and working with Amy, that even the lawyers say this is some of the most complex litigation in the history of the United States. And I think I can vouch for that because I'm like, wow, this is really complex. And the settlement is complex as well. So, yes, please ask lots of questions.
So you don't mind questions being asked while in the middle of your presentation?
I should have asked you, Madam
So we know
Chair.
where you, how you want to.
It's up to you, however you would like us to proceed.
Welcome, if you're comfortable.
Yeah. You want to do this one, or?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Is that, yeah, I'm glad to, sure. Okay, so that, thank you, Commissioner Carter, because that was like a perfect segue. So this litigation, again, with the manufacturers and distributors, is a national, as Kevin said, from what we're hearing, is some of the most complicated litigation because it is nationwide. There were, I think, thousands of suits brought between or thousands of parties brought suits between local governments and states. And as you can imagine, these defendants said, we've got to figure out how to get a handle around this because we have, all of these suits across the country. So what happened was it was moved into what's called an MDL, or a multi-district litigation, that was centered in Ohio, and it was brought to a judge. Everything was brought together. There were groups of attorneys that were brought together to represent each of the different parties. And the idea was that the hope was that there was some kind of approach that could be brought, because if a settlement was not reached in that way, everything would go back out and there would be individual lawsuits. And from a North Carolina standpoint, the way that things were prioritized, the first suits were, I think, in West Virginia, and then they were going to maybe be Pennsylvania. I don't remember the exact states, but a concern was that, frankly, there would be nothing left. If the first case, they all went out separate, the first cases went to litigation, there was a trial, if there was a guilty verdict, or if there was a judgment entered, then by the time it got to us, there may not be anything left in these companies for recovery. So I think that was part of the contemplation as the various groups were talking on a national level, of how can we ensure that everyone does get something to rectify some of the harms that were done. So ultimately, these conversations were had, and the attorneys that you all had hired for outside litigation, as well as, and again, we'll give a big kudos to the North Carolina Department of Justice, who was very actively engaged, one of the states that was very actively engaged in these settlements, resulting in a settlement with these manufacturers and distributors of, as you can see, $26 billion over 18 years. The North Carolina amount will be approximately $750 million over 18 years. And again, when we get to the end, we'll show you how it's going to shake out in terms of how those monies are going to come in. Front-loaded in the early years, and then also some new rules to prevent future harm from happening.
Amy, okay, I was going to jump in and also add this, because as we're telling this story, it's occurring to me to add some more context for the board. So the negotiation at the national level, really think of it as there were three negotiating parties there. There was the plaintiffs, the manufacturers and distributors, and then a group of attorneys generals from across the state, a small group of attorney generals, roughly five-ish, who were leading the effort to negotiate at that table. And as I said, it was a rather complex negotiation. It took multiple years to reach where we did, or where they did. We were lucky in North Carolina that our Attorney General was one of those individuals sitting at the table working on that negotiation, and his staff. And when I say his staff, they were intimately involved in working on the language related to the national settlement. So that was an advantage to North Carolina, just because we were in the room where it was happening. And so that's the national level. And this is the context that I'd like to add that I don't have on a slide. But so you've got a national level negotiation going on, and then each different state, after the national settlement was to be reached, or as it was being formed, every single state has to come up with their own interstate agreement about how the monies are just going to come down to North Carolina. But then when it comes down to North Carolina gets to decide how those monies are going to be distributed and used. So Virginia's doing the same thing. Every other state in the union is doing the same type of conversation. Because of our membership, and because we, the association, were engaged in trying to figure out how to help the counties, we were actually at a meeting in Durham over at the Sheraton in, I think, around 2000 and maybe 18, 19. And that's when we had a special called meeting of managers, attorneys, and chairs, and all the legal counsels involved. And out of that meeting, they said, we need a special committee. And the association is the entity to host this special committee, because we speak for 100 counties. We had 76 counties in suit, but we speak for all 100. So out of that meeting, this committee was established. It's called the Opioid Litigation Working Group, but they actually named themselves after they started the 555 Committee. And the 555 Committee is named that because there are 5 county managers, 5 county attorneys, and 5 county commissioners who were appointed by then President Kevin Austin to work on this subject matter. And these are people that were in and around and involved in the subject matter. It was a very diverse group in terms of litigating counties and non-litigating counties. It was from across the state, urban, rural. You had individuals on here who had lost children to the opioid crisis. You had attorneys who were super sharp. And it was a really good working committee. That committee designated Amy and myself to negotiate on behalf of the committee and the association with the Department of Justice. And so Amy and I started meeting with them on a monthly basis, and we would report back to the committee, and we started forming up like, okay, how do you like this idea? And we would show it back to the committee, and they would be like, no, we don't like that idea. And so that's how committee work works, right? You're fine-tuning where you need to get to go, and so this committee, these individuals were really instrumental in helping form that up. And ultimately, we got to the place where in the last months, I would say probably 6 to 9 months of the negotiation, we were meeting on a weekly basis with DOJ and a weekly basis with the attorneys from this group to help form the agreement. Anything to add there? Okay.
And so let's talk to you now about what that meant, what the result was of that committee. And again, to Kevin's point, what's significant about that is that every state, as he said, has to determine how these settlement funds, and keep in mind, at the time, we didn't know if there was going to be a settlement or not. So we had some folks saying, like, why are you doing this now? We don't know. And we said because we need to be ready to hit the ground running should a settlement happen. And we found that when it did happen, because once the settlement was reached, which was, I think, July 20th, there was a short time period to say either you have a state allocation agreement or you will go to the default. And there was a default national agreement. And what the default national agreement would have done was say 15% of the total proceeds go to the state, 15% to the locals, and 70%, is my math right, 70%?
Yeah, that's right.
70% will go into an abatement fund. And then there would be this administrative fund where the way that it was presented to us was basically, localities would have to apply to the fund, there would be an administrator. And we heard early on loud and clear that our counties told us we don't want that kind of setup. We want the money to come straight into us so that we can get it out immediately to where it needs to go. So that was what was so beneficial about having this group meeting in anticipation of the settlement, because rather than the 15-15-70, the result of the memorandum of agreement that this committee came to, as you can see on this slide, 15% to the state, and then the remainder, 85%, straight to you all, to the locals. So a very different outcome, and our hope is an ability to get this money out to where it needs to be on the ground in the counties. You want to add on?
I just want to add back to echo something Amy said, why this is a different outcome in North Carolina, and I would say a very positive outcome. And we were talking earlier about how this is a different type of crisis. It's a health crisis. So any correlation to the tobacco settlement really breaks down there, because that was an economic development issue related to the tobacco settlement and how to get the monies out to revitalize communities that were impacted by this. This was a different story in the sense that this is a health crisis that is ongoing. It is an immediate need. And so that really helped carry the day in terms of, like, we can't wait around for an administrative process and an abatement fund or something like that. We need to get the money directly out to the counties and to those municipalities as fast as possible, so you guys, boards of commissioners around the state, can start making decisions on how to best help those people who are in crisis. And so that is one of the reasons why 85% is going directly to counties across the state of North Carolina.
Thank you.
It was important that, as we represent 100 counties, it's going to all 100 counties, not just the 76. And the 17 municipalities, those make up the 17, the cities that sue, but also population thresholds of larger cities.
Yeah, thanks. That's exactly what I was going to say. Again, 100 counties, as you heard initially, 76 counties in litigation, but there was a recognition at the outset, right, that this is not a crisis that stops at county lines. And so whether county was in litigation or not, we discussed with the Department of Justice that there needs to be an allocation to all counties, right? And so that is part of the 100 counties. And to Kevin's point, the 17 municipalities, there are 8 that engaged in litigation, and then also those, I think it was a 250,000 population threshold. I can't remember the exact number. That being said, the city of Durham is one of the cities in the list of 17 that gets a direct allocation. I will say, and we can talk a little bit more after, there are some counties, such as Wake County, in which, and this is an option, or this was an option, where the city of Raleigh got, and some other cities within Wake County, got the direct distributions, but are actually working in conjunction and having the monies flow directly through the county. That is an option. But either way, whether it goes separately to the city and the county, as you'll see, we're going to talk about the collaboration and the regional efforts that are going to be a part of the memorandum of agreement.
I forgot to mention that I put a folder at your desk with the information in it and some key takeaways, so it's there at your dais. I'm going to start to pick it up a bit to get through some of this stuff, because I'm looking at the clock and I want to save some time for questions at the end. There are 2 ways you can use your money, your settlement dollars, option A and option B. And again, this was a significant portion of the negotiation at the state level. Option A is basically a list. So it's just a list in the MOA, which we can get you a copy of evidence-based high-impact strategies. And this was a list that was really developed at the national level by experts related to opioid treatment. And so the list is incorporated in the MOA, so you could go directly to that list, and I'm guessing that you could probably find something on that list that you're already doing as a county. And you could say, we're going to put all of our funding into that if you want to. Option B, however, was in the negotiation at the state level, again, an opportunity to collaborate with your city partners, with your other county partners, a regional type of opportunity, because as Amy said, this crisis knows no boundaries. So if you have a creative, regionalized approach that you want to explore, you could use option B, and you get a little bit more flexibility with your dollar. to take that route.
And I think, and again, unfortunately, our colleague Steve from the Department of Justice is not here. He was going to run through these slides, so we're going to go through these quickly. But please know, this is where kind of the rubber meets the road at this point, right? We spent so much time on that front end figuring out how money was going to be allocated. The memorandum of understanding has been put in place. That's what we're under, and now it's how do we move ahead? So we're going to flip through these quickly, but know that this is where there are going to be a lot of questions, number one. Number two, we are here to answer those, and we are working right now actively at the association to stand up a program. We're working on some grant opportunities so that we're going to have someone in-house to work with all of our counties as you're planning. So please know that that's a resource that we're working to offer to you all, and we really want folks to work together because, again, there are so many great things already happening out there, so we want to make sure that information gets out. So real quickly, you'll see we're going to just run through what the option A, those high, again, if the money comes in, you use them for option A. It can be used for collaborative strategic planning, evidence-based addiction treatment, recovery support, harm reduction strategies, and justice system strategies. Those are more specifically spelled out in the memorandum of agreement. And again, as we're standing this up, the money has not come in yet. I think you probably saw a headline. It's coming in the first tranche probably within the next couple of months. But nothing is here yet. But we're working to make sure that everyone has information on that. And so I think we can go quickly through.
I think when you go back and look at these slides at another time, I would say that you have a plethora of people in your community, I have no doubt, who are focusing time, effort, energy, resources on these subject matters. As a board, your desire would likely be to pull those people together so that they have one singular voice on a proposed plan. That would be advice from me, unsolicited, to y'all, because there's going to be a lot of folks in your community who want to talk to you about how they think to best use these funds. These are 18-year funds. Getting it right at the beginning in terms of a focused strategy with that group of people in your community, that, again, would be my unsolicited advice to you. And work with the folks who are on your team in your county, your experts who are county staff, to get, to hone that message, to figure out where it is you want to point these resources to. Again, this gets into detail, and you'll have to have Steve back another time because I know that he'll want to talk to you about these things. We, through this process, have discovered that there are a lot of people out there in the state who want to help on this issue. And right now, as Amy said, it's the coordination that's the key. And there's a lot of philanthropic involvement going on out in the state on this subject matter. We have been talking with those folks, and again, kudos to Steve for bringing us together and matching the association up with these leaders who want to help as well. So we are, as Amy said, looking to figure out how to stand something up to help Durham County, to help all the other 99 counties in that process. There's a place you can go on the web, Core NC. It's the ncopioidsettlement.org with a lot of this type of information on it. There's a wealth of information out there. You can go to this website, you can go to our website, you can just Google NCACC opioid, and you will find a lot of information there. There's a dashboard as a part of the MOA, and this is, again, fairly unique to North Carolina, and goes to the transparency that was built into the MOA. There is a dashboard that shows what the option A strategies are. It talks about the funding that's coming down. There's a great tool that shows how much Durham will receive over the 18 years. It's in your packet on a slide. We'll get to that in a second. But here's just a list of, again, we included these in your documents so you can reference them at another time. So really very important to us is, and this is the way that I've started saying this, is like we've earned the right just to get to the starting line now. And it's hard to think of that way because you want to be like, okay, we got there, we're done. No, that's absolutely incorrect. We've been spending the past 5 years plus working on this subject matter, and 2 years just intense negotiation just to get to today. And we're not even there yet. I mean, the monies aren't coming in yet, so they're in a couple of months. So now is the time to really pivot. And as I've said internally to our team and to our partners with HHS, which we've been working closely with the Secretary and leaders in HHS, as well as DOJ and the AG, now is the time we have to start to plan, and if we can't mess up the end game. That's what I've told our folks internally. We've got to get this right. We've got to help our counties. So we do have this strong partnership with the Department of Health and Human Services, DOJ, and we're going to be working with them moving forward on this as well. Sort of dovetailed together with an interesting timing of the American Rescue Plan dollars that are coming to your counties and this opioid settlement happening at the same time. The General Assembly gave to the association an appropriation to help our counties plan for how they're going to use and stay in compliance with the American Rescue Plan dollar. So as a part of that, we have created a new division within the department called Strategic Member Services, or SMS. And we are hiring staff. Neil is a part of this. I mean, he's been hired, but we're hiring more Neils. We're hiring experts, former CFOs, to help us navigate the new space that we're all in terms of how to strategically plan for the ARP monies. But at the same time, referencing the philanthropic interest in this subject matter, how can we, the association, play a role in helping Durham County and other counties plan for their opioid dollar? So we're looking at grant-based funding through a new 501c3 that's going to help us hire individuals who this is what they do. They know about harm reduction. They know about all of the things that are related to treatment and evidence-based treatment, and then put a team together so that they can come into Durham and help y'all be a resource. Y'all have to make the decisions on what's best for Durham, but if we can provide to you any professional advice or expertise, the association is ready to do that, and so we're planning to do that over the next several years. You want to?
Sure, and we're about to wrap up, and then we're happy to take questions, but just a few things to think about as you're having discussions on this. Again, when the money comes is a little bit uncertain because it's dependent on final things put in place on the national level. So we're hearing that it should be within the next couple of months, which would mean that's going to put it into your next fiscal year in terms of when you could start utilizing the monies that are coming in. And we just want you to know, again, if you really, the main takeaways is that this has been structured to figure out how to most effectively and efficiently use these funds coming in. There is some opportunity between Durham County and the city of Durham getting some significant funds while they're over a period of time to really make some impact. So we want to be here as a resource to help you and strategically plan and look to how these monies are used. And please know that as a part of the memorandum of understanding in how these funds are used, a key piece is transparency and accountability. And again, we'll be here to help with resources. That there is this statewide dashboard that has been, the website is in your materials. So a couple things, and I'm going to show you on the next slide in just a second what we need to do, but there's a before the fact, and then after the fact, there's also some reporting and impact reports. And again, that's where as the association, we're going to make sure that we have the resources to help you be in compliance with these various things. But if you go to the next slide, this is in your resources that you have. There's a handout, and this is kind of like if I do nothing else now, what do I need to know? That you do need to know that when the money hits the county, and also this will be the same for the city, and we're happy to talk with folks in the city as well, that the number one thing you need to know is that these need to be separated from your general fund. So there has to be a special revenue fund set up for these monies. So number one, you have to establish a special revenue fund for these monies, that when you do get to a place of discussing how you're going to utilize the money, and unlike the ARPA funds, there is no deadline. You can spend them as soon as they hit. You can accumulate them, you can make a plan, but before they are spent, you have your special revenue fund, and then either it has to be specified in your budget ordinance as to how they're going to be utilized, or if it comes after that, there needs to be a resolution. So there needs to be some type of board action in terms of how those funds are going to be used. Again, There'll be a lot more information and resources about understanding how, and it's under those options A or B, just knowing that fundamentally all of the monies have to be used to address the opioid crisis in some way. And then to this reporting and accountability, there will be an annual financial report. The dashboard will have the parameters around which that needs to happen, and also an impact report. So again, we're going to help and provide resources, but know that these are kind of the critical first steps that you need to know about how to begin to effectuate the settlement funds. And I think finally, the last thing you're probably wondering, Kevin, if you want to take this.
Sure. So on the website that we mentioned, which is listed here on the dashboards, it demonstrates every county in the state in terms of the funding coming in. And in Durham, over the 18-year period, the total over 18 years will be $11.5 million. In the city, $2.4. The next slide, which it's small on your printout, but again, you can go to the website and actually download this document. It shows you the distribution over the 18-year period. So, and I think we mentioned earlier that it's front-loaded, so that you can get started, with some good resources at the beginning. So, 445, when that first payment comes down, it was targeted for spring, but as Amy said, it's looking probably more like summer, midsummer-ish. There's really is not a certain date yet. They're waiting on the national administrator of the fund to get things prepared. And again, you need to have your account in order before you can draw down the dollar. But then, there will be another payment in 2022 of the 979, and then in 23 again and it'll pick up on an annualized basis at that point. So those are your numbers for Durham. And then our contact information, and we're happy to discuss anything you would like to. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity for us being here today to brief you on this. Thank you for your involvement with and support of your association. It's an honor for us to do the work for you, and we thank you for your public service. So, Madam Chair, with that, I'll yield and take any questions.
Thank you so much, all three of you, for being here this morning. I was, as you were talking, I was reflecting back, I think, 2018, being in D.C., I think as I was getting ready to become the president, and I remember this large group of folks talking about this whole issue, and attorneys showing up talking about this issue, so it goes back so far. And then other commissioners across the state, Ronnie Bill, and what was it?
Fred McClure.
The commissioners.
Fred McClure.
Fred McClure, that was so passionate about this. So this issue for commissioners go back a very, very long way, because it impacted the citizens in all of our counties. So we are thankful for all the work that you and the team has done around this, because this has not been easy. One of the reasons that I particularly wanted you to be here this morning, I know that a few of us were able to attend the session that you had, and some of us were not able to attend. So I think it's important that all the commissioners and our staff is on the same page, so that we get the same information and knowing going forward, because this is a big deal. This is a very big deal. So before I open it up for commissioners, one question I do have is around the attorneys and the fees for the attorneys. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I'll start off, and then I'll rely on Amy to do the legal stuff, or to correct me, or she's too far away to kick me, so that's pretty good. So legal fees, most counties entered into an agreement with their outside counsels. There were national counsels, and there are local counsels. And those agreements were agreements with your county and the National Council, and their fees were accounted for within that agreement as a contingency type of fee arrangement. But as a part of the national settlement, all of the national councils, they agreed to waive their contingency fees with their client, you, the county. And for that, they will participate in a national attorney's fee fund. So they're getting paid out of this national attorney's fee fund, and then your county, so they waived it. The county does not you don't have to pay them a contingency fee.
So we don't have to, out of our millions of dollars, we don't have to pay them.
That is correct, and that was a big point of our negotiation between the counties and the DOJ, that we wanted, that committee that you saw made it a big point to us, Amy and me, that every single dollar that came to North Carolina needed to go into the abatement of the crisis. It needed to go to helping people who needed it, and not attorney's fees. And that's the way that it was structured at the national level, so that it just kind of came off the top of the $26 billion. And so they put $2 billion of that into an attorney's fee fund, and then the national councils, they were going to draw down their attorney's fees out of that $2 billion attorney's fee fund, and then they had the responsibility to pay their local councils. Those are North Carolina-based councils. At the end of our negotiation, close to the end, we were approached by national and local councils seeking to create what they termed a backstop fund in the state of North Carolina, creating additional attorney's fees, not only for the national council, but for the local councils. And that was discussed, but ultimately our committee and DOJ decided that North Carolina was not going to have a backstop fund. There are other states that have a backstop fund. But our primary effort was to seek that all dollars coming into North Carolina were going to be sent to our counties and our municipalities to treat the people who needed it and not pay for attorneys' fees, because they were already had agreed to a national attorney's fee fund. So that's the position that we took. Would you add anything different or correct me? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And one other question before I turn it over. You mentioned, so you have a structure set up with consultants, or I don't know, you don't call them consultants, at NCACC that will assist counties. Are you hearing from other counties that they are also hiring individuals to help out in managing the money?
Surrey County comes to mind. They hired, in probably 2017-18, they hired a person to work on the opioid issues and crisis. So they invested dollars in hiring someone to work on this. In terms of, so that comes to mind immediately, of like a county hiring someone to work on this specific issue. I don't know of others that have hired like someone like that, but I do know that there's contemplation and efforts and conversations going on about how to best manage the fund internally, whether it's going to live in the finance office or whether it's going to live in the human services functions. Where those conversations are ongoing right now. The association, we are in the process of hiring. We haven't hired an individual yet, but we're in the process of identifying candidates for a role that will be pointed and focused on this particular issue, and then also utilize resources to hire some additional staff, kind of like project coordinators, that you could have the expert who's heading the project come in and consult, for lack of a better term, have a conversation with Durham, with your folks internally, and either use that individual as a sounding board or someone to get more information that's expert information on that subject matter. If you wanted to have a staff person from the NCACC come in, a coordinator, perhaps a young person right out of getting their master's for public health, who could come in and help you run or administer a project, that's what we're aiming to do there.
Thank you. Open up to the commissioners. Commissioner Jacobs?
That's going to, Madam Chair, may I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you for sharing that, and especially with past President McClure's initiative. You know, we've been engaged in these conversations for a long time, and past President Howerton, I remember, you know, the transition of our leadership here in Durham and having that lunch with President McClure when he was outgoing and talking about some of these things. So it has been a,
And the counties are, the initiatives keep rolling and they're touching each other. So, yeah.
so I was just going to say that your voice is so critically important to have around the table. And thank you for your willingness to share, because that's one of the strongest parts of our association is when our counties come together to share what you're doing in Durham, and it can be picked up in Davidson and, you know, Swain and all the other counties. So thank you for that.
Yes, and our last, and I'm co-chair of the initiative, but the last meeting, Steve Mange came and presented at our meeting, and he's very aware of the evidence-based practices that we're doing in Durham. But I really welcome, the help that you can also provide, and certainly I'm really glad to see that things like housing can be funded through this, because that is something that we do lack in Durham County, is supportive housing. So it's really, really good to see that. To me, that is a real game changer. Madam Manager, I would just like to say that I think I can work with you, but to get all the folks that are doing things to come and present so that we have a foundation of what is, as you said, the first step is to see what is happening and then to understand what the gaps are.
So what we're gonna,
Work with-
excuse me, Commissioner Jacobs, what we're gonna need to do is, there are a lot of conversations around this. It's gonna take a lot of time. We've got about 10 minutes. So I'd like to let the commissioners have a chance to ask questions, because Durham is doing a lot, and I know that the association knows it. And we can do a presentation at one of our commissioner meetings. But if you will, just use this time this morning with this group to get questions answered so that we can, we'll be able to move forward. Did you have any other questions? No. Okay, thanks. Commissioner Burns?
I'm going to hold all the questions I have after we've gone through that history that we just went through and just say thank you. I'm just going to ask one out of respect for the chair and for your time, because I know you have. Hey, Neil. You ain't got to talk. I just thought I'd say, hey, Neil.
Thank you for thinking of me.
And also, I know we point out Ben Rose, but we also do have our GM, Joanne Pierce, is here, who I'm pretty sure you all going to have to work with very closely, so I didn't want to leave her out. For anybody who does not know this, they have been traveling all over the place. They have done, maybe 7 webinars on this. They've done 2-day summits. They've presented to us as not this board, but when I was on the state board. So it's laudable and applaudable for all the outreach you all have done. And then to take time out of your busy schedules and come here when you've provided 1,900 million opportunities for folks to learn about this. I'm appreciative of, and I always learn something. My question is about Mckenzie. I know that we're in the preliminary stages, right? And so we know about McKesson, we know about Purdue. Mckenzie, if I'm not mistaken, was the group that took out the contract to do the PR work, right? So they were the ones, after we knew that opioids were bad, they came back and said, no, it's just like eating Pop-Tarts and candy. And so they're getting sued. And I know we're in the preliminary stages. Since we're going to have to do a significant amount of outreach to kind of sort of even tear down some of those messages, and in its messaging, really, like what we're fighting against. You know, we're fighting against deaths, but we're fighting against messaging. My question is, do you all have any preliminary thoughts on what the Mckenzie Settlement might look like and what we might be getting? Because that's the one thing we haven't really been able to talk about. And if I'm putting you on the spot, I totally understand, but just any preliminary thoughts, since that one's very early. And that's my only question.
So I always get confused with McKenzie and McKesson because they sound the same, but McKenzie is the consultant for the PR. I'll double check that. Correct. And it's settled, but it's a state settlement only. So all of the funds come into the General Assembly, and the General Assembly they're going to make determinations on how to appropriate those dollars. They are obligated to use it on opioid related issues in their legislation, and they have actually set up a fund that runs through HHS that's going to be working on that. And so you're right, it is in preliminary discussions, but those are state-directed dollars.
Thank you so much, and also thank you for highlighting Jubilee Home at the last opioid strategy session that we had. We do appreciate the spotlight on Durham. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thank you, and thanks for the great presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to hear these sorts of information sessions more than even 3 times because they are complex. My question's really for staff. It's so exciting to see that this year and next year, you know, we'll be getting $1.5 million. I love it when we get money, but I immediately began to feel some anxiety, you know, about being sure we spend it really well. And so just sort of to follow up on both Brenda and Wendy's comments, I wondered if staff could maybe come back to us with recommendations for how we do, you know, get organized, what you're thinking we'll need to do to get organized, working with the people that we have already doing evidence-based work, but assessing gaps and how to move forward. I just wanted to
Absolutely.
Thanks again. And I do hope the state has to use their funding for evidence-based strategies as well. I really believe they've distributed money this year to some implementers who aren't following evidence-based strategies necessarily, so just point of opinion.
Commissioner Long?
Also watch this presentation as well. To have visualization of where like hot pocket areas are that have been most impacted by the opioid crisis, and showing like communities that have been most impacted, them decision-making process, making sure that pieces that need it.
Anything for you, Manager?
Just, I appreciate you all considering and incorporating the feedback from the counties, because it's very complex, but the way that it's been streamlined helps it to be a little more manageable, so thank you for that.
I know without a doubt you could talk on this for the next 3 hours. But we appreciate the conciseness and which you put this together for us to help us to try to grapple with this huge issue, and especially when we're getting money. Thank you so much, and it's so great to see all of you.
It's always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much. Well, you know where we are, so if we can be helpful, please reach out to us.
Okay. And do we have Government Day? Do we have?
County Assembly Day. County Assembly Day is June the 14th, one day after your birthday. And so we didn't want to, interrupt that.
Oh, I thought you were going to celebrate it on my birthday.
Well,
Yeah, we are on Kevin's birthday, so
Yeah.
that's how you remember.
yeah.
And Flag Day.
And Flag Day, yeah. Yeah, so we would love to see you all over at the Capitol, at the General Assembly for County Assembly.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Commissioners, we are at our consent agenda, and we have 12 items on the consent agenda, and I'd like to ask the manager if she will go through these with us and allow commissioners to ask any questions that need to be asked to clarify things on the agenda, on the consent agenda.
So we'll start with item 220229, the interlocal agreement with Durham Public Schools regarding participating in Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage program to meet renewable energy goals. Any questions, concerns on that one? Yay. Good. Great. Next, 220232, City County Planning Department FY23 Work Program. Questions? Okay. If not, 220234, Approved Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 22 BCC 00088, Department of Social Services to reallocate $259,406 of DSS FY 21-22 funds across functional areas to purchase 7 Toyota Highlanders for DSS fleet. Yes.
Just in general, I'm wondering, countywide, when we purchase new vehicles, how we're making decisions about when to purchase electric or hybrid versus when not to, and what we're doing here.
And so that's a great question. Thank you so much, Commissioner Carter. And so most of the purchases now are hybrid vehicles. There is an assessment to look at when electric vehicles are appropriate. We have not found that we're ready for a totally electric vehicle fleet right now, but primarily we're looking at the hybrid models. But we are in discussions about how we can facilitate electric vehicle purchases. That is the goal. That's where we want to get to. And if I'm not mistaken, originally, I think we were supposed to put it in there. I don't see it in here. But we'll get back to you on whether these are hybrid or our traditionals, because I had that question as well.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I think
They are hybrids.
Montreal is coming up.
All these vehicles are hybrids.
They are hybrids, okay.
Surprised you didn't put that in big bold
Right, I know. Thank you so much for that.
And can I just ask that when we get this on our regular agenda, that that's included on there? Thank you.
Great. Any other questions on that item? Okay. Next, 220242, Utilities Division Contract Amendment with Viola Water Technologies Incorporated. No questions? 220243, Utility Locating Services Contract Amendment with Taylor, Wiseman, and Taylor Incorporated. Vice Chair Jacobs.
I just have a general comment. One is, I guess, we've seen a lot of items on our agenda related to the Triangle wastewater plant over the past 2 years, and I'm just wondering, is that just things are aging out? And the second thing is, I'm wondering, are most of these purchases covered by the enterprise fund? Because sometimes it mentions the enterprise fund, but sometimes it doesn't on our agenda materials. So, you know, and covered by fees and things like that. So just a general question about that.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the question. Feedback here. Yep, and so most of these purchases or amendments that you see, these are basically just annual renewals to services that are provided throughout the year. And so a lot of these are what you're seeing as of late are just contracts that have to come back due to their expiration date and time being up, and so we have to come back to renew those. But yes, these are covered by the enterprise fund, so most often when you see things like that, if not, we will certainly state it that it's covered elsewhere. But typically, the wastewater treatment plant is self-funded through the enterprise fund. So, thank you.
Okay, that's helpful. I think if we could make sure that gets included on the, whenever it is, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move forward to 220253, authorization for execution of a CSX transportation encroachment agreement. Okay. 220254. Budget Amendment Number 22 BCC 00087 and Capital Project Amendment Number 22 CPA 00026, appropriating $250,000 of debt service fund balance to expand the proposed 300 East Main Street child care facility by approximately 4,000 square feet, to add 2 pre-K classrooms and expand capacity from 58 children to 86 children, transferring $250,000 of debt service fund balance to the PAYGO fund, and using the PAYGO funding to increase the 300 East Main Street Capital Project 4730 DC 150 budget by $250,000 to cover increased construction contingency costs, as well as authorize the increase of the owner's construction contingency for the Seymour contract to LaChase Construction by $250,000 for a total construction contract not to exceed amount of $20,789,669 for the 300 East Main Street structured parking deck. That's a mouthful. Yes, ma'am. And I think Commissioner Burns.
Yay. That's all I got is yay. I'm always talking about, we could throw as much money as we possibly can at these things, but do we actually have the room for the children? I've been saying that since day one. Again, y'all didn't need me to say thank you to staff for making more space for more kids. That's all I got. So yay.
Chair Jacobs.
I want to say double yay. And also just wondering if when the parking deck is complete, could we do some kind of a ribbon cutting or some type of celebration on the site? Because I know when the deck gets finished, then the wrap is going to start. And I know because of COVID, we didn't really have anything at the site, but it would be really exciting to do something and to just, celebrate what a great project this is in so many ways. So could we do something like that?
Yes, Commissioner. Our intent is totally to do a grand opening ceremony in honor of the deck and recognition of the project. You're spot on what you said. We sort of skipped that process due to COVID, and it was something we were actually looking forward to, but obviously we couldn't take advantage of that during that time. The affordable housing construction will overlap the actual construction or completion of the deck. We're actually anticipating starting the affordable housing construction in June. As you can see, as you drive by the site, the foundation and footings and piers for the concrete podium is what we call it, the concrete slab that will support the affordable housing is actually started as we speak. And so, like I said, there is some overlap between the two projects, but we will certainly be able to take advantage of having a celebratory opening ceremony for the deck. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well then maybe you all think about it, but some way where we are recognizing not just the deck, but the affordable housing and the pre-K.
Sure.
So
certainly.
it sounds like we could do it anytime.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Gary, while you're here, would you say a little bit about the parking situation? Because I've received several calls about the parking, particularly the parking lot up at, what is it, where employees will begin to park?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to take about an hour of everyone's time explaining.
The key point, 1, 2.
Yes, ma'am. So what's critical right now is the start up of the 500 East Main Street mixed-use development. As everyone may know, the market rate housing and the structured parking deck is the first phase, which is going to be up on the upper portion or the northern portion of the site. That is bordered by Main Street, Elizabeth Street, and Dillard Street. And I just got informed today, previously we were looking to start that a little earlier, but right now we're going to turn that site over to the contractor on June 1st. So June 1st will be the date that we're actually going to start commencement activities on the 500 East Main Street site. However, the county has already made provisions through our extensive parking coordination group, is a good term for it. That committee has basically been meeting throughout this process, and it's been a significant logistical challenge, as you can imagine, just trying to plan for the displacement for staff, as well as making provisions for the citizens to be able to access the site during those construction activities. So as you know, the county has leased the 410 West Chapel Hill Street location, where we have just over 120 parking spaces that will be made available to DSS staff. Right across the street at 505 West Chapel Hill, which is the old police headquarters building, we have leased that parking lot from the city through the planned completion of the 300 East Main Street deck. Again, the 300 East Main Street deck is going to be complete in September of this year. It's still on schedule, still tracking for that targeted completion, which is a good thing. So the bottom line is, once the 500 East Main Street lot is transitioned over to the contractor, we will have roughly just over 104 parking spaces on that site made available to the public. It will be on the southern end of the site closest to Ramseur Street. It will be accessible off of Elizabeth Street. The contractor has to come in and install a new temporary entrance off of Elizabeth Street so folks can have vehicular access to the parking lot, 500 parking lot, during the phase 1 of construction. That being said, pedestrians that come to the site via vehicle will be going across Dillard and Ramseur at that intersection and will be using the Dillard Street entrance of Human Services. We have worked extensively with General Services, security, others on the committee to make sure that coordination will be allowed, that access will be allowed, just to keep people from having to walk all the way up to the front of the building as they historically did. So again, beginning June 1st, people will need to access the 500 lot via Elizabeth Street, and you will be entering the building via the Dillard Street entrance. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that information.
Okay. We're now at 220257, sole source exemption for purchase of compactor at the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant. And I've noted here, again, that we will include the funding source. Any questions? Okay. 220258, approving an increase of $258,000 in the maximum construction limit for Resolute Building Company for the Administration Building Refurbishment Project 4730 DC 137. 220259, execution of an amendment to the architectural design service contract with DTW Architects and Planners Limited for the Administration Building Renovations Project number DC 137. And, yep. Okay. 220263, replacement of HVAC package unit at General Services Warehouse using existing CIP funds. Okay. 220264, budget ordinance amendment number 22 BCC 00090, appropriating $80,000 of general fund balance for the Durham Youth Home to offset higher than expected use of out-of-county facilities.
Yeah, I wonder if we could just hear a little bit from Angela about what's happening at the youth home, and if she could just tell us a little bit more about this issue.
Good morning, Commissioners. The youth home has reduced its capacity several times since 2020 due to the pandemic and staff shortages. We again enacted it on October 1st of 2021 due to having severe shortages with our staff vacancies, our pandemic, trying to make sure that we can adequately maintain a safe environment, having employees out on various leaves, whether it be family leave, FMLA leave, sick leave, or regular vacation leave. We currently have about 14 full-time direct support staff, and we have experienced about 6 of those positions being vacant. We currently continue to hire as quickly as possible to fill those positions. We've hired several positions in the last 6 months, Unfortunately, we've lost about 3 of those positions in the last 90 days due to retirement and resignations of one employee not returning from FMLA, and then the employee who returned from paternity leave decided to tender his full-time resignation and work with us as a relief employee. So we continue to struggle with filling those positions. As you know, those positions have been classified as hard to fill, and we are working with human resources to figure out a way to get those positions filled as quickly as possible. But it is a struggle.
Well, thank you, Angela. And I know that similar to other positions that we have in the county, like in child welfare, child protection, a lot of these are very challenging jobs, and we appreciate the job that you do. I would just say I hope that we're looking at any support that we can give to you and recognize, these are conversations that we have on the DSS board about, things that we can do to recognize and incentivize and related to salaries and things like that. So I hope that we're doing that.
We appreciate the support that you are giving us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Dunn, what's the comparative salary, the salaries comparative to other areas that may be working under the same type of conditions?
Guilford County and Mecklenburg County has a larger starting salary. I think Mecklenburg's salary starts at about $57,000. And Guilford County, I think, may have made a change, but their previous salary was starting at about $45,000, I believe. And they are expecting to increase that. The other county facilities I'm not aware of, and I know the state facilities, their salaries are not competitive with the county facilities at all.
And are ours not competitive?
We are better, but we are not at the top.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Called being diplomatic. Maybe we can have a conversation about that later, but thank you, yeah. Any other questions? Commissioner Burns?
I didn't want to, I didn't have a question for, but the notation I'm sorry. I did want to make note just for the public, because and I'm happy that Commissioner Jacobs has asked us to add stuff in for some of the other descriptions, but I know it hasn't always been easy for you, Angela, and I just wanted to point out at the bottom, even with all the divergent services that we have, like we're having a balancing act. You have people leaving, we have reduced capacity because of COVID, but the very last sentence says currently there are 12 Durham juveniles detained out of county, of which three whose cases were transferred to Superior Court. So these are adult charges. These are pretty heavy. The sentence before that says, additionally, most juveniles who are being detained have serious charges or are being held for longer periods of time. So I do want people to understand, like, this is an issue that is hitting her from two spaces. It's a reduction in force that she has, a reduced capacity, and the fact that we just have very high crime that is going on right now, even with all the diversion services that the DA might be putting into place. And I would just want to go back and echo the sentiments that I've had a few other times, along with what we heard in public comment. We have a crisis. 95% of these folks are black boys. So as we see what's going on with her, we also have to think that double whammy she's getting hit with, that we are in a position of power to help reduce some of it. That doesn't mean we can build a youth home and still build some other services. So I did want to echo, I think sometimes when people look at it, they're like, oh, we're just sending more kids out. We have children who are committing serious crimes, and we cannot even hold them in this county. I only wanted to uplift that for all the people who will be watching and be in a position to defend you if I have to, Angela, when these issues come up. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Commissioner Burns, but I will say today, when I checked the census, Durham County only had 7 juveniles out of county.
The 7, thank you,
We
instead of 12.
updated to 7. And we will bring those juveniles back into county as quickly as possible. We are trying to schedule that now with the state to start bringing our children back into the county. So I just hope the staff level stays so that we can continue to do it. But we are working hard to bring our children back.
So did you just say that you have 7 that were transferred because of COVID?
No, they're transferred because of our staffing ratio.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the items on the consent agenda.
All right, thank you. So our next item, Commissioners, is a discussion item 220246, a transit plan governance study. And this is the board is requested to receive the presentation on the transit plan governance study and provide comments. In 2011, Durham County approved a county-wide transit plan, which included the development of the Durham Orange Light Rail Transit project. In 2013, an interlocal agreement was developed and approved by the Board of Commissioners, DCHC MPO Board, and the Go Triangle Board of Trustees under the discontinuation of the Do Light project, that's the light rail project. A new governance framework is necessary to guide the implementation of future county transit plans in Durham and Orange County. And I welcome Ellen Beckman and Durham County Transportation Manager to begin the conversation and introduce. Okay, who's with you? Adam. And Adam is.
I'm with Atkins Consulting.
Yeah, I'll give a.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right, okay. You'll do that. You'll do that thing, okay.
Okay. Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager.
No, the mic doesn't seem to be very loud today, so you have to get up a little bit closer.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, that was a good introduction for why we're doing this transit plan governance study. Last year, we decided to initiate this project in coordination with Orange County. Both of us are developing new transit plans, and both counties saw a need to revise our governance structure and how we make decisions on the ongoing implementation of projects. So we sought out and coordinated on the selection of a consultant to help us lead this study. That's Adam Howell here from Atkins. He's the project manager. And I think using a consultant helped us provide some objectivity, facilitate conversation among the 3 boards that ultimately have to approve this agreement and policies. So that's the Board of County Commissioners, the MPO Board, and the Go Triangle Board in each county. And just real quick, Adam, before he became a consultant, he worked at the Capital Area MPO, which is our neighboring MPO over in Wake County, and he was the first Wake Transit Program Manager. So it was really helpful that he was able to bring that experience setting up the policies and procedures that they have in Wake County so that we can learn from our peers and coordinate regionally. With that, I'll turn it over to Adam.
Thank you, Ellen, and Madam Chair and Commissioner. It's great to see all of you in person, and welcome, Dr. Sowell. Congratulations. This has been a very collaborative process. I met with all of you virtually, believe it or not, like 7 months ago now. It's been quite a while, so I appreciate the conversations that we've had together. But today I want to go through expand a little bit more about what Ellen brought to you about the project need and overview, what the two overarching goals were expressed from those initial interviews that we had with all of you and many of your partners, study process to date, looking at many of the major outcomes that stemmed from a series of joint workshops of staff from the 4 organizations that have been a part of this process thus far, and then also looking at a couple of topics that resulted in both majority and minority perspectives. And what that means is, as we went through these staff workshops, my team proposed several alternatives based on certain topics that would comprise a new interlocal agreement or supporting policies and procedures to move these annual work programs and multi-year planning efforts forward. And while a majority of those topics were found through consensus to be agreed upon moving forward into new documentation, there are couples where alternative thoughts were offered, and we documented both sides of where consensus was found on a majority and what a minority alternative was offered as well. So with that, a quick overview, and Commissioner Howerton did provide a little bit about what happened, and I believe most of this meeting will be transit-based moving forward. But early 2010s, you both passed, between Durham and Orange County, your independent county transit plans, and you're going through an update as you speak on that new county transit plan. And as well, you had a referendum to support the money to pay for that plan. In 2013, you had a brand new interlocal agreement that supported how to govern the spending of that money, a majority of which was focused on the light rail project connecting both Durham and Orange counties. In 2019, that light rail project was discontinued. In 2020, as I mentioned earlier, the counties both commenced on new transit plan updates. And then 2021, what we're talking about today is looking at how to create a new governance framework to guide your county plan processes. Now, I want to start at the top. There are 3 primary state enabling legislation items that guide and inform what needs to be documented and included to allow processes to be expanded upon. The first one is looking at General Statute Chapter 160. It essentially defines how our government body exists, but part of that, Article 26, truly defines the Regional Public Transportation Authority Act, which gives Go Triangle life. That's where all of its powers and enumerated responsibilities are documented. Chapter 105, Article 43, many of you are familiar with this one as well. It's Local Government Public Transportation Sales Act, which allows you to levy that 0.5% sales tax to support public transportation. And then Chapter 153A defines the enumerated powers and responsibilities for counties, but also defines the county role with levying additional revenue sources to support public transportation services, such as your property tax assessment. So, as you may remember, we had those interviews back in September and October with each of you in pairs or individually, and we did that with 70 people between Durham and Orange counties, the MPO, Go Triangle, and all their staff and board members. And we came up with 2 overarching goals that would define this study's process and eventually result in an outcome for these new documentation needs of the 2 counties. The first one is to truly create a clear and operationally efficient governance structure that ensures that Durham and Orange counties' priorities are funded and implemented with the county transit taxes and fees. The second one, forming new levels of accountability that includes development of an equitable set of processes which seek to gain community trust. And that final one was highly informed by many of you sitting here today. Starting from the beginning, as I said, we all met virtually several times between September and October. And like I said, the first 4 to 5 months of this process was truly just a listening exercise and documenting feedback from all of you, your partners, and stakeholders. In November of 2021, we invited representatives from this county commission, Orange County, the MPO board, and Go Triangle board, as well as some local jurisdictional elected officials to participate in our first joint elected official workshop. And there we had a good dialogue about the need to understand more about what public transportation in terms of governance is needed and helping to educate commissioners as well as staff on processes and regulations to move things forward. In December 2021, myself and Ellen and Orange County constituents or staff from the county met with Wake County peers, and we met with their staff who currently manage the Wake Transit program to learn a little bit more about what they're doing. And then my team also offered insights from a couple other peers around the country. One of them was in Denver, and the other one was looking at Charlotte. In January and February of 2022, my team focused on creating a series of alternatives in terms of ideas and concepts that should be comprising a new interlocal agreement. That was our primary charge and focus, because that is the truly one guiding document that is needed to move the money and the plan forward. In March of 2022 and April of 2022, we had 2 joint staff workshops. And on page 4 of your PDF of the memo that was provided to you, there is a full-page table, I apologize, that has 4 color codes that talk about actions taken across 17 different topics. And I'll get into what those colors mean and the different topics that we discuss shortly. But I want to talk about first is those 2 workshops focused on 5 primary topics that we developed as a team that we felt were the most critical to inform creating new documentation to support a new governance. The first one is being that of membership, and that would be membership to not only the interlocal agreement, but also the staff working group. The staff working group serves as that technical body that recommends from staff, from all 3 partners, ideas to move forward on an annual or multi-year basis planning purpose, and then tied to the funding to move projects forward. And then their recommendations, staff working board, come to the 3 boards currently that serve as the oversight for your county implementation of the transit plan. The other topic that you see here on the screen is the aspect of voting structures and who should be at the table, who could be at the table in terms of formally providing a vote at the staff working group level as well as at the board level. And as you can see here on the screen, and you may be looking at the larger table on your PDF, a majority of these topics from the Durham perspective move forward with consensus. The couple of items that are highlighted in red were focused on an Orange County perspective, and we'll talk about towards the end of this discussion. The other red item that you see here on the screen, again, we will talk about that later on, but we did propose a new way to look at and be more inclusive and provide more oversight for the county to be involved with looking at and voting on an annual work program and budget approval. And I'll talk through what the status quo is at this point in time. In the second workshop, we took a majority, those 2 topics that didn't reach consensus from the Orange County's perspective, and we continue that discussion. And the same alternative perspectives were provided, and I'll highlight that towards the end. We did provide an update to Orange County last week, and they provided their feedback from the commissioner's standpoint at this time forward. The item in gray that you see here, conflict mediation, was tabled for further discussion during the first workshop. It was determined further through offline conversations that that was not necessarily a need to be focused on in this documentation because of the greater involvement of the county desired to be in these documentation and the processes moving forward. The other 3 topics that we determined to focus on that were truly critical for this process were elements of financial planning, multi-year plan development, which is the transit plan that the county is working on now, and then the annual work plan development, which is the next topic of your work session today. Financial planning, my team brought forward many elements that needed to be documented, whether it was a part of the actual interlocal agreement itself or in subsequent documentation for financial policies, basis, or other elements of need. Almost all of these were agreed upon through consensus and discussion. And I should note that we were joined by a third-party facilitator, Fountain Works, and Warren Miller. He did facilitate all of our discussions. You may remember him during our virtual discussions as well. And so he was able to capture and continue that dialogue as we move this forward through continuity. And I'll talk through some of these details as well. The items in purple that you see on the right side of this table, consensus was met through concept and theory, but there was a request to my team to continue to flesh out these options as we move them forward into final draft purposes for counties and partners to review. So I'm very happy to note that a lot of this facilitation and cooperation was met through consensus at the end. So I want to move forward and discuss, and please, if there are questions, feel free to interrupt me. I want to talk about some of the primary outcomes that resulted from these two staff joint workshops. The first one is agreement and consensus on membership to a new primary agreement. That is that overarching interlocal agreement. Currently, it is Durham County, DCHC, MPO, and Go Triangle, and the group confirmed that the desire is to maintain those three primaries as signatories to the ILA. Moving forward, talking about voting structures and membership to the staff working group, which is again the technical board that makes recommendations that is comprised of staff from all of your partners involved with the process of planning. Currently, the makeup of that technical board of staff is only from those three primary signatories, the county, the MPO, and Go Triangle. What my team has done at this point, and there is an invite, there's an open invite for all those in the county that have an interest or involvement in putting transportation services on the ground, such as Go Durham or Duke or NC Central, to be present, but they don't have a formal invitation or formal process to be involved. At this point, we are inviting City of Durham to be formally a part of that group since they are the dominant transit provider here, but giving and formally inviting 5 non-voting members to be a part of this staff working group at the same time. And that was our team's recommendation that did reach consensus as a part of our discussions. Commissioner Howerton? Oh, I wasn't sure if you had a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
See that deer in the headlight look?
Yes, ma'am.
The voting members,
Mm-hmm.
talk a little bit more about how that works out. You know, I see how it's working,
Mm-hmm.
but how are you recommending that it works differently?
That's a great question. So we were primarily looking at Wake County as a peer or an aspirational peer as to what they're doing operationally.
Speaking the mic a little bit better.
We were looking at Wake County as an aspirational peer as to how they're operationally doing this at their technical group level. But we were also just trying to think Durham is a unique situation because you are a city-county entity with no other incorporated jurisdictions. And so we felt that allocating 2 votes to the primary signatories, which if you were to look at attendance and who was going to be at the table to make those votes at any given time, as well as the City of Durham's involvement, that the city was still able to provide their input and have a formal vote at that table. And so bringing that justification to the group at the time and understanding what Wake was doing, even though Wake is a much larger table with all of their jurisdictions involved formally, that this was, we felt, an equitable way of doing things. I don't know if that answered your question, though.
I don't think so. So right now, we've got, and I'm not sure, maybe I'm looking at the wrong structure, right? If it's on the MPO, we've got, Durham County's got 1 vote, the city's got 2. Or are you looking at a different area other than the MPO?
So this is agnostic as to who would be representing, but
I know that Wendy is on the MPO and she has the vote there, and then the county only, so the county has 1 vote.
so I apologize. So correct. When it comes to the formal adoption process or when it comes to the Board of Commissioners, the board acts as 1 vote essentially. But this is at the staff group. So these 222s, this is staff voting, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Howerton is trying to understand is what exists now versus what the difference is. I think if you could explain currently the City of Durham does not have a vote, and that this is recommending, that's the big change here, right?
Correct.
Isn't that the only major change?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify that.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
got it.
We can come back.
Come back to it.
Okay. Another item that resulted in consensus was looking at just critical definitions. And as you heard Mr. Landfried talk earlier about some of the desires for similarities and processes normalized across annual work program development, is really clearly defining elements that need to be in an annual work plan, a financial model, and what is consistent of that and who's involved with managing and oversight of it in partnership with your tax district administrator, which is Go Triangle at the time, financial plan, and the transit multi-year vision plan. All these things were brought to you or to your staff during these joint workshops with detailed definition and language for review, and the topics were received and agreed upon in consensus for moving forward in a draft document. There was also a new technical group and process defined that allows and defines for how the county's management and finance staff would have more direct involvement in all aspects of financial planning for annual and multi-year program development. That is a major change because currently the county doesn't actually have any involvement in budget development or preparation. They do at the staff working group level, but that's already after it's been drafted and technically prepared for review and potential recommendation that would come to you all as a partner in this process. So by having Alan Beckman, Susan Tizai, your CFO, or other folks in your county be involved with that many months before a draft comes out really changes that for you guys as a county to be much more involved. Several of these topics I understand are very high level, but this is essentially an outline that would make up the chapters for a new financial policies document. And some of this, Commissioner Jacobs, might look a little familiar because this is somewhat aligning with the Go Triangle Wake Transit one. And part of the reason why we're looking at, we're not replicating or duplicating, but we're making sure that we meet the needs of the county, but also take in mind that you do have partners here on a regional level. And so by creating some official operations to streamline their processes at the same time, but also giving you the awareness and involvement and oversight that you need as the county. So making sure that we include a non-supplantation clause. What that means is essentially ensuring that you are not paying for anything for public transportation services outside of the means and bounds of what that referendum is meant to pay for, as well as not paying for services that existed prior to levying that half-cent sales tax at a certain date back in 2012. Looking at definitions for fund balance for both operating capital and liquidity purposes. There was, in 2021, the development of existing policy guidance documentation to maintain carryover protocols for both capital and operating funds. Our recommendation was to continue with that language. It was a well-fleshed-out protocol and wanted to incorporate that. Also looking at developing high-level but standardized billing, payment, and reimbursement policy and guidelines, which at this point do not exist unless based on the county's need. And then focusing on incorporating debt policy and guidelines based on the county and the tax district administrator and their documentation, which is currently Go Triangle. Yes, ma'am.
The non-supplantation clause, would that include policies around increased costs for existing services?
That's a great question. It is indirectly related, and I'm actually going to get to that on another slide.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Another way that we are anticipating helping to streamline this, and this does align with WAKE as well, taking into consideration your regional partners at Go Triangle and the MPO, is helping define standardized elements to comprise the multi-year plan and annual work program document. This kind of helps to normalize the information that is brought to you all, to the public, and to all the staff that need to develop this between all the different agencies at a local and regional level. So the multi-year vision plan, 3 primary elements will be the multi-year capital plan, operating program, and the update of the financial model assumptions, if applicable at any time. There is also recommendations for how to amend this on an annual basis only, and there's limitations for that on purpose. The annual work plan is there with many more chapters of definition required. Again, this helps to standardize things and to make things more operationally efficient for you all and for the staff that prepare this documentation for you and your partners at Go Triangle and the MPO. Yes, ma'am.
Does the multi-year plan, the multi-year vision, the capital improvement and operating, includes every aspect of transit planning for Durham, or only the vision plan for how to use the transit fund?
That's a good question. Ultimately, that is truly up to your staff that develop that. My vision and the way that the Wake County partners do this is that they put every little detail into their capital development plan, long-term and annually. Now, the multi-year capital planning focuses on the major infrastructure needs that, of course, have costs built out over multiple years. So whether it is the bus rapid transit program or any type of maintenance facility to support transit aspects, but those smaller projects are all captured in a very detailed annual piece as well, and those are not multi-year. But they do put in as much detail, so I don't know if you want to.
It generally only includes those projects supported by the county taxes and fees for public transit, the sales tax, namely. The city can fund other things, you know, and Go Triangle can fund other transit improvements using their general revenues, and that's not included in this transit plan. So,
yeah, that's what I'm having trouble sort of wrapping my whole brain around is the sort of superset of all of both regional and local planning and the different funding sources. And just how to make that work well. Anyway, okay, thanks.
And I would just add, that's a great point, and I think one place for us to look is the Connect 2050 plan, which which is our MTP that has basically everything is in that. And I don't know, Ellen, if you think that's some place for us to look at.
yeah, so the MPO, develops long-range transportation plans for our region, and the current one was just adopted a few months ago. Is through 2050, and so that includes a greater group of transit projects, right? That a lot of things that we haven't found that we can afford with our transit plan dollars through 2040. The transit plan will be a subset of that, just looking at through 2040 and just that funding source.
Yeah, and the reason this matters is because of all the different funding sources. Trying to figure out what is the best way, most efficient way, and fairest way, to direct the funding from which funder to which project. Therein lies the rub.
It was Friday when we were on the tour, and the conversations that were being had on the bus was real clear that there's no clear line as to what the city's supposed to fund, the county's supposed to fund, or what Go Triangle. It's so complicated. The citizens didn't even know that that road was DOT, and they've been fighting about that road for years. And this is Route 9 that I'm talking about. They didn't know that that road was managed by DOT. So is there a way that some of this stuff can come together so that there's not so much confusion, and you got to go to 5 different documents to figure out where the policy is? What's the structure, what's the policy? And I know that I've had this conversation with Ellen quite a bit. Where's the policy? And what directs us as elected officials to know what we're supposed to do and what we can do? It's very confusing and frustrating. And if we're confused and frustrated, I can imagine how the citizens feel. So if there's anything that we can put in, and I know you're doing a lot of work on this, and if any way we can clarify it even more so, would be very helpful.
Excellent point. It is confusing. Those of us, we have a lot of different transportation plans, and that echoes a lot of conversations I've had with members of the public over years. I think as we are working on the development of our recommended transit plan. It's going to be coming out in the next few months. We're working with our consultant on the messaging and how we present this, and we'll try to address that in that document and how we talk about it. But But yeah, this governance plan is only focused on those county taxes and fees that are enabled by that Article 43, sales tax referendum. There are a lot of other potential revenue sources for improvement of public transit and just transportation projects in general outside of that.
And I had mentioned the structure about managing of tax dollars and knowing how those dollars are being allocated. Will that be in this plan, or is there some other resources that the county needs to allocate for that? And what I'm talking about is we really have no way of tracking our dollars, our tax dollars, and knowing what they're being spent for. Wake County has that system. Durham doesn't. And I think it's important that we have a system such as that as well.
Yeah, Wake County, we are trying to adopt and learn from our peers in Wake County. And they do have a transit tracker website. I think that might be what you're referring to. And I heard a presentation of it at a conference last week that Adam and I were at, or 2 weeks ago. And it is something that I think would be helpful to apply in Durham. There's a lot to do here. We need to get our transit plan adopted. We need to get this ILA in place. And then I think, there will be subsequent steps to implement new accountability structures and public engagement structures and all of that, policies. It's going to be a big effort over the next few years to reset and kind of reestablish our norms of how we do this.
Those are good questions, and I appreciate the dialogue. I wanted to continue along for you, looking at defining what we call equitable use of net proceeds. There is a general statement in the state statute that directs or guides jurisdictions on how to do this, and we developed quite a convoluted and complicated statement in our first round of discussions, and it was just too much, and so we simplified it as much as we could, and it boils down to these two sentences. Essentially, the revenues that are collected in a county must be spent for the benefit of that county. But that does not mean they have to be spent in the county. And this is for when we're talking about examples of a cross-county project. For that point, rates would then be negotiated on some agreed-upon periodic basis by the counties, are by definition equitable, but a cost-share agreement would be necessary for such application. And this is documented generically, but boldly so that you're not tied in with a specific limitation, and your partners at the staff level can bring recommendations forward to you with an appropriately negotiated draft aspect, and then for your comment and review at that point in time. And so the staff felt that this was effective to continue to move forward in a draft final documentation for agreement purposes. Now, this comes to Commissioner Carter's question about increased costs of existing services. This was brought up through organic discussion during our first workshop, and it was continued as a part of our second. My team developed, we looked at what you guys were doing from a county's perspective on the limitations and expectations for how to support paying for those increased costs of existing services. And for those that are not familiar, this is to help pay for the increased cost of those services that were in operation prior to the date of the new sales tax referendum being passed by the public. And so the current ILA states what you see here, that half of the $7 vehicle fee is that cap. That $7 vehicle registration fee is levied by you all as the county based on the rights given to you by the state statute. And the new alternative formula would also consider a similar limitation or a cap as requested by county staff that would prevent providers receiving more than a certain agreed upon value. We're not dictating what that value needs to be, a proportion from a specific revenue source that should or could be negotiated annually. We wanted to leave that open, but clearly dictated to allow for that discussion on an annual basis as need be. But currently, there is a limitation, very much dictated in the documentation, to show what the need should be. But it also limits the recipient of those funds to only be the city of that operates Go Durham. Go Triangle is not eligible for any of that, and they operate some of their routes within your county's jurisdiction. And so this new theoretical set of formula that my team provided would allow access to not only Go Durham, but also Go Triangle at the same time. I will put a caveat on that. We did not run the numbers. We presented a theoretical formula, and I believe staff will continue to explore that as we present the final theory based in documentation. The next topic that was achieved consensus in theory and concept, but still required further refinement, is that we proposed an annual work program amendment process and series of thresholds. This process is expected to follow the newly agreed upon work program approval process, which I will talk about shortly. But the dialogue further informed that expectations for accessible thresholds and how they're defined needed to be discussed further. So my team, in consultation with several of your staff here at the county and partners, were reviewing what the current thresholds are to be, and I believe it's $500,000 for capital, and there's a certain percentage for operating costs on an annual basis on whether or not to trigger that. But it's also who's involved at the table to review those amendments and how they get approved. And so this process is still being fleshed out as we speak. But in theory, what my team proposed that a change needed to occur was to move forward. Now, there are two topics that did not achieve full consensus where alternative perspectives were provided. And I'm highlighting this just so you're aware of the discussion that occurred during our two joint workshops. And this is focused on Orange County. Only this one slide, the second slide, will impact a little bit about Durham County. Orange County, their membership to the staff working group, if you remember, again, this is the staff technical group that makes recommendations. The confirmed alternative by majority of parties in the room that were present, again, many of you and the constituents as a part of those earlier interviews indicated that there was a desire to be more inclusive of parties to be at the table. And so my team recommended that not only the primary signatories are involved, but the town of Chapel Hill, both from an administrative standpoint and Chapel Hill Transit, are at the table with a vote, as well as the three existing municipalities, Carrboro, Hillsborough, and Mebane. Two non-voting members of TJ-Cog and UNC Chapel Hill. You see on the right, Go Triangle offered a alternative perspective there, where they justified that by saying that they would like to see the three primary signatories be present with 2 votes each, and then seeing Chapel Hill Transit as a representative for the town of Chapel Hill only, and then the other 6 parties there to be non-voting members. And their justification behind that was because they felt and they feel as though that transit operators should be the ones making formal decisions, and then those that with non-voting member invites can still provide their perspectives and ideas as they develop annual and multi-year plan documents. And then the final piece that did not receive full consensus, it did receive consensus from the Durham County parties' perspectives. No, I take that back, I apologize. It did not receive full consensus. The recommended language would provide the county first opportunity to consider the approval of the annual work program as recommended by the staff working group. And the county would have the oversight to approve or deny, but upon an approval, Go Triangle Board of Trustees would receive the county work plan, which includes the annual budgets that have been prepared by staff up to this point. And Go Triangle would not be able to make any changes, but could approve or deny while producing a list of significant concerns or technical issues. I do want to indicate that currently the process, the county does not have any involvement in this whatsoever. The Go Triangle Board, or the Go Triangle as an organization, serves as your tax district administrator and develops annual budgets based on their powers and responsibilities and presents that to the process so that you are aware of what's going on.
Madam Chair, I have a quick question.
Mr. Burns?
Thank you. I'm aware that they have administrative duties of our board. If I could go back to the other slide, I wanted to let you finish and then you shot to this one. You're looking to add more voting members, and I recognize that Durham's Board of County Commissioners, not just this one, it was also the one that was before, but you don't have to go back, that the board votes as one, but it is staff that is voting for us. That is correct. So that would be you, correct, Ellen?
Yes, I'm a member of the staff working group. Is that-
Yeah, that's what,
yeah,
no, right. I know you're on the staff working group, but the board votes as one, and that is a staff person. So it would probably be you or someone like you that would vote on behalf of us. Is that what I'm understanding? I mean, I can keep up with the best of them, y'all, but y'all hitting us with a lot of really dense material today. And to be honest, there have only been a few people on this board who've been privileged enough to sit at these tables. Like, let's really call a thing a thing. And so it's different. Like the opioid conversation, I've seen 10 presentations on it. I ain't have 10 questions. I haven't had 10 presentations on this. And neither has the majority of this board. So I'm going to ask one more time. When it comes time to vote, this board votes as one body, and that staff person votes. And I don't need nobody to touch their mic and clarify the question I'm trying to ask. That happened earlier with Commissioner Howard, and I don't need nobody to do that for me. I'm asking, is that a staff person that votes? And when that staff person votes, do they come to us first?
So currently, a lot of this is very detailed work, right? That's
right.
It's confusing and very process heavy. There's an annual work program. The annual budget is developed,
right,
and that's developed at the staff level, and it's brought to the staff working group for release,
right,
which is what we just did, and that's the next item on your presentation.
Right.
And then there's public comment, and then it is brought back to the staff working group, and the staff working group votes on a recommended budget. Right now, that then goes to the Go Triangle Board, and the Go Triangle Board approves it with their annual budget. It's a part of their annual budget. And like is on the agenda next, right? We have been bringing it to the Board of Commissioners for comment, and that's what you're tasked with next on the next item. This would change it so that when it comes to is presented to the commissioners, you have an approval role.
Right. That was all I needed.
Yeah.
That has wrapped that up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, at the staff working group level, we meet often. We meet maybe every other month or so. So there's a lot of staff working group involvement and votes that occur that don't come back
don't
to you
involve
for
us.
A check-in formally.
Right.
So, but this would bring that budget, which is really the most important document that is developed on an annual basis, to you for approval.
No, and just so I can clarify for you, that all makes perfect sense, right? 12 slides of it. After a while, I had to land a plane. And so I do, and Ellen, you and I have talked many times, about our transit plan whenever I have concerns, both through all three of the managers. You've always been very transparent, and you know what our goals are. You know what my goals are. You know where my confusion is. So I just needed to know, what this big change was, and you just explained it. And so now I'm better off, and we can proceed. But you put up 3 different voting models, and I just did not know where we were. And so now I know where we are, and I do know that you all come back and present to us, and that you would be voting for our values, but I needed some clarification, because I can't go through 3 presentations and be confused at presentation 1. I don't do you a service, myself, or the community I represent a service. So thank you for the explanation.
I think for those of us that are on the Go Triangle Board, you have a lot of new board members that, and it doesn't matter which board it is, but I'm talking about the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. Now, when you have new members on a board, and what they get is the end of the conversation without any context of the conversations that have been had prior to, it makes it hard for board members to vote yes. because they don't have any context. Because there have been so much happening before it comes to the board. So I guess I'm wondering, is there other ways that board members, by the time we get to the Go Triangle Board of Trustees, what is the information, other than the document that you're getting to vote on right now, that people can get so that they really understand what they're voting for? Because occasionally I push back because I haven't had enough information to understand, why am I voting for this? Now, the staff knows what it is about, but the ones of us that are having to be responsible for that final vote don't know. And as I listen to the people in Florida recently and talking about, if we're not there, if somebody else sits in that seat, how is that information transferred? The information should be so clear that whether it's me or whether it's Mary, whoever is in that seat, that information should continue to be transferable so that people understand what they're voting for. So I just share that with you because that's a conversation that keeps coming up, whether we are in Florida talking about commuter rail or whether we're on the Durham Transit, the board, on Go Triangle board. It's just understanding what is it, and when all the information is happening someplace else, it's not the easiest thing in the world. But, so, I just need to say that. Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, well, I just want to follow up on your point.
Let me just check the time here. We've got about 5 more minutes, well, 10 minutes, 10 more minutes before we're going to have to move to the next item. Okay.
Yeah, I think to your point, what we just discussed, which is that any changes would have to first come to this board for approval, which it doesn't now, then that would give all of us the opportunity and would give you the opportunity to hear it first and approve it first before it even goes to the Go Triangle board. Because what you're saying is that right now, things come to you as the Go Triangle board member that you don't know anything about, and you're hearing it for the first time. We'll have the advantage of having Ellen present the information first to us.
Yeah, Ellen does a great job on the phone because we talk before it comes to the agenda. But she only has so much time. There's only so much of her that we can use up unless we hire her some help. That it would just be helpful, however we manage that, so that people are informed. I believe that that needs to happen more.
Right. And I just want, and thank you so much for the presentation, Adam, and I just want to thank you, Ellen, for bringing this whole initiative forward, because you are the person who said we need to do a study, governance study, and we need to redo the ILA. And I just want to hear from you, Adam and Ellen, what is it that you want from us at this point? Do you want our input as to what the recommendations are thus far, or what is it that you want from us?
Yes, good segue. So these are the staff recommendations that have gone through that workshop process. And the next step is for Adam and his team to draft a draft ILA that reflects these recommendations. So we'll get the lawyers involved, right? But we wanted to make sure that we started with like the agreement on the what's in it, the policies that should be in it. So now is the time to provide any feedback on these recommendations. If there's anything you want to see changed or different, or have additional thoughts on that we should consider as we draft that specific language for the agreement.
And what's your timeline? that we need to get any recommendations back to you?
So we could, I mean, you're going to be presenting to the MPO board, right, and Go Triangle board later this month.
Correct, next week.
So within the next month, you know, we'll have collected that feedback and we'll be starting to work on that agreement language. The goal is to bring back a recommended agreement with the transit plans later this year, with or before. You know, we think that they need to be brought forward together.
So you're thinking October, November?
Hopefully earlier, right? I don't have
Earlier.
one. In Orange County, I think their transit plan is probably a little bit ahead of ours at this point, and they would like to have this brought forward like in August or so, right?
Orange County is looking for midsummer, maybe even prior to the end of the fiscal year. Now that is just for the interlocal agreement piece. There are other documentation that will probably need to be firmed up after that, but later this summer.
So the board has any recommendations they need to get them to you within the next 2 months?
Yeah. And I mean, it'll ultimately come back. You know, the recommendation will come back and you will have to formally approve it. And it will go to all 3 boards. That's for approval. So there may be changes at that point, but we hope that we're close at that point.
Will be. All right, any other questions, Commissioner Carter?
Thank you so much. I think that the recommendations you brought forward to us today are very solid, and I feel, you know, pretty good saying I support them all, except for I'm not sure about the one related to increased cost for existing services. You know, I want to be sure we're fair, you know, with that, but I'm just not sure. I think that the absent sales tax for transit should pay for the increase. I don't know. You know, I would like to hear more from you all. I'd like for you all to talk about it more. I don't mean I want to hear more today because I know Carlton's getting us along, but in the future, you know, I just think that one's really tricky. And I'd also like to hear more about, well, what if there are conflicts between our decision and Go Triangle? But as far as the membership recommendations, I really feel strongly that what you brought to us looks good and that we should vote to approve the work program before it goes to Go Triangle. I really think that'll help not only us understand what we're understand what's in the work program better because we'll be approving it. It'll also help our residents maybe feel closer to it. Because this is all mysterious, you know, MPO, Go Triangle, you know, we vote, city, you know, it's really mysterious, and I think that'll help alleviate some of the mystery. And then the one other thing I'd like to learn more about, and I could probably just research this on my own, I guess, is what does 153A say about the county responsibility for transit that should be supported with our property tax dollars? I didn't know that we had a responsibility for transit by way of property tax assessment, and that was one of the first things that up there. So I'd like to know more about that. I want to be sure we are fulfilling our responsibility and not just relying on the city to do it. I've always thought that was the city responsibility. So I'm hung up on who's responsible for what here. Thank you.
I just want to, well, actually, sorry.
Yeah, I know you asked for guidance, so I just want to echo Commissioner Carter.
Hang on a second, do you want to answer first?
I did want to actually, I need to make a comment on this, the last slide here, because I wanted to point out the minority perspective that we did need to document and capture. As we're talking about who gets to approve and when that happens, the only reason that there was an alternative perspective captured here to offer that the county should not receive this first was there was a concern for how it might impact the plan timeline for how the information is processed and developed and presented. And so we are working with staff between all of the partners to look at the current timeline that is done and looking at how this process might impact based on meeting schedules and needing to get things done before the fiscal year. And we're looking at them side by side before we make any of our final recommendations in text, but I wanted to make that clear so that you're aware of what that minority perspective was. I just want to make sure that I said that publicly so you're aware.
That's all right. Yeah, last question.
I don't have a question, just you had asked for guidance, and I just want to echo what Commissioner Carter said, that I really support what you're recommending, and I'm also think it's really important, all of the financial policies that are embedded in here, which we don't have now, that will help provide the accountability and the transparency and the oversight and the understanding of how our money is being spent. So I think this is going to really help address a lot of the concerns. So thank you.
Yeah, we won't have to be asking how to track the dollars anymore. That would be a great relief. So thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you, Ellen. And I know that you're doing the work of 2 or 3 people, just like so many of our staff members, but thanks a bunch. And, we'll look for the next iteration. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next presentation, let's see, it's 11:30. Do we need a stretch break? Commissioners, are you okay? Yeah. Like a break. Okay. Stretch break. Yeah.
This just a.
Yeah. right, so the next item, which I see you're already here. Let's see, we are 220248, presentation of material changes to the 2017 Durham County Transit Plan and Draft FY23 Annual Transit Work Program. So we can get started with that, and I see Ellen again and Aaron Kane who will present this item. And I'm sure Commissioner Jacobs will be back momentarily. So we want to go ahead and get started.
Sure, if we can get started. So this goes together well with our previous items. So this is our governance structure in action and how things are today. Aaron Kane here is the staff working group administrator. So he, organizes the meetings and helps us, do the work of that the staff working group decides upon. So he's going to present here on the FY23 work program, which is the annual budget, as well as associated material changes to the Durham Transit Plan. So we are needing to amend the current Durham Transit Plan to incorporate some of the projects that are proposed in the upcoming 23 work program budget. He will give this presentation, but just for a little bit of context, like described, the Board of Commissioners does not approve the work program. You will be providing comment on the work program. It will go back to the staff working group for a formal recommendation, and then it will go to the Go Triangle Board for incorporation into their annual budget. But you do get to approve the material change to the Durham Transit Plan. There are thresholds in our current interlocal agreement that say when all three boards have to approve changes to the transit plan, and some of the items meet that threshold, so you will be voting on that. Today's a presentation. May 9th will be a request to approve those comments on the work program, and May 23rd will be a request to approve those changes to the transit plan. Hopefully that makes sense. And with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron. He can talk through what's in there.
Thank you, Ellen, for that introduction. I'll just go ahead. This is a short presentation. I'm going to give you a general overview of what's in the FY23 work program, as well as some items that we've been doing for the past several years through the transit tax that you all have authorized. And then I'll talk about the material changes that we'll be asking you to approve, and just asking you to go ahead and make any comment that you have on the work program. There we go. So what is the work program? As Ellen said, it is essentially our annual budget for the transit tax. Now, we have a guiding document that we use, the 2017 Durham Transit Plan, but as you're well aware, due to the discontinuation of Durham Orange Light Rail back in 2019, we have been working towards a new transit plan. And what we're trying to do in FY23 is start to kind of meld some of those projects that are going to be in the new transit plan and go ahead and get a jump start on those as soon as we can by incorporating them into the FY23 work program. And that is why we're asking for you all to approve some material changes to the existing plan, and these are all material changes that are going to be in the draft new transit plan that you all will be looking to adopt this fall. So it's an annual budget. It identifies the existing programs that we're going to be continuing, as well as any new programs, and we bring those to light. The MPO, the Durham Chapel Hill Carborough MPO, is responsible for the staff working group administration, and Go Triangle has the finance side and the budgeting side, keeping track of all the money. So, as I said before, I want to just go over and make sure we're all well aware of some of the programs that are continuing from previous years. We've been assessing this tax since 2013, and we've had a number of projects and operating improvements that we've been able to put together over the years through this funding. So you can see all the Go Durham routes that are being improved, all the Go Triangle routes that have been improved. We have other smaller programs like the Food Access for Seniors, which provides transportation for those living in senior public facilities to be able to get to grocery stores without having to use Durham County Access. This provides a regularly scheduled service for them. Paratransit improvements, Go Durham Connect being a new microtransit service that's being provided, as well as design on 3 transit emphasis corridors, Chapel Hill Road, Holloway Street, and Fayetteville Street. So those are going to be continuing, as well as a very popular program, the Go Durham Bus Stop Improvements Program. So we have several new programs and projects that we are proposing to include in FY23 that will be part of the new transit plan that you'll see in a few months. First off, Northern Durham improvements. These would be improvements to Go Durham routes 9A and 9B, as well as a new crosstown service from Durham Regional Hospital to Duke University Hospital and all points in between, allowing folks from Northern Durham to access jobs at Duke Hospital without having to transfer downtown, providing a more direct service for them. Headway reduction on Go Durham Route 3. This is one of the most highest ridership routes in the system. There's overcrowding issues there, and so we want to be able to provide more bus service, more frequent bus service, so that the buses aren't so crowded. Funding, there's $3.3 million for funding a new paratransit maintenance facility. Right now, paratransit and regular bus services are maintained at the same facility. That facility is getting overcrowded. So a study was done that recommended creating a new paratransit maintenance facility, providing capacity at the current facility to just be able to handle regular service. So there's funding in there for that, at least for design and property acquisition. Improvements that would allow for a little bit of money to go towards improving the current bus operations and maintenance facility. For those who've been on the commission for a few years, you may remember conversations about bumps and rumps. That's what that is. Also, there's $1.8 million in the work program for improvements at Durham Station, not only to enhance the rider's experience, but also to enhance improvements and allow for easier flow through the facility. This $1.8 million is actually leveraging additional, I believe it's $9 to $9.8 million that we're receiving from the federal government on this. So it's a great use of local dollars to leverage federal dollars. There's also a little bit of money in there to construct a sidewalk at NC 98 and Mineral Springs Road near Oak Grove Middle School. This would allow for people to be able to better access transit stops along that route in conjunction with an NCDOT construction project for improvements at that site. But there was just a little bit of sidewalk that we needed that was outside the purview of the NCDOT project, so we're proposing that this funding help construct that, as well as 3 new staff for the city of Durham to implement projects that are funded through the transit tax. Right now we have funding, we have great projects lined up, but we're short on staff in getting those implemented, and this would help relieve that issue. So in general, the proposed budget you can see here by agency. There are 4 agencies that receive funding through the work program. As you can also see, there would be a significant allocation to the fund balance through this because our expected revenues are planned to be higher than expenditures for the next year. As Ellen alluded to, there are some material changes that need to be approved by this board as part of the process, and that we will be asking you to approve those on May 23rd. Those are the Northern Durham improvements that I talked about, which are the Route 9 and 9A and 9A and 9B improvements, as well as the crosstown service. the $3.3 million for the new paratransit maintenance facility, the $1.8 million for the Durham station improvements, as well as an increase in funding of $750,000 to the Durham bus stop improvement program. This current fiscal year, FY22, that program has $3 million, where because of economies of scale and the way that Go Triangle is being able to ramp up and be more efficient with the design and construction of bus stops, they've improved their capacity. We want to keep getting those on the ground as quickly as possible. So we're recommending adding that by $750,000, but that does trigger the ILA to have you all approve that increased budget. So these are the proposed material changes and their proposed FY23 budget and what we expect to see in FY24. As I mentioned before, the bus stop improvements, it's already got $3 million in there, so the total budget for FY23 would actually be $3.75 million. You all would need to approve the addition of $750,000 to the previous $3 million. For the Northern Durham improvements, you're seeing a large jump from FY23 to FY24. That's because the service is not expected to ramp up at the beginning of the fiscal year. It takes a while to recruit operators, to get out the notice to the writers and so forth. So that won't start until probably middle of the fiscal year. But the FY24 budget is the expected need that they're going to need for full year service in FY24. So it is out for public comment now. It was released on April 19th. We're taking comment on May 10th. The MPO is also going to get a very similar presentation and review on May 11th. The Go Triangle Board of Trustees, per the ILA, is the only board that approves the work program itself. And we will be asking them to do it at their June meeting as part of their budget adoption. This is available on the MPO and Go Triangle websites, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions. And with that, I open it to the floor to comments and questions. Oh, well, as I mentioned before, what I am asking you all to do is get us comment and input on the work program by May 9th and adopt the resolution approving the material changes by May 23rd. That, I don't have any more comment. I don't have any more slides. Open the floor to comments.
Aaron, for your presentation. I do have one question regarding the budget. You are requesting 3 FTEs. Can you explain to me why you would do that before the study is complete?
So this is actually a request from the city of Durham for the 3 FTEs.
Yeah, why would you, I mean, I don't have any explanation as to why you would do that before the study is complete.
Before the study is completed. The city of Durham made the request because they have a number of capital needs, a number of capital projects that they need to be able to get designed and get managed through get constructed, and they need management for that. And the desire is to get those projects moving forward as quickly as possible, and that's the reason for the request. The requests are assuming a hiring date of about October 1, which hopefully will align well with the transit governance study.
I still think it should be inside the plan rather than doing it outside the plan. I just don't see how. So we're allocating funds for 3 FTEs, and I hear what you're saying, but there's no strategy as to why do it that way. We do so many things, and there's no policy, and we just do it. And it's just a real quandary as to why we do it that way.
There is not a specific policy in the ILA or any of our governing documents regarding request for staff. Staff may be requested by any agency, as long as it does not trigger a material change per the interlocal agreement. It simply goes through this budgeting process and gets approved by the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. That is correct. That is the current process.
Commissioner Jacobs, so I still have a problem with that.
Okay.
Okay. We'll let the other board members.
Well, I just want to follow up what Commissioner Howerton said, and to acknowledge that Ellen Beckman has recommended that moving forward that we have a policy, which I support, that requests, for instance, such as these, that we have a 50% cost share with the city. And that's what I believe you recommended to us, Ellen, is that this be a 50% cost share. And I would like, Ellen, if you could actually elaborate on your response to all of these requests and what your recommendations are.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So Erin is our neutral staff working group administrator. I am one of 3 votes on the staff working group, representing Durham County. So there is a memo that is included in your materials that is from me that goes through, my recommendations to you on the comments and the transit plan amendment. So I can go through that quickly. I guess first of all, on the transit plan amendment, those large projects that Erin talked about, I support them. I think it's very exciting that we can get some of these started quickly. And they're all feeding into our recommended transit plan and consistent with the goals and priorities of that transit plan. So that's great. There are other items in the work program that I do have some concerns about, and I drafted, some comments on those items that I'd like to get your feedback on, and I would then incorporate your comments into like a formal recommended set of comments that you would approve at the next meeting. So those items are, I guess, starting with I'll start with the one that you already talked about. So the City of Durham staffing request. The recommendation I have is that those be funded at a 50-50 cost share. The city is responsible for a lot of projects that I think are important to Durham County, and we want them to be successful. And this is a lot of projects that have already been approved, let alone like new projects that might be coming in the upcoming transit plan. However, like I presented when I presented the update on the transit plan in March, to all the boards, and there is a desire overwhelmingly from the boards that we wanted to do everything. We wanted to do both regional projects and local projects. And the financial reality is that we really can't do all of that. We need to bring more revenues into the transit plan and into accomplishing all of those projects. And this, the staffing request, I think, is one of the most appropriate places for the city to contribute. I used to be city staff, and I recognize that city staff have a lot of responsibilities, especially the transportation department, and that these staff are likely to get involved in both transit plan projects and other just general community needs. So I think a 50-50 cost share helps reflect that. And make sure that they, have a stake and are contributing to our overall transit goals. So that's that item. Similarly, there's a request from the city for additional funding for the Holloway and Fayetteville corridor projects for next year. These are things that they've been working on for a few years now, and they're asking for funding for design, the next phase. $4 million in total, which is pretty high considering the overall size of those projects. I think we need more information about all of the projects they're working on and how this fits into the accomplishment of all of those Better Bus projects, how the funding is going to work, which projects are going to be funded with which money, and is there construction dollars lined up to then implement those projects. These projects, as they've evolved, and I've been participating in some of the meetings, they do include a lot of sidewalk maintenance and construction funding, and also just some, kind of undefined elements that might be streetscaping, placemaking, art, could be great things. However, they are kind of veering away from those top priorities of transit riders. You know, transit riders told us that service was the most important aspect for them. Service and reliability and, you know, frequency. Sidewalks were on the list, but it was a little further down the list. So again, you know, reflecting that we don't have enough money to accomplish everything, and that these projects include a lot of general community benefits and things that the city routinely funds and builds. I also am recommending that we have a 50% cost share for those types of elements, project elements.
What do you mean, the sidewalks? Say more about are you recommending a cost share as far as the sidewalks are concerned?
Yes, yeah, sidewalks, access to transit sidewalks, right? We all live in Durham, and one of the most common complaints is that on the transportation side is that there aren't adequate sidewalks here in this community, and that's very true. It's always near the top of the list, right, of the resident priorities, resident survey. So there are tremendous needs for sidewalk in Durham, and it will benefit transit riders, and I do think it's appropriate that we help contribute towards that in some ways, but there need to be some guidelines, some guardrails around what we fund, because the need is huge, and it really, the requests will keep coming. You know, there's an unlimited number of sidewalks that need to be built in Durham, so I think we just need to be very deliberate and careful around how much we fund that, and that a cost share with the city will help us kind of work together more as a team in addressing that need.
So with the plan, Ellen, establish to what extent, what would be the bottom, the floor as to how much we would invest, or would that be open to?
So we have some existing, like the Fayetteville and Holloway corridor projects are in our plan today.
They
were amended a few years ago and added.
They were amended and approved by this board in May of 2020.
Yeah. The projects at that time were very, you know, high level. You know, we've gotten, as they've advanced through design, we have a better idea of what's in those projects. And like I'm saying, they're increasingly including more and more and more sidewalk, like as opposed to other elements focused on bus speed and reliability, like bus lanes and stuff like that. So those are in our plan, and there is also some existing funding for access to transit sidewalks in our plan. In our upcoming plan, we're putting aside some funding for additional access to transit sidewalks, but it is a limited amount. Like, it's not anywhere near enough to address all of the sidewalk needs in Durham like that. It's just, when we did our prioritization and tried to figure out how to put the pieces together, what we could afford in our plan, you know, that was one where we frankly had to dial back how much funding because of the other higher priorities of transit riders. So.
You know, there are, you have your hand up, Commissioner Burns? There's just a lot of conversation. I keep, around this transit stuff, it's how do we do it in a collective manner with the city and the county where it's working out so that it doesn't feel like the county is taking the bulk of the responsibility, or the city, but we're doing it from a collective partnership. And I'd like to, you may not have that answer today, but I think that's something that we need to have some conversation around, is how do we make this a community-driven conversation rather than what the city has to do, what the county has to do. because the citizens don't give a rip. They just want us to get it done. Commissioner Burns?
How you doing, Aaron? How you doing, Ellen? Thank you both. I might differ a little bit from my colleagues in that I liked some of the proposed recommendations and where the budget is going to go. And Ellen, I did want to thank you for your memo. Like, your notes always help me, and so I appreciate those. What I did want to go back and look at, a couple of things. In the last presentation for my board members, we made a request, and Ellen, I heard it in your voice and I saw it on your face. We're making these requests. He was like, there's so much work to be done, right? I heard that, so I don't necessarily have a problem with the 3 requested folks because they're implementation staff, right? So I'm okay with it a little bit on the front end. I appreciate you requesting that we do a 50% cost share because I think that that's fair, right? And in order to implement the things that we want to see, what the community wants to see, that takes staff. It wasn't missed on me that when you all started on this plan, I think you all mentioned that there was 8,000 folks riding the bus. And then before COVID, it was 21,000. We're at about 14,000 now. So that alone, just the significant, almost 3 times increase in ridership, the demand for what you all might need to manage this, in my mind, it meets that standard, like just the fact that we have that much usership. I did want to go back. We had a public comment period earlier. I've listened to both of you all speak about, the request. And I know that I've said it and the other people on the board have said it. I'm hopeful that in my comments and the community's comments, you say it's always close to the top. This sidewalk issue, when y'all did the tour this weekend and when Mike was up here today, he literally said we have sidewalks that are in ditches. A lot of y'all in this room don't ride the bus. I have had to ride the bus to get to work. I've had to ride the bus to get to Duke Hospital for my family. I've had to ride the bus to get back here just to get downtown. So when people are, I really want you, none of y'all would stand in the rain in a ditch. I can't get some of y'all to stand outside and get your hair wet. So I'm happy that you brought it up and say that we didn't put nearly as much money into it. In the next budget cycle, since we have now heard from the experts, we've heard from our community, and we've heard from a coalition, like we need to make this a priority. One of the things that's not in here that upsets me a little bit, but I also see the need for the other proposed adjustments. Before I'm done being a county commissioner, I just think that for some of our schools, like we have got to have bus stops there. And I recognize that's a heavy lift because I'm also asking for you all to change routes, right? In order to add a stop, a route has to be improved or modified. It's not, we have kids that miss schools. We have teachers that might not have cars. We have bus drivers that don't have cars. We have teachers who don't have cars. And then you just got some that bike. They might just choose to, say, I don't want to have a car. So when we see that 68% of the folks that are riding our buses don't have cars or don't have access to cars, in that memo that she had, if you have not taken the time to read it, I would love to see, and maybe it'll be after I no longer sit up here. I don't know. But we've got to have a serious conversation. We talk about schools. We really don't have a great alternative to get everybody to them, and we're building new schools every day. So I do hope that in the next budget cycle, I like everything you all propose. I feel like you've given me a rationale. When I was an alternate on MPO, Aaron, you gave some great presentations. I do want us to have this conversation about the sidewalks, and I really do want us to have this conversation about adding additional bus stops. And I do want to say thank you for the improvements to Route 9A and 9B. For anybody who didn't notice that in the memo, that gets people to Duke Regional. As somebody who spent all last week at Duke Regional, that's huge because I saw people walking up and down the street, trying to get to Duke Regional. Thank you I didn't get to do this. My mom had to walk back to her car really late at night. I don't know where the sheriff is, but the sheriff's deputy, they were walking people, to make sure they got to light. They were walking people to make sure they got their car. So I do appreciate these improvements and additions to that route. But those were just my comments, and I thank you all for the work that you've already done on this.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you all for the presentation. Yeah, I had a comments on it. What Commissioner Burns said, so I'll say ditto to what he said and then add on to that. I'm really excited to see the sidewalk construction at 98 because I think that's going to be really important. Oh, can you hear me now? Hello? It's green.
You just have to speak a little louder
You hear-
into the mic, otherwise,
Can you hear me now?
a little better, just raise your voice a little bit.
Perfect. I was just saying that I'm really glad to see the more sidewalk construction at 98, especially as, you know, the Olive Branch developments, Olive Branch Road developments start to grow. That area is going to become extremely busy, and stuff is not accessible off of 98 at all to those neighborhoods, so I'm really glad to see that. Another thing, I had two questions. So I know we aren't at the phase where we've approved or moved forward with the commuter rail project, but just wondering, are any of these stops that are being added along those commuter rail stops to make sure that the commuter rail is accessible to our communities that don't have access to vehicles to reach those areas?
So Go Triangle manages the bus stop improvement program, and they have a formula that I could not recall off the top of my head right now, but they have a formula that they use to determine priority for where those bus stops are and where they are in the queue to get improved. I don't believe commuter rail stop location is a part of that formula right now because it's still up in the air as to whether that's going to come to fruition. However, this bus stop improvement program, it's going to take us 5 or 6 years. And so as we get closer to the realization of a commuter rail line and its construction, I'm sure that will be a part of the conversation.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, in which part of our transit plan, because I know this would be something that works jointly with the city, so it might be in this portion, are we having more conversations about bike lanes as we talk about, you know, having more sidewalks, but making the city and county more accessible?
So it's not, bicycle lanes have not really been a part of the transit plan discussion. We've talked about sidewalks, allowing people to walk to stops more easily from their neighborhoods and more safely. But bicycle lanes haven't really been a part of the transit plan discussion. Now, we do have other funding resources that we've been able to direct to bike lanes, and we have several projects that we're working with the city on now for some buffered bike lanes and some bike lane construction and bike lane striping and so forth, at least through the MPO. So we do have other funding sources for that, but we haven't really used the transit plan revenues for that purpose.
Thank you.
Carter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Aaron, for the presentation, and Ellen for the comments that you have made for us, and I think they're all really thoughtful, and I support them. One thing I'd like to ask is maybe we could get more information on the better bus improvements, the $4 million. I don't know whether the city could come perhaps and report out to us at another meeting or in a detailed memo, but I feel like in addition to the infrastructure along more bus routes and better bus stops, we also want to be working on frequency and speed and reliability, and that has come forward, I think, from our community engagement as top priority, if I'm remembering correctly. And so I'd like to know, you know, how much of the $4 million is targeted at that kind of project.
So it's all targeted at those. So what was approved in 2020, and I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head. It was, I think, a little over 10 million on Fayetteville and a little over 9 million on Holloway. And so the 4 million that's being talked about here is the design for those two projects. It is all going to that. It's not just a portion of it.
So it's all going to those two projects, but is any of that 4 million, it's design, so it's not really looking into a study on how to make those bus routes more frequent or more reliable?
No, it is.
Make sure they're on time, make sure they're faster, you know, by way of some sort of I don't know, a separate lane, or I thought I remembered there was some conversation at one point about a bus rapid transit program along.
That was when it was presented in 2020, it was talked about as a potential, also some potential improvements to improve the flow of buses through that corridor so that they could move more easily and be more on time. As the project has progressed, now I would need to ask city staff to provide specific details on this, but as the project has progressed, my understanding is it's become more of a physical infrastructure of actually getting people to the bus lines rather than infrastructure that's going to address the speed and reliability of the buses. It's become more about safety and access.
Okay, so that was my sense. And I'm not, while I want the infrastructure, absolutely, I want us to have an ideal local bus system where every bus stop is sheltered and it's comfortable, and there's, accessibility for all sorts of walkers and rollers. And we need to have more reliability and better frequency, and and who's going to fund all of this? I mean, it does sort of come back to the fact that in addition to this ideal local system, we also must have an improved regional transit system with passenger rail, with a robust schedule that's not just for commuters. And so we say at every meeting, we know there is not adequate funding in our transit tax fund to do everything. I guess maybe we could ask our staff to tackle this even with more gusto. Let us know, okay, exactly what it would cost to put all of these projects into motion that we want and know that we must have, and then to help us figure out what is the appropriate source of funding for each of these. Until the city and the county government are merged one day, we do still sort of abide by these, areas of authority, and it has always been, it has seemed like that, it was a routine responsibility of the city to work on the infrastructure around bus stops. And so that's why now it's if both the city and the county, if we all agree that we want robust regional transit with a passenger rail, and if we want an ideal bus system for majority of people who use it currently and more users, we're going to have to figure out how to fund all of that. And we keep saying that, and I'd like some more guidance on that from our staff. What it will take to do it all, or get as close to it as possible, and what are the fair ways to to share these costs between the county with our transit tax and between the city with their property taxes and any other funding mechanisms that might be available to the city, and with Go Triangle as well. So, I don't know, I feel like that is the major question, and we got to figure out how to answer it, and we need staff's help with that.
So what Commissioner Carter is saying is the lines are blurred a little bit between what the county pays for the city, and it's blurred for the citizens as to how we make that a seamless transaction. And being out on Highway 9 and seeing the ditches and the people have to stand in to catch the buses, and if it had been raining, it would have really been dangerous. So sidewalks is very important, and even ditch, what do you call the ditch repair, however you want to fix the ditches, because those ditches were bad. So it's a lot of work to be done. And Aaron, so for me, and I hope for the board as well, when it comes back to us, I'd really like to see, when we talk about adding 3 more FTEs, I'd like to see the rationale. If you could send us a paper, send us what you have now, what's the gap that has that that you need that to happen right away.
Yeah, well, I'll need to, again, this is a city request, so I'll ask the city to provide that information and get it to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, if they could just provide us some type of rationale for, I know, I heard what you said, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes sense.
Will do.
Okay. All right, I'd appreciate that.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Mine was just a quick
Jacobs
request.
and, okay.
Mine was just a quick request. Our comment back to them is the 9th. The public's comment is back on May 10th. I would just like to request that maybe if the county manager in her weekly blog, and also we could get our communication staff to put it on our calendar. I know it's housed on their website, but the public comment for this plan, if I'm not, is that May 10th?
May 10th, yes.
Yes, could we just make sure that we put that in the county manager's blog and put it on the calendar and Facebook so that folks know they have this opportunity? That was my only request.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Carter's great points that she raised, and I would also like to request that we do have a presentation, and we've got Sean Egan back there from the city for us to really understand what, we are funding a huge amount of money for the city's transportation plans, and we really need to understand about the transit emphasis corridors, and also just the overall, what is the city transportation plan, and how much funding the city is contributing, and getting back to the issue of sidewalks, I really do challenge city government to find, and designate more funding for sidewalks. We're about to do a $500 million plus bond for education. And we have critical needs. The county transit dollars are for local and regional needs. And I'm very concerned that we are funding things that actually do not help transit. I'm like Commissioner Carter. I'm really excited to see the reliability, bus speed and reliability improvements, but it's not that much. And those are things like giving bus-only lanes or signal prioritization and things like that, because that is what we have seen from residents is they want quicker service, more reliable service, things like that. So I would really like our board to get that type of information. I would also like to understand what is happening with the microtransit for Trayburn and the Northern Durham Tech Campus. That is something that this board has asked for years. And I really, we need to know what is the status of that project. I'm thrilled to see, as Commissioner Burns mentioned, that the improved bus service to Northern Durham. That is fantastic. And also that we're contributing $3.75 million for 75 bus stops. We know this is critical, and they're expensive, $50,000 a bus stop. But I would also like to know how much is the city putting into bus stops. Related to the Mineral Springs sidewalk, Ellen, can you confirm, is this the second time that the county will be paying for sidewalks, the first being Forest View? And I know that's a whole other conversation about the challenges that we have with NCDOT and the county not having funding and policy related to sidewalks, related to, again, what Commissioner Burns mentioned about schools. But I think in the future, if we could dig into that whole issue about sidewalks out in the county, and especially related to schools. So those were my questions, but I support everything that you have recommended to us, Ellen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all those comments. I got a lot of notes to take, a lot of things to follow up on.
presentation unless there's something else for you?
No, I'll be putting these comments into a recommended set of comments for you to consider on May 9th. And I'll be following up with the city to get them scheduled for a presentation to you on all of their projects, including the financial details of how everything is funded and brought to construction. I guess we can come back on with the Trayburn and the North Durham stuff. That's another big topic that we could include in that presentation or as a separate presentation. And overall, right, all of this is pointing towards the need for a policy and like a formal agreement with the city to decide on who does what and what the cost share should be. So that's something that relates to Adam's presentation and all needs to be developed. There's a lot of work to be done. Yeah. Okay. Thank
you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, it is, what is it, about 12:25, so if we could do one more presentation and then we can take lunch at 1 o'clock. Go Triangle is here. The Durham Light Rail Transit Project Expense Report. There's Go Triangle is here to do a presentation around that. We do that, and then we'll have time for lunch. Okay. So we've got Chuck Tucker with president of the Go Triangle, and Catherine is here, Eccleston, and also Go Triangle Chief Financial Officer, present financial report. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Glad to be here today in person rather than a Zoom call, so it's a much better feel. Thank you for having us today to talk about the Durham Orange Light Rail expenses that have driven a lot of questions over the last couple of years. And I think Commissioner Howerton, you may remember at our board meeting that we promised to do a better job of presenting the cost and the expenses that were paid for the Durham Orange Light Rail project and how they were split between Durham and Orange County and which companies were awarded the funds. We presented to you as a board member of Go Triangle and the Go Triangle board at the last board meeting a presentation that we got a lot of good comment on from you and others to present to you today. We incorporated your comments into this presentation. I hope that you find them acceptable. And I'd like to hand the presentation over to Sandra Freeman, our CFO, to go through the presentation. I hope this presentation provides a lot more answers to what this board was looking for and the residents of Durham. And if it doesn't, we're going to continue to work on it until it does. So I appreciate that, and so I'll turn it over to Sandra.
Thank you, Chuck. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Catherine Eggleston, who's our Chief Development Officer, and I'm going to tag team a little bit on the presentation. I'm sure you're very aware of who the FTA is. That's Federal Transit Administration. And we went into an agreement to try to get federal funding for our light rail project, which many of you are aware of. And what we want to walk through is the process by which that occurred, where we were when the project was stopped, and give you some detail on what the money, the $157 million, was spent on. And feel free to stop us at any time with questions, please. So just to talk a little bit about the federal funding process, we wanted or hoped to get 50% of the total amount of this project funded by FTA. In order to do that, there are some very strict guidelines that we had to follow in terms of how the project had to move forward. They have a lot of do's and don'ts when you're trying to get federal money. We worked very closely with the FTA. every step of the way. We had monthly, weekly, sometimes daily meetings with them on what we were trying to accomplish. We first started with an agreement to allow us to get into project development. Project development is the first stage of the process for the federal funding. We had 2 years to get into and out of project development, and we were very successful in getting that done. That was a great accomplishment for Go Triangle. The next phase of the project was engineering. At the time the project was canceled, we were nearing the completion of the engineering phase, which was the final phase before we could get to the full funding agreement, understanding that until you get to a full funding agreement, you do not get any money from FTA. You're basically operating at your own risk with the assumption and the assurance that if you can get there, you will get the money. Just a few highlights about the background and timeline around the project. This was a vision back from 2018. Many of you may be aware that there was something called the STAC, which was a Special Transit Advisory Commission. They recommended the light rail project between Durham and Orange. Big accomplishment, a lot of excitement. In 2009, the DCHC MPO decided and agreed to include the light rail project in the long-range transportation plan. Durham took the lead, gratefully, in 2011 and passed the half-cent sales tax by a little over 60% favorability. Orange County followed the following year in 2012, passing by about 59%. And the Orange County Commissioners and the Durham County Commissioners both agreed to invest in this bus and rail investment plan. And gratefully, there was a cost share agreement between the two counties. They worked together to determine how those costs would be split, and that was commemorated in an ILA so that Go Triangle understood as costs came in how those costs would be split between the two. In 2013, the DCHC MPO included the Durham Orange Light Rail Project in their 2040 MPO Metropolitan Transportation Plan. We entered project development in 2014. There were some additions. In 2015, it was an endorsement for a preferred alternative from UNC Hospital to Austin Avenue. We got our what we call a ROD, a Record of Decision, in February of 2016, which was another major accomplishment for the project. Then a little further down the road, the decision was made to include North Carolina Central. FTA approved the inclusion of North Carolina Central University. I'll move down until 2018, January of 2018, we were authorized to get some property for our ROMF, our Rail Operations and Maintenance Facility. And we went through and did all the work for the rezoning and annexation of the property. And unfortunately, in March of 2019, the Go Triangle Board voted to cancel the project. A lot of work went in on the front end, but for various reasons, March of 2019 was when the decision was made not to move forward. This is an overview sheet that we have provided in the past. We're going to go through the detail of this sheet. We're all in agreement that this is very high level. It really doesn't get into the detail behind the numbers. And so we're going to go through and break down this entire $157 million for you so that you can understand where the dollars were spent. We had a total expenses of $157 million, as we stated. The average cost share for the project was 80% Durham and 20% Orange. Initially, the cost share was 77-23 between Durham and Orange, but the cost share was renegotiated in April of 2017 to have Durham take on 81.5% and Orange should take on 18.5%, thus the average of the 80-20. Of the total, $131 million was spent on management and design, which is about 83%, the majority of the project, as you would expect. $16 million was spent on administration and staff, which is 10%. Typically for a project this size, and again, FTA reviewed all these numbers, between 10 and 12% is appropriate for a project of this size. About $6 million was spent on real estate, which is about 4% of the total project, and $3.8 million was spent on professional services and operations, about 3% of the total. I'll turn it over to Catherine.
Thanks, Sandra. So I'm going to go through in some detail some of the largest contracts that we had on the project. As Sandra said, the biggest category of expenses was the management and design expenses. This is expenses for project development, design, preparation for construction. We had 4 major consulting contracts for that, which are listed here, and I'll go through these in some detail on the slides coming up. Also had some expenses for financial advisory, project management software, as well as review reimbursements with NCDOT, railroad partners, and the municipalities. So we'll get to all this. This is just kind of the summary sheet here up front. So first one, project development consultant. When Co-Triangle procured this, the corporation's name was URS Corporation. While they were working for us on the light rail project, they were acquired by a larger firm, AECOM. Here on the slide, you have the names of the individuals who signed the contracts for those corporations, for folks who are interested in who are the people behind these large companies. These are, as you see on the slide here, AECOM has, more than 50,000 employees, so a large multinational company headquartered in Dallas with local offices in North Carolina, in Raleigh, Morrisville, and Charlotte. So we had folks on the URS AECOM team working for us out of their Morrisville office, but also drawing on national resources. What does the project development consultant do? They were responsible for development of preliminary engineering as well as the environmental analysis that supported the environmental impact statement and then the supplemental environmental assessment related to the extension to North Carolina Central that Sandra mentioned earlier. So that EIS is 700 pages long with 7,000 pages of appendices, various technical memoranda, reports in all the various environmental disciplines, water resources and natural resources, human environment, all those things that are, as Sandra said earlier, required by the federal process to be produced early in the project's life cycle. So this firm also developed engineering for the project to approximately a 30% level. So there's a set of plans that was developed for that that was then turned over to the consultant during the engineering phase. So all told, for the expenses during project development for this consultant, that's about $26.7 million. So then that brings us to the engineering phase. We had 3 major consulting groups supporting us during engineering. The largest of those is the general engineering consultants, really doing the design work. HDR is the firm that was selected for that, and all of these consulting contracts were competitively procured, open procurements, selected based on qualifications in compliance with federal requirements for procurement for companies that do this type of work. So HDR is an employee-owned firm. They're headquartered in Omaha. Locally, they have offices in the cities you see here: Charlotte, Raleigh, Wilmington, Winston-Salem. They had a project office for light rail that was in Raleigh, where they had their staff from around the country come in and work there. Some folks relocated here to do that work. So this firm was, again, the kind of the biggest consulting contract that we had for design of the project, really taking the design from that 30% preliminary level to drawings that were ready to be bid for construction. And as Sandra mentioned earlier, a lot of that was completed at the time that the project was discontinued. So this work includes field survey, investigation, geotechnical borings, all that kind of stuff to get the data in the field upon which to base those final designs, and then development of the engineering plans, the specifications for the whole 18-mile alignment, which includes, as you all who are familiar with the project knew, to include some complex bridge structures, stations throughout Chapel Hill and Durham, Also included environmental management. So in the project development phase through the environmental document process, there are commitments made for environmental mitigation, and then those again are handed off to the engineering consultants and later construction management folks to ensure that those mitigation commitments are actually incorporated into the design and then realized in the field. So this consultant was also responsible for that, for incorporating those mitigations into the design. And then lastly, another key category, value engineering, continually reassessing the design to ensure that it's being developed in a cost-effective manner. Our project management consultant was HNTB. They are headquartered in Kansas City. Again, another fairly large firm, 5,000 employees, offices here in Raleigh and Charlotte. They were responsible for assisting GoTriangle with managing the project. An agency like GoTriangle, although does staff up to some extent to manage the project, also typically will rely on consultant support for specialty disciplines and for expanding staff's capacity to manage a large project like this. So they supported our efforts to coordinate with the FTA and project management disciplines like the ones you see on the screen here, cost management, schedule management. They provided the staffing responsible for real estate acquisition and management of the real estate acquisition management plan, again, in compliance with all those federal requirements, as well as some specialty rail-focused disciplines like safety and security, quality assurance specific to rail design and construction, as well as rail operations expertise that we don't have in-house and wouldn't be able to get this early in the project development process. And then lastly, we brought on a construction management consultant to assist us in preparing for the construction phase. This is the firm or joint venture in this case that would have been on board to do the actual construction management in the field or the projects who have advanced to construction. So this was actually a joint venture between Gannett Fleming and WSP. You see the info on there. Again, large companies with some local offices in Raleigh and the Charlotte area. So this firm, during the engineering phase, was responsible for some things preparing for construction. So cost estimating to supplement what the designer was doing, looking at detailed construction scheduling to kind of phase out how the work would be performed, performing constructability assessments to inform the design and again ensure that the design was being developed in a way that would result in cost-effective constructible designs, and then as well as some work on market assessment, workforce development planning. So all told, this one was $3.2 million, would have been significantly more had the project continued. So that's the high level, what we call the prime consultants, the entities that GoTriangle contracted with. Each of these firms had a large team of a lot of sub-consultants that also supported the work and whose the dollar values paid to those sub-consultants are included in these totals here. So we have some slides coming up here on the details of those sub-consultants, how they broke out to consultants that are in the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise program as well. Just really quick, again, to recap, we had a few other categories of expenses at lower dollar amounts than those four big ones that I just concentrated on. If you have any questions on these, we'd be happy to highlight those. Again, about $1 million on financial consulting, financial advisory, which is critical to getting that FTA approval of the project's financial plan. About $600,000 on eBuilder project management software, which we've actually retained that and kind of reconfigured it for use for our small and mid-sized capital program that we have now. So that software is helping us to manage the bus stop improvement program you were hearing about earlier, as well as a number of other projects that we're doing. And then $400,000 on design review reimbursement. So this would include costs for staff time and consultant support by our partner agencies, so the municipality, City of Durham, Town of Chapel Hill, DOT, NCRR, When they're asked to review a large set of plans for a large project like this, typically they have to staff up or get consultant support. So it's very typical, and FTA allows you, actually encourages you to reimburse them for those costs so that they can do that review in a timely manner, as well as at the detailed level that's required to support this type of project. So on to the details here. Our DBE participation on these contracts was, as you see, kind of in the range of 8.8% to as high as 15% for the goals for these contracts. Let me just recap really quickly what the DBE program, or Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, is. This is similar to what you all probably use, minority and women-owned business, or historically underutilized business. DBE is just the federal program for that similar thing. The primary criteria there, in addition to the demographics of the ownership, are the socially and economically disadvantaged piece, which has caps on total net worth of the owners as well. In addition to the race and ethnicity and gender of the owners. So again, the goals here were in the range of 8.8 to 15%. What you'll see on the next slides are how these goals were going to be met with the participation by the various firms. So there's a lot of firms on here. Don't expect everyone to read this on the slide. So just to recap, we had so I'm going to read up from the bottom here and to start from the beginning chronologically here. So as I said, we had an 8.8% goal for the project development consultant. Their actual participation was 13.2%. And you see kind of on the bottom of the screen that table of those firms that did participate, with CH Engineering, $1.8 million at the bottom there, kind of being the largest DBE firm. You'll see on here a mix of women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses. You see a mix of locations. Some of these are local in the Triangle area, although the majority of the Triangle area ones are located in Wake County. And then you see some that are located elsewhere outside the state. Again, for a program this large, typically the prime firms will draw on participation from firms that they're accustomed to working with or have had success working with in the past, along with a mix of local firms that have the local experience to bring to the table to support their qualifications. So also you see on here, again, the DBE participation actuals here, 10.7% for HDR. Their goal was 14%, as you saw previously. Again, they did not complete their work. The project was discontinued prior to the completion of their work, so these totals would have been higher if they had been able to finish those out. And you see similarly the 11.3 and the 18.5% for HNTB and for Dan Fleming. On the next slide, I think we have the non-DBE subcontractors, just for your information. Again, you'll see a mix here of localities, some locally based in the Triangle, others from around the country, some of these with specific light rail discipline experience from elsewhere, and then some supporting work where local experience is acceptable or even preferred. I think that brings me to the end of this piece. I'm going to hand it back over to Sandra to talk about the administration staff components.
Thank you, to support a large project, and so we were right in line with that. You may be aware that we had a project office in Durham, in downtown Durham, which facilitated a lot of work and staff being able to work and be seen in an area where something great was happening. Between the lease and the upfit and everything, there was about $1.2 million spent on the project office. The staff itself worked on a variety of projects, design and engineering plans. We had to spend a lot of time making sure we were in constant compliance with the New Starts program requirements. So again, we spent a lot of time working with FTA, making sure we were on the right path to getting that full funding grant agreement. There was a lot of project coordination with our local government partners, and certainly in Durham and Orange, making sure that we were moving forward in a direction that they supported. We had our real estate acquisition that was going to be required for the project. We talked about the ROMF, the Rail Operations and Maintenance Facility. There was work done on land use entitlement approvals and support. It was great being in Durham because we could actually walk over to the planning team in Durham and collaborate without having to worry about any travel time. So there was a great collaboration because of the locality in Durham. A lot of discussion with property owners. Our team spent a lot of time talking about what's to be expected, working with them to ensure that they were as minimally affected as possible by the things that we knew were going to happen with the implementation of the rail project. Hundreds of hours spent on public involvement in marketing and engagement. My team in particular did a lot of modeling, looking at debt, looking at the best way to finance such a large project, the budget, and the procurement. My team was also responsible for looking at the procurement and administration for the project. And of course, we had a legal team that worked on all of the agreements associated with the project, which were significant. In the other professional services arena, we had to do some redesign of an impacted facility at the University of North Carolina. That was a golf course, so we had to spend some money on that. We also set up a nonprofit fundraising arm. What we hope to do will be to allow individuals, businesses, corporations to donate dollars or in-kind contributions in support of not just the rail project, actually, but if you wanted to fund a bike lane or a bus or whatever, we set up an arm to allow transit-related donations that would be separate from Go Triangle. We also had to pay for outside legal counsel, and of course, there were a lot of financial services that were needed and provided during the project development phase of the work. From the real estate perspective, you can imagine there was a lot associated with real estate. We had to have legal consultants. We had to have appraisals. We acquired our ROMF, our Rail Operations and Maintenance Facility. We did site reviews, preparations. We had to work with owners on relocation payments and ensure that they were well taken care of in terms of if they were being displaced because of the rail project. And there was a significant amount of outreach and communication to property owners so that they were not surprised by anything that was going on with the project. This is, Catherine, I don't know if you want to take this or not.
Yeah, I can chime in on this one. So this is just a map of those properties that Sandra mentioned being acquired for the rail operations and maintenance facility. This is in western Durham County off of Farrington Road between the 15501 exit of I-40 and the NC 54 exit of I-40. So there were 13 parcels acquired as part of that to support the rezoning for the property to be able to support that rail operations and maintenance facility function. So those were acquired early in the process in order to support that rezoning long lead item as kind of required by, again, the Federal Transit Administration process to ensure that you have these kind of critical approvals in place. So, we never want to acquire property or displace owners before is necessary. So really limited the acquisitions to only those necessary to support this facility, with the remainder of the acquisitions for the property for the corridor were planned to be completed later once the project was kind of underway moving closer to construction. So this is 13 parcels. These continue to be owned by Go Triangle right now, kind of land banked, if you will, for the future. We are waiting for the outcome of the Durham Transit Plan to confirm whether there's a residual transit use or potential other public use for these properties, and we'll be coordinating with the MPO as well as the counties for potential disposition of this property in the future once those planning processes are completed. I think that's our last slide. Yeah, that's our last slide here.
I do want to add that throughout the process, Go Triangle worked very closely with Federal Transit Administration, and every step that was taken from the beginning to the unfortunate demise of the project was in line with what we were required to do in order to get the funding. Our goal throughout the process was to ensure that we could get that 50% funding, and those were the steps that we followed throughout the process, was to get to that end game, and unfortunately we did not make it.
So thank you for this presentation. You know my story. 6 years. I am still perplexed. And I know, Chuck, you haven't been here 6 years. And the community is perplexed as to why it has taken 6 years for us to get this report. I don't understand what was the problem. It's caused so much distrust that the community does not trust Go Triangle to get this project done. And that's what we deal with on a continuous basis. You've heard me say this, you've heard the mayor say this, that 6 years. She just started asking for it since she's been on the board, but you've heard my voice for 6 years, the ones that have been around. So it caused the community not to trust that these are our tax dollars that are being spent, and their elected persons are asking for accountability, and people acting like they're hiding stuff. So it just causes a real problem for us to be able to stand for Go Triangle when you're not giving us the tools that we need to operate from. And it's not like we can do anything about the past, except to learn from the past and not make the same errors. The couple of things that I want to point out, this project there were maybe four large companies that got the major money. Now, I know that the county has been looking at how do we begin to break some of those projects down so that more people, and people in Durham, have access to some of that money, that the tax dollars are just going out of our community. And as I read through this report, the MWBE, and how they were filled was with white women. That category was filled with white women, and the only maybe 2% of African Americans ended up getting any of that money in Durham. So it went everywhere else but Durham. So why is it necessary that Durham's dollars go everywhere else except in Durham? So I think that going forth, that's something that we need to look at, to consider what's happening here, that we can't say that we don't have engineers in Durham. We can't say that we don't have architects. We can't say those things. So I think you've heard from the mayor, you've heard from Stephanie, you're hearing from me, and hopefully from this board, that there's got to be a different way that we operate, that we don't have to shift all of our tax dollars to someplace else other than in Durham. That's my 2 cents. Commissioner Burns?
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to make this quick, and I can tell you right now, y'all gonna have to submit a lot of my answers in writing because you won't be able to do them here. I sit on the special tax board. That is as much access as I have to you all. I don't sit on the MPO. I do not sit on the Go Triangle board. That is as much access. And I made a request for this exact information back in January once I became vice chair. And I know that it takes time to put it together. I get it, I work, I get people asking me for stuff all the time. It takes time to put presentations together. So the first thing I'm gonna say is thank you for finally getting it to us. Not necessarily as happy that it took some time because I wasn't alone in my request on the special tax board. And multiple bodies have asked for it, but I'm not gonna beat that dead horse because we have it today. Here's where I have some problems. I will say that when we first made this request, even as a board during a work session, Commissioner Jacobs said we need a timeline. And I knew that once she asked that question, it was going to showcase that this money was spent over a number of years, right? So I've been able to go to the community and say that. And I also want to say to the three of y'all, none of what I'm about to say is directed at y'all because Chuck, you wasn't here and y'all don't make decisions there. But even with everything that's sitting in front of me right now, every single solitary penny that has been spent, every explanation I've gotten, what we still have is $153 million gone and not one spike in one piece of dirt and not one rail car. So I really want you all to understand when we say that we are upset, I am not upset as County Commissioner Burns. I'm upset as resident of the Triangle. That is where I am. And you all can't see it, but the whole time she was talking, I'm talking, there are people in this room that pay taxes, they shaking their head too. So this is not us beating up on y'all. This is us trying to understand how we got here and how we cannot make this mistake again and restoring confidence in the fact that we won't make this mistake again because it was unanimously voted on by some folks on the board. And not anybody up that's sitting in front of me, but it was unanimously voted on. So my first question, when we got it, you know, everybody kept saying $180 million. On March 19th, or March of 2019, if I'm not mistaken, that was the day, excuse me, I take that back, March 27th, 2019, that was the day that the Go Triangle Board voted unanimously to stop this this project. On that date, we had only expended about $130 million. Now, that's 2019. So on today, this went to fiscal year. The presentation you all gave us, the presentation went to fiscal year June 30, 2021. I'm trying to understand, what did we, since we entered the project, and I know you have to wind down, what in the world did, between March of 2019 and June 30 of 2021, did we spend $27 million on? Because if we voted to end it, where in the world did $27 million go? So that's the first question, and I hope to get an answer back to that one timely. My second question, and I hope to get it back from y'all, not from nobody else. I don't need, because let me tell you, all these other county commissioners calling us on the phone every 5 minutes, I've never seen a group of individuals want a W so bad. It is almost like if they just build something, they will save face. Nothing will save face from $153 million being gone. Nothing. Nothing, not for Joe Citizen, and I'm Joe Citizen, right? I'm Joe Resident. My next question is, I'm not the DBE. Thank you all for giving us that breakdown. We can at least talk to folks. Now, that $86 million, which I feel like you all have sent me the chart that is on slide 7 more than one time. This is the first time, and that the chart that I'm talking about is the one that does Durham Orange Light Rail project costs. This is the first time, I've looked through all my emails before this presentation. This is the first time I've gotten it fiscal year of 2014 to fiscal year 21, and I've had each and every last one of the engineers put beside it and got a description of what they did. Here's where my problem lies, though. I'm trying to understand. I get the 86 million, and I'm gonna just use HDR. When you explain what HDR services were, I'm trying. Y'all help me. Is there anything that they got? Because I know that they did seismic testing. I think they went out, they looked at design. They went out and they talked to the community. For this $86 million, I know they gave us something. Can we use this information for anything else? Yes.
Yeah, I can speak to that now, if that's okay. So we received all the files from their work, so that includes surveys, geotechnical reports, so forth, and we also have the plans. But the thing that's most useful for going forward is that base data, and we've provided that to the municipalities and other partners in the corridor for use for their projects. The most recent example of that was the city of Durham is doing a project on Irwin Road, and they asked us for survey data, base plans, and base traffic analysis files for that, so that they wouldn't have to have their consultant replicate that information. So we do maintain that file database and do make that available to project partners anytime that a project's in the corridor where they could benefit from that work.
Last question. I'm happy you making it. Wait a minute. We don't need to make nothing available to private partners. They didn't pay for it. Y'all need to make it available. I know you're saying you gave it to some other localities, and I'm pretty sure you gave it to us. Well, they can get it because it's public information now, so I'm pretty sure they're saving a whole bunch of money on consulting because they getting everything we got. My question is, are you using it for yourselves? Because in a couple of months or a couple of days, y'all going to try to ram through, not you all, but there's going to be a contingency of folks that want to ram through the commuter rail, and they're not going to care what I think or what anybody else thinks or about the questions. And I haven't, put out all my concerns about it. I do think that there are some places where it would be appropriate. But my final question is, are you using it for yourself? Is any of this information being used for the commuter rail? Because this is a lot of information. You got a 700-page document with 7,000 pages of appendices. I think that was just one report. Is it being used for something else? Like, I want to be able to look people in the face and said, I spent $86 million, $153 million over 7 years, and dear townspeople, it is being utilized for something. And if it is being utilized for something, can we get a piece of paper that says that? Because right now, folks, I got nothing when I go to town halls. And that's my last question today. Anybody got an answer?
I'd like to add, in regards to your previous experience with some of the information that you received and you went through your emails on, I said to my board in January that Go Triangle had missed the mark when it came to providing information along this line. And I promised the board at Go Triangle that we would deliver a much better presentation. And we delivered, I think, probably 85% of that presentation is what you saw today, and we got good remarks from Commissioner Howerton, from the mayor, and other folks on my board. We improved the presentation, and I know we're going to take your comments back and improve the presentation some more. This presentation is on the Go Triangle website. It's been on since Friday afternoon, so it's, I think it's going to be accessible. We want to take it around to community groups. Anybody you want us to talk to, we will talk to them. And we want to be back here in front of you again if there's any, answer some of the outstanding questions. As far as, how we use the information that we have on file, whether it be our seismic information or our site development information, municipalities have asked us for this information. We can probably compile a list for you of the municipalities of what they asked for. We certainly have it. At some point, it becomes a little bit old and maybe is not as useful as it used to be. I think right now it's still somewhat useful because it's not that old. But it's certainly, if there's somebody who is doing a project and would like some information, I would welcome them to come talk to us and see how we can help them get that information.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, I first just want to thank you, Sandra, for your excellent presentation, and Catherine and everybody who put this together. It's really, really helpful. And I'm wondering, I know you put it on the website, and I'm just trying to, I would encourage folks to think about other ways to help get this out to the community. Some people might want copies of the whole PowerPoint, and is there also maybe a way to also condense it to maybe a one-pager back and front or something that can be handed out at town halls as well? I mean, it would be great to have both options to give to people. I thought that was a great point Commissioner Burns said about some of the value of some of the investment that has been made, and I'm wondering about the RUMF, so the 23.71 acres. Just wondering what the process would be for us to be able to request, maybe through Ellen, whatever, what would be the process for our board to request that property, be sold? I'm sure the value, I would assume, is more than it was when it was purchased. And for those funds to go back into transit projects. So one thing is I would just like to hear more about how can we take action on that.
We could order an appraisal of the property to see what the current value is. Certainly, we want to be informed by the transit plan that Durham is working on right now as to if there's any other transit use for this property. I know with the growing residential densification around this area, perhaps there is some need for a portion of this property to be set aside for park and ride in the future, for bus service. But certainly this property could be sold in its entirety, and the funds could be returned to the transit plans on a pro rata share between Orange and Durham County, with probably Durham getting 80% of the proceeds. And I don't think there's any federal money in this. Is there? There's no federal money, so there's no payback to the federal government like we have on some properties that we would sell. So 100% of the money could be returned to the transit plans and put to another transit use. If the property, perhaps the property would be used for some other municipal use. I don't know. That's something that could be perhaps talked about. It's a lot more complex. If it doesn't involve a sale, if there's a different use for the property that's a government use, I think that's something that we have a conversation. I'm happy to assist with a conversation on that. But for all intents and purposes, this property and the value of this property does belong to your transit plans.
Okay. I mean, I remember the original zoning on this was, I think, commercial. Was that correct, Catherine? But, there could be, that is very close to a pretty high-growth commercial area at down at 54 and there. But the other thing that I didn't see mentioned also is all of the remaining station areas that were part of the light rail. Were those not purchased? They were purchased beforehand? Okay. But I do think that's important for residents to know that those are still assets that Go Triangle owns, that has value, potential value, especially related to the possible commuter rail project. And I don't know the values of those properties, but I think they're pretty significant. Yeah.
We do have, what Commissioner Jacobs is referring to is Go Triangle owns property near Durham Station, near Alston Avenue, and then also near Ellis Road along the NCR corridor, adjacent to the North Carolina Railroad Company Railroad Corridor. So we can provide information on what those properties are, what the values are, although those do overlap with commuter rail station areas, so we are retaining those for potential to be developed as part of that project.
If I just might add one comment I wanted to make back to Commissioner Burns in relation to one of your questions. As far as the commuter rail, we would love to come back to this board and give you an update on commuter rail. I think what the process is envisioned that we will wrap up the study here soon, and that perhaps this board and other boards who are responsible for voting on the plan, whether to take the feasibility study and advance it into development, that probably wouldn't come until late summer, maybe early fall of this year. But again, that's based on what this board wants to do, when it wants to take its vote. on that plan. I know we want to provide ample opportunity for public discussion of the completed feasibility study. And there's a lot there, and there's a lot to talk about, and we would want to make sure the public is fully informed before this board has to take any action.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Chair Overton, and thank you for this presentation. I really appreciate it. I know we've talked a lot about the funding side, and that's really important, but I think one area also that community has felt really disappointed in, the entire board has, is the amount of time that was invested into this project, that building up, you know, the anticipation that we were going to have light rail, and this focus on this project now we're seeing could have been focused on another public transportation project. I really want to know, you know, we talked about, Chair Houghton mentioned the 6 years to get this report, but overall, the project started back in 2008 with the initial conversations, and it took about 11 years to reach the point where the public started to find out that there were roadblocks and flaws in the project. And so wanting to know, like, was it not evident during that 11 years that we were going to be facing issues with some of the partners, that this project may not come to fruition?
So I think I'm going to switch that over to Catherine Eggleston to tell you what she may know. I apologize, I don't have all the information. I've heard a lot of information about why and when things happened. And I think that's for a lot of reasons, but I think I'll let Catherine give you some details.
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to details on that. And Chuck, you may have experience from elsewhere that you could share as well. So for projects like this, mega projects, multi-billion-dollar projects, there are a lot of stakeholders involved. That project and the commuter rail project as well span multiple counties, have a lot of municipalities, a lot of key institutional stakeholders. Anything with railroads is going to take a long time and be complex. So from that standpoint, I would say that Go Triangle had always had an understanding of the level of complexity, had been working with the Federal Transit Administration and their oversight contractors that work with project sponsors to evaluate risks, that there were a number of things that could be difficult for the project to overcome. One of the key items in the Federal Transit Administration's oversight process is requiring that critical agreements be in place prior to that full funding grant agreement being awarded that Sandra mentioned earlier. So they expect project sponsors to work through the project development phase and the engineering phase to get those critical agreements in place. So Go Triangle had gotten a number of those in place and was unable to get a couple of key ones there at the end. But that is kind of the checkpoint that the Federal Transit Administration expects you to meet. So one of the lessons learned and things that we're embodying on the commuter rail study that we're doing now is really looking at those critical agreements much earlier, looking to work with the most complex items, the railroad agreements in particular for that project, early now in this phase in pre-planning before you even enter project development. So that's why we're spending so much time and money right now on a feasibility study so that we don't get into that situation again on a project of that magnitude.
I'll just add, before coming here, I was working on a light rail project for about 4.5 years that we just I was taking from procurement into construction. That project had spent almost $235 million before it got a full funding grant agreement. It was about a similar type of project, about 16 miles. And having the property in place, having these local agreements with the universities that property may be using, agreements with the localities, agreements with the utility owners, everybody from the electric, gas, internet, you name it, and they're very difficult to negotiate. And having all these things done, especially with if you have a Class 1 railroad to deal with, like here you have Norfolk Southern, and you had NCRR, certainly, all these agreements need to be worked out, and we are already working or talking with a lot of these folks on what we might need to do to get these agreements early. For instance, the insurance and liability indemnification issue that kind of plagued, I understand, plagued light rail and hurt the relationship between the railroads and the project. We have an agreement in principle on how we're going to move forward on the insurance and liability indemnification for the commuter rail project that you didn't have for light rail. And certainly, I think there's a lot more lessons learned about getting things done early. Like we're examining many of the constructability issues, like in Durham here. What has to take place in order to be successful to, take the next project, the commuter rail project, through Durham. And we have a presentation which we gave to our board in January that show the physical changes that would need to be made, and I think they're a lot different, a lot less than what you may have experienced or seen when the light rail plan was being developed. I would love to come back and as soon as you can have us back and show you this presentation. I think it'll be this investment in early visualization, early detail into constructability issues. The study we're doing now is about $9 million, so we were trying to incorporate the lessons from the light rail into this next study, and I hope it'll be a lot. If a decision is made to move forward, we would be in a much better position than we were when light rail started to move forward in the development.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you guys for the presentation. A couple of either points or questions. One point, I guess, is if you do indeed go about the community and try to present this information either on your website or in person, I think it might be a good idea to just have some statement or two about why the board voted to stop it. I thought to myself, if I hadn't been here, I'd ask that, but, I pretty much know. So I think that's one question that people might have. Another question that I think people might have as far as lessons learned and going forward is what are some strategies that you're putting in place to increase your DBE participation? And so I'm sure you have some, and that would be something that I think the public would like to know, and we'll want to know when you come back. And then it really hit me hard today in a good way when I saw that one of the things that you all had in place was a nonprofit fundraising management for the light rail, and it made me think, boy, do we need that for commuter rail? It seems like we do. And are we working towards that, and can we if we're not?
Well, if we take the commuter rail into development, that certainly is a possibility. Certainly there are areas and opportunities for that type of investment or, in participation in the project. As far as the DBE goes, there are not as many DBEs that are transportation, engineering, architectural type firms in Durham County as there are in Raleigh, for instance. And a lot of it has to do because that's where DOT is. And a lot of these folks they like to be near the folks that they do a lot of business with. Since I've been here, I've been working to increase our DBE pool. We've had webinars with the community, 2 of them, very well attended. Sometimes over 100 potential DBE firms have attended our webinars on how to be a DBE player. Getting somebody registered, taking somebody from either an MWBE qualification or a hub qualification into a DOT certified DBE is kind of for some firms, it's maybe an expense they don't want to take, but we want to help them, making sure that they know how to get bonding for big projects like that might be coming up. Commissioner Howerton, you said perhaps breaking up the contracts into smaller pieces where there might be more participation. That's an idea we can take a look at, but we need to grow the DBE pool in Durham County to make it wider and deeper. And I'm committed to doing that as we move forward, because we want more firms that are going to be doing this type of work. We want them in Durham, certainly, and the right firms too, because not everybody does rail. Kind of a specialty sometimes, signals. It's not just the normal roadway design, but there is some, there are some roadway type elements in all these projects, whether they be parking lots, parking decks, even the stations themselves could lend themselves to that kind of participation. I also want to say that, it is always a challenge to have enough DBEs for a big, big project. Even in Washington, D.C., Maryland area where I was from, with my project in the Purple Line, DBE meeting those goals, and we have some very high goals, 26% for engineering, 20% for construction. Boy, I'll tell you, the contractors were crying that they had a hard time meeting those goals because we were competing against all the other projects that were being built in that area. And even now, if you look around at all these construction cranes around here and in Raleigh, certainly there's competition for work, to get qualified firms to come and do work for you. So there's so much happening here. So it's even with the Triangle being so successful in all its development and its population and the job growth, competing for the DBE firms is sometimes difficult, but we will try to do that. And I have to tell you, if we did take this project into construction, if the light rail went into construction, you would have seen a heck of a lot of DBEs from Durham being participating, because you have more construction type firms, paving, lighting, excavation, demolition, all these activities that nobody ever got a chance to bid on, unfortunately, because the project got canceled. But I think Durham would have benefited. Durham firms, Durham companies would have done very well in that. And I'm just, projecting out, obviously, but I think they would have done well. There would have been a lot more opportunity, because I think you have a lot more of those types of firms here than you do on the engineering side.
So Chuck, this is a conversation that we are not going to back away from, is that, even if it's a large firm from someplace else, we could have gotten them to open an office here in Durham and subcontract folks from Durham. That didn't happen. Some of them did open offices someplace else, but they didn't open one here in Durham. I and others believe that there are ways to make this happen and not make excuses for it going forward. What happened then, we can learn from what happened in the past, and we can change that going forward. Because I'm committed to that, and so is the mayor, is that we don't create another whole situation and spend a whole nother bunch of Durham citizens' taxes, giving it away to somebody else in some other county. I am not on board with that, and neither is the mayor.
I understand, and I agree. So I've already spoken to the...
And the other thing is, in talking to Tammy Hall, there are some shifts that we can do in the policy as to how contracting is done around commuter rail.
Yes.
So I'd just like you to consider that things can be done differently than the way we did it before.
Yes, thank you, and we will. And Tammy Hall is a great resource, very talented person, and I would take advice from her any day. We've had her participate in our webinars with the DBEs, and even Go Triangle has really upped its DBE goals for our projects. I think, where are we now, Sandra? 13%? About 13%. When I got here, it was about 6%. So we're constantly focused on that, and Sandra's staff is helping with that, and also Catherine's staff is developing the procurement. We've been very successful in meeting those goals so far, and I think it's a challenge always. I'm happy to work with Tammy Hall, the Secretary of Transportation. I've also spoken to the Association of Consulting Engineers. And would like to, have a meeting with them and you and the mayor, perhaps, to kind of talk about this issue, because they have a lot of insight, I think, because they represent the engineers on this issue, and might be informative. So, definitely, we're not. I appreciate you're not backing away, and I'm traveling in your direction with you.
I just want to add that we've done quite a bit of research on the DBE situation I met with my team on last week to look at the number of certified DBEs in Durham. There are 59 that we were able to determine by going to the DOT website that are actually certified. Then we also went and looked at those who are certified for the type of work, and that's the key, looking at the type of work that we would have needed. We needed architectural and engineering DBEs. And what we found is that there was a potential for 6 for the architectural work, and 3 were selected. There were 3 that were not selected, really because of availability. There's a big demand, obviously, for DBEs.
That was in 2015?
This is as of right now.
Okay, so
We just pulled the database.
it has changed substantially since then?
Right. We just pulled the database. This is the database we just pulled. We just came out of the DOT database on last week, and we found 59 certified DBEs. But for the type of work that we would have been looking for at the time, we determined that there were 6, and we took 50% of those were chosen. For the type of work that we were looking for on the environmental side, there were 2 that were certified for the environmental work. None of them were selected, but it was because the project experience that we were looking for did not match up with the work. So one of the goals that we've determined is that once we know the type of work that we're going to need for commuter rail, we need to make sure that we can get certified DBEs in those particular areas in Durham. It's not that there aren't DBEs in Durham, it's just there's specific work associated with the rail, and we want to make sure that those individuals, we can work with the city and whoever else to make sure that they are available for the type of work that will be needed for a commuter rail project. So that's our goal.
Madam Chair, really quick, because so that this conversation, I'm happy you pulled it. You're right there, 59 DBEs, but there are 347 hubs in Durham. So I don't want us to throw out one number and act like and I get the difference. There's a nuance between a DBE and a hub.
Yeah.
Hub is a historically underutilized business. DBE is a disadvantaged business enterprise. Thank you. You get your DBE certification through DOT and the feds. You get your hub certification through DOA and Tammy Hall. I see you nodding. I'm letting everybody, because I don't want folks to leave out of here and think we just have 59. Now, there's something to be said about us doing work as a county, and I know that as early as 2 weeks ago, Lakeisha did had a resource fair. So we're working on making sure we get more folks hub and DBE certified. The DBE certification is ran by G.K. Butterfield's daughter right over at DOT. We could easily have her to come in and do the same thing. And I understood what Chuck was actually saying, Director Latuka. He was pointing out that on the professional services side, at times we are limited in how many women and people of color we have. If you look at across the state or across the nation, the majority of our hub certification work is done on the construction side because it's not done on, and we never got the construction. This was $86 million blown on just consultations. I do appreciate that you used Evoke. Evoke is in Durham. It's a black female-owned architectural firm. Y'all got B.B. Foster on here. If I'm not mistaken, they're in Greensboro. Y'all got them in Durham, but maybe they moved offices. So I can see that some work was done, but here's the thing. More work could be done, and so I agree with Commissioner Howerton on that point, but I don't want us to sit here and say, every time I come into a room and people say, well, we don't have enough people to do this work. I push back on that notion because sometimes they're not certified because the outreach hasn't been done at the state level and it hasn't been done at the county level. So I do reject that notion to a certain extent, and I don't want people to leave here and think that we just have 59 companies in Durham that can do this work. We have 59 companies in this county that can do this work that are on a list at DOT, and you all know that just because your name is not on the list, that does not mean that you can't do work. I just wanted to add that. Chair Howerton, so we don't leave out of here thinking that.
Mr. Jacobs?
I just want to say I think this is a great conversation, and there was just an article in the paper about NCDOT, what they are trying to do to address this issue. So I would just say I think this is something that we all have to work together on. It's not just Go Triangle's responsibility. It's our responsibility here locally and partnering with NCDOT at the state level and then, of course, at the regional level. And I also want to say that I hope that we keep the big picture here, that with large transportation infrastructure projects, there are many different types of economic opportunity. So, here we're talking about, the contracts related to engineering and design and project management. But of course, then there's the whole construction. We never got to the $2 billion construction project with the Durham Orange Light Rail. But I think we need to keep in mind that there's the contracting opportunities, but then there's the workforce development opportunities. And, as we look at possibly doing commuter rail, that is something we have to do up front. We had started doing that with the light rail, working with Durham Tech and Workforce Development Board. But so, the workforce development opportunity, the opportunity around, mixed-use development, affordable housing, all of the joint development opportunities around the station areas, those are going to be opportunities for investors in different ways those are opportunities for us to really be intentional. And then, of course, the most important, I think, is what is the economic opportunity that we're providing for residents, to connecting them to, more good-paying jobs within a 45-minute commute. And so, everything about transportation projects is about economic opportunities, and I hope that we will continue this conversation and being very intentional about how we have a plan around each of those.
The workforce development is,
We've gone way past.
oh, sorry.
30 minutes for you, and I appreciate your patience. This is a huge conversation for all of us, that we have to get it right going forward. We know we're going to have a lot more conversations going on. So thank you so much for being here this morning and sharing this report with us.
Good. Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
So Commissioners, we can take 15 minutes or so, get our food, come back. We still got a long agenda to continue with. And it's 1:30, we can come back about 1. Let's come back at,
Just give us 5 minutes.
40?
I think 5 minutes. Share a box and bring.
I need more than 5 minutes. I
Okay.
need at least 15 minutes.
Okay.
Come back about 1.
You're running the meeting.
1:40, yeah.
I got a special meal because
the rules actually came into existence, the perspective and the objective of the UNRBA changed. It changed more toward being engaged with what the state of North Carolina was doing. As everyone knows, the city of Raleigh uses Falls Lake as its water supply. It provides more than 500,000 people with potable water, finished water. And as a result, just in the case of Durham and the rest of the folks in this watershed, who also gets their water out of the watershed, Hillsborough, South Granville Water and Sewer Authority, and the city of Durham get their water out of this watershed. That makes it a direct connection between a primary use, the use by humans for the purpose of drinking. And so protection of that for drinking purposes became one of the driving factors in it. But it was also designed to minimize flooding. The folks down east in the Neuse River Basin have long had problems associated with flooding, and this project was seen as a benefit to that. But it has also become a really regional recreational resource. They hold fishing tournaments there, do a lot of boating, sailing on it with the sailboards. People are out there every weekend. A lot of folks are using it, so it is meeting that. It is also providing aquatic habitat not only to fish but other life that is there, and it's protecting downstream water quality because the lake allows them to release water during dry periods that would not have been there before. And so that the lakes, the drivers for this are the uses that are in the lake. Uses are very important because North Carolina designates all of its waters for uses, surface waters. And so the regulatory context, as I mentioned, the Environmental Management Commission, which is the state agency that directs air, groundwater, soil, and water quality management, they directed the Division of Water Resources to study water supply reservoirs. They completed that study, and that study fed into the 2010 process of adopting the Falls Lake rules. The legislation actually identified what is called the Falls Lake Watershed Association. The UNRBA operates also as the Falls Lake Watershed Association. So the legislation specifically addresses this organization. Without the support of our membership, including Durham County and our other members, it wouldn't be possible for us to do this work. And so this integrated approach has been something that I have a lot of appreciation for, because a lot of times in the work that I've done as a regulator over the years is there's always conflict. The upstream folks feel put upon because they're having to do things so the downstream folks would have good water quality. And usually that's separated. Usually you have them on both sides of the issues. And I'm not saying it's been a smooth process either. Raleigh and Durham and the other folks in the watershed haven't always gotten along. But Raleigh's at the table for the UNRBA. Raleigh pays the largest percentage of our dues. We pay over 40% of our dues, and because the dues formula, which was developed before I came there, is based on water removed from the watershed for water supply, from the area that's in the watershed, and then a 10% fee. So Raleigh ends up being the largest contributor because 50% of the dues come from the fact that they take so much water out of the watershed. This interrelationship, this relationship between the folks upstream and downstream generated something that we refer to called the consensus principles. When the rules were being developed, it became very clear from the state's work that the requirements to reduce nutrients in this watershed were going to be very, very high and very, very expensive. As a result, the people in the watershed said, we need to have the opportunity to manage this process. So they worked together with the city of Raleigh, and they came up with the consensus principles. And those principles in simple form broke the rules into two parts, Stage 1 and Stage 2. Stage 1 reductions were based on meeting the water quality standard at the dam where the city of Raleigh takes their water out. And I'm glad to say that they have done that. They're meeting the standard at the dam. That first stage, it wasn't inexpensive. It ran somewhere around $400 million. But stage 2, which required reductions that I'll mention in a moment that were much more restrictive, that was going to cost an additional $1 billion. That's B with a billion. $1 billion to the people in the watershed. So that is a huge cost. So the consensus principles allowed the people in the watershed, Raleigh, and those that are upstream to agree we will accept these rules with the idea, the most important idea is that we want the stage 2 rules to be re-examined. We want study to be done. We want an evaluation to be done. We want to find out, are these reductions actually necessary to accomplish what needs to be done? The State Rules Review Commission adopted the rules in 2011, and the modeling that DWR used to do that was based on 2005 to 2007. As I said, stage 2 requires reduction of nutrients in this watershed by 77% from all existing sources. I just want to kind of wrap your mind. Every piece of land that was developed as of 2007 in this watershed would have to reduce its runoff of nitrogen by 40% and phosphorus by 77%. Our initial evaluation of that was technologically impossible. It could not be done. We believed it could not be done, so that was one of the foundations of our study and our evaluation. And the total cost of this reduction process would be $1.5 billion. And that reexamination has become the #1 priority of the UNRBA. Your funding, the funding of the other membership, has been giving us the resources so that we can study this watershed. And we've already found out some really important things. We have this is the most studied reservoir in North Carolina at this point. And I've been doing this for 46 years, so I know that this is the most studied reservoir, most studied watershed. And when you look at this chart up here that we have, this tells us something about our ability to address and reduce nutrients. 74% of this watershed is an unmanaged state. In other words, it's either forest, wetlands, unmanaged grasslands or shrublands, or open water. There's no thing you can do to reduce the nutrients from those areas. Forest is the best you can get. If you have a forested area, then that's the best you're going to get in terms of impact. So if you start looking at what you can control up there, agriculture area-wise is only 10% of the watershed. And one of the things we found out from 2005 to 2007 up to when our study started in 2014 through 2018, agriculture in this watershed, productive agriculture, land under production, decreased by 46%. Agriculture is contracting in this watershed. It's becoming smaller, and as a result, again, that's another source of nutrients, but agriculture's been doing their part. Their estimate is that since the rules went into effect, they're already meeting the 40% nitrogen reduction. Mainly that's because they've been losing land. And so you see wastewater treatment plants. If you look at wastewater treatment plants, you're dealing with a much smaller concentration and impact than you can really anticipate. This picture right here is the Flat River after a rainfall event, a large rainfall event. How do you control nutrients when it rains that much? And the answer is you don't. Nothing that we can put in would be able to do that. You couldn't afford to do that. All of the designs for new development, which you all have implemented, the new development requirements are based on a 1-inch rainfall event. If it rains 5 inches, those systems are overwhelmed. So the nutrients continue to go in, even though it's new development, and even though they've spent money on the new development requirements. Now, that's a good thing. We need to do that. But we can't expect to be able to essentially make existing or new development have no impact in this watershed. It just isn't possible. The components of the reexamination is that the UNRBA doesn't want to be just a political organization. We're not there to say it costs too much, we're not going to do it. Some of the folks in the watershed have said that, but we're not going to say that it's not important to control nutrients in this watershed. But what we are going to say is let the science drive this. Let's use good science to make good policy. Let's don't just spend money or throw money at an issue thinking that it'll make a difference unless we know it really will make a difference. We want to protect the water quality in Falls Lake. It is meeting its uses. It's meeting its intended uses, the ones that I went before: water supply every day, recreation every day, habitat every day. It's meeting those requirements that are a part of it. So we know that's already there. We want to continue to have that lake meet its requirements. And so we developed this reexamination framework. We collect data, which we did from 2014 to 2018, 52 months worth of data in this watershed. As I said, it's the most monitored watershed in the state. We are in the process now of developing models to take that data so we can simulate what runoff in the watershed and discharge in the watershed, how it causes that. Because then you can take those models and you can project into the future and say, what if we do this, or what if we do that? Will that have an impact? And so we've been working on that for this whole period of time. From 2012, when I came to work, till today, we've been in that process. So this is the re-examination effort that we're in. I'll show you the status of where we are in a moment. But one of the other developments that happened in relative to Falls Lake and Jordan Lake is the North Carolina Policy Collaboratory. I'm sure you've heard about it. It was funded by the legislature. It was created initially it still is at UNC, Chapel Hill. It was called the UNC Policy Collaboratory. Now it's been changed to the North Carolina Policy Collaboratory. It originally started out with funding just for Jordan and Falls. Today it's studying emerging contaminants like PFAS and PFAS. It's studying COVID. It's studying a lot of different things. But still, Falls Lake is on their list. They produced a report for Jordan Lake, and now they're in the process of producing a report for Falls Lake, which will be released next year. We've been working with them in conjunction with our study, sharing data, going and meeting with them, having to have the opportunity of using their information to supplement what we're doing. And we've been holding seminars. We've been holding symposium. We had a symposium just less than a month ago to talk about the work we're doing and the work that the UNC, I'm still saying UNC, the North Carolina Policy Collaboratory is doing. This is how it relates to what we're doing. It feeds into the modeling, it feeds into our evaluation of designated use, and it feeds into the cost. The Institute for Environmental Funding at UNC is also studying this watershed. So we have all of this data collected during storm events, during base flow events. We had 38 stations in the watershed. There's 12 lake stations that DWR studies in the state every month. We have the studies that are being done by the city of Raleigh through the North Carolina NC State group that is over there that's taking the data, CAEE, that is looking at data in the watershed as well. We do have a series of reports that have a lot of information in it, but I want to talk just briefly about what we've learned. I'll give you sort of an insight on the aerial composition of the watershed, but I want us, this is going to feed into the revised strategy. This is going to feed into the recommendations. Our recommendations are due next year as well as the collaboratory's recommendations. By the end of 2023, we will have completed our evaluation and made recommendations on what the new strategy should look like. We have increased knowledge in many things. For instance, our evaluation shows that the lake, in fact, is getting better. It was particularly in relationship to loading. We found that deposition from air deposition, and when you think about it, what falls out of the atmosphere or comes out in the rain ends up being the nutrient source in forested areas. It ends up being the nutrient source in a lot of areas. And this doesn't count human added sources. This is just talking about coming out of the atmosphere. And because of the controls on NOx and other air pollution control, there's been a tremendous decrease in the amount of nitrogen coming out of the atmosphere. 26% decrease from 2000 until 2019. If you look at the wastewater discharges, The wastewater discharges for the city of Durham, town of Hillsborough, and the South Granville Water and Sewer Authority, they have cut the amount of nitrogen they're discharging from this period of time by 24%. From total phosphorus loads from wastewater treatment plants have been reduced by 69%. This has all happened during this period of time. And so it's been an extremely beneficial period of time. So this is one of the slides that's very important to remember. What gets applied in the watershed doesn't get delivered to the lake. In other words, what falls on the ground, what's applied through your fertilizer on your lawn, on agricultural site, over almost 9 million pounds, 8.8 million pounds of nitrogen are applied in this watershed through deposition, human activity. Only 1.65 million of that gets to the lake. That means only 19%, 19 to 20% actually reaches Falls Lake. And so that means that the natural system itself is mitigating those impacts. And look, the largest source overall of nutrients to this lake is 48% from unmanaged land, from forest, grass, shrub areas, wetlands, and open water. Those are sources we can't control. 3% from DOT, 15% from urban, 18% from agriculture. Only 6% of the nitrogen that gets to the lake comes from point sources. 6%. So there's not a lot left to squeeze out of that turnip. You know, you got about everything that you can get out of that. And the situation is similar with phosphorus. You get 1.1 million pounds applied per year, 180,000 gets delivered. Same thing, 55% from unmanaged land. Wastewater treatment plants are 3% of the total phosphorus contribution to the lake, to Falls Lake. So one of the things we've done is tried to take flow weighted, because every year when the rainfall's different, the loading's different. So what we've tried to do is take the information and adjust it for loading. What you can see from these 4 major tributaries in the watershed is that over this period of time, and certainly Ellerby Creek, you have a point source discharge there, and Napa Bridge, you got a point source discharge there. But look at from 2005 to 2007 compared to 2015 to 2018. We're seeing drops in the concentration of nitrogen and phosphorus, which is encouraging. We had a study that was done by Dr. Mark Alperin for UNC of the Settlement. This lake is not static. It doesn't just take what comes in. It also recycles from the bottom, from the sediments that are there. And that's a very important source. At times, the source of nitrogen from the bottom can be 11 to 24%. And phosphorus can be 6 to 13% just coming from the bottom of the lake. So we know this lake is an efficient user of nutrients. Another aspect of this lake is not managed for water quality. It's managed for flood control. And when you look up there at this chart, this is a chart that shows the change in retention time. In other words, how long it takes for one molecule of water to go through this lake and go downstream. And that can change from a couple of days and really in storm events like a hurricane up to 900 days. It can take that long. And the amount of time that the water stays in the lake is critical to growing algae. The longer it stays in the lake, the more algae it can grow. Independent of the loading, it stays in the lake a long time, it's going to get higher levels of chlorophyll A. That's another factor that we're doing. We're going to ask the Corps if they're willing to change their operational curve, but I don't think the Corps is going to be willing to do that. They're going to hear from the people from Kinston if you start changing that, because the flood control was the major driver for this when this lake was planned. And look at the chlorophyll A concentrations, certainly have improved through the middle years, but look in the period that we studied. We had periods of time where the levels of chlorophyll A in 2017 approached those that were in 2006. That's after the lake's reduction in nutrients. What this tells us is that the lake has a great resistance to nutrient loading reduction. In other words, it can grow algae even when the nutrient levels are lower, the loading levels. 2017, if you look at that year, that was the lowest loading year of our study period, 2015 through 2018. That was the highest chlorophyll A values we measured. Even when the loading was at the lowest level, the lake was still growing algae. This lake is an algae grower. And in this watershed, and everybody here who works with the health departments in the county know that we have Triassic soils, and they don't absorb very well. On-site systems are not there, but those soils hold nutrients. We're seeing nutrients coming into this lake that were applied 40 years ago on the ground because it takes that long for the nutrients to move through the process. So nothing's going to change quickly in this watershed. It didn't get the way it is in a day or two. It took 200 years to get the way that it is. Improvement's going to take a long period of time too, so we need to keep that in mind. So the research and the modeling that we're looking at, how can we make a significant impact on loading? Look at our challenges. 74% of the watershed is undeveloped, and therefore we can't do much more for that. It's a long-term process. The soils, as I mentioned, are holding these nutrients and releasing it. Local governments have limited opportunity to control nutrient from existing development. The North Carolina legislature took away the authority of local governments to use eminent domain for stormwater purposes. In other words, you can't take anyone's land to put a stormwater control structure in for an existing development. And the only way for many of these things, no one planned when they built the development. This building here, no one planned when this building was built to put in a stormwater control structure, so it's not there. If you have to do that, you're going to have to go out and dig up the streets to put it in. And that's the challenge that you have because of the cost, the logistics, and even if you do, the technology is only going to get a fairly minor reduction compared to the overall input. So you have technology issues, feasibility issues, logistics issues, and then you have cost issues. So in developing a revised strategy, we're going to complete our process of calibrating our lake model. We've calibrated the watershed model. Now we're building 3 lake models. One of them is called a statistical model. That will help us test, is the lake meeting uses, and is there a risk that we may lose uses? That will be useful because, again, if the lake's meeting its uses, if it's doing what it's supposed to do, then we know that the lake's in pretty good shape. So we want to use that as a basis for proposing a new chlorophyll A standard, because this lake cannot meet 40. There's no way on God's green earth that it's going to meet 40. It's impossible. And we don't believe that 40 properly represents it, because 40 is supposed to be a measure of when a lake is not providing or meeting its uses. So we want to consider costs, we want to consider benefits, we want to consider technological limitations. We're going to look at the funding requirements for this, and we're going to look at ways that we can manage this in a reasonable way. Here's where we are in the process. We got a lot of check marks up there, thankfully. Your money has been used. We've spent your money, but we've done some work, and we're looking at $1 billion decision. So as I said, we're going to end up spending about $10 million overall for evaluating a $1 billion cost, and we think that's reasonable, and everybody is contributing. Every jurisdiction in this watershed, except for Roxborough, which has a very small area in the watershed, is a member of the UNRBA. The little town of STEM dropped out for a while, but they came back in, so STEM is back at the table. They're putting money into the process, so everyone is doing that. So we've calibrated the watershed model. We're working on calibrating the lake model. We're going to evaluate scenarios. Scenarios is a word we use to say what happens if you do this. One of the scenarios we're going to look at is we're going to take our model and say, what would happen if this watershed was entirely wooded, that it was just trees? How would the lake be then? And I am going to say that the lake would not probably meet 40 even if there was nothing in this one. It's a Piedmont reservoir. It's 98 degrees in the summertime. You hold water in there. If you do any gardening and you have a wheelbarrow and you put some stuff, you pull weeds or stuff out of the ground and you leave it in there and it rains in that wheelbarrow, and you leave it there for a couple of weeks, what happens? That's what you see if you hold water in this lake for a long period of time. So we're going to look at these scenarios and this science so it will guide us in what we're going to do in the future. One thing I did not put on this chart that Ryan and Mckenzie and Commissioner Jacobs that we've worked on is called the IAIA, or the Interim Alternative Implementation Approach. For stage one, what we did was all of the jurisdictions in the watershed said, we're going to invest money in water improvement projects in this watershed. We're going to do that instead of measuring pounds of nutrients. We're going to invest in watershed improvement projects. And so every jurisdiction, the county of Durham included, we're going to end up putting about $1.6 million a year for the next 5 years. And so that's going to allow those projects to make improvements in this watershed. We think an investment basis, and the environmental groups actually is who came forward with this idea. Peter Rabb and Grady McCauley with the North Carolina Conservation Council, they came forward with this recommendation. And so they believe that doing something, putting things on the ground is an important thing to do. So we're hoping that our science is going to lead us in dealing with existing development to use this investment approach. Let's invest in this watershed. That's not going to be nearly as expensive as trying to reduce nitrogen by 40% and phosphorus at 77. First, you can't do it, but it would just be throwing money, and we don't think that's a good thing to do. So we have additional information. I think this presentation is available to you. Every one of those links are active, so if you have a copy of it, you can pull up that information off those connections there. So with that, I'll be glad to try to answer any questions. Ryan been a great partner. I will say this, Wendy is an officer and Ryan is an officer. We have 4 officers, so Durham County has 50% of our officers in the UNRBA. So you got an influence level at 50%. So, but I do appreciate Ryan. He's been our treasurer for a few years now, several years. Yeah, and he does a great job, and we run very efficiently. We have a very small, this is not even my full-time job. I'm about 80 or 90% of my time is on this. And we do have a small staff, but we have a very important objective.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Great information. Questions open up to the board? Questions, comments? Okay. Commissioner.
So thank you. Very interesting, and just trying to understand the science of it a little bit. I'm going to ask a question that's going to show my ignorance. Are we trying to get the chlorophyll is a measure of algae, so we want it to be low? Or is the chlorophyll, I don't know, some other plant that we actually want growing in the lake, and so we're trying to get it higher?
Well, I mean, it's a great question because all algae is not bad. We do have, in the summertime, we have cyano algae, and those are algae that are blue-green algae, and they're kind of nuisance. They create nuisance conditions like mats on the water. They also produce toxins and can have an impact. And the collaboratory studying that is a part of it. But we're trying to balance the chlorophyll A as a reasonable amount of productivity. Chlorophyll A is a measure of productivity. In truth, there is no good measurement of when a lake is too eutrophic, too rich, too nutrient rich. There's just not a perfect one. Nitrogen concentrations, phosphorus concentrations can tell you something about it. Chlorophyll A is the approach North Carolina took in 1979. That's when the standard for North Carolina was adopted. It was done for the Chowan River. And that standard was based upon a panel of experts who sat down and discussed and said, what would be a reasonable level to say, if you get to this level, we would be concerned about too many nutrients in this. And 40 was the number that came out. Over time, that became a rock-hard number. And so the state started saying, well, if you're at 39, you're okay, but if you're at 41, you're in trouble. And that's just not the way eutrophication works. That's just not, it's one of many factors. And right now, the state of North Carolina uses single measurements to measure whether you're meeting the standard or not, which makes no sense. Averaging would be much better. The state is looking right now at adopting a site-specific standard for High Rock Lake in the Yadkin Basin. And they're looking at changing it to an average instead of an instantaneous. So chlorophyll A is always going to be there. We would like to have chlorophyll A be more reflective of a good balance of population between that. And you know, not to get too technical, but we know that the zooplankton, the little animals in there who eat the algae, and then the fish eat the little animals who eat the algae, that food web or that ecological web is when it gets out of balance, then you get a bad situation. We've seen nothing in what we've done to indicate that the lake is really in bad ecological condition. In fact, sport fishing is excellent out there, and they have a lot of tournaments to demonstrate that.
So is the state going to listen and respond appropriately, we hope, and allow a change in what's required, or what's your
It's gonna be a challenge. State agency folks are good. I worked for the agency for almost 30 years, and there's good folks in there. They try to do a good job. We are doing things now that the Clean Water Act didn't really envision in 1972. We're breaking out of the mold. Used to, you would think, well, we dealt mostly with point sources. The Cuyahoga River was on fire up north from the steel mills that were up there. And so having a river on fire is probably not a good thing. You know, you're not meeting your intended uses if your river is on fire. So we focused on, I guess, what I call gross pollution and point sources. And we're finding out that dealing with non-point sources and runoff, and it's just much more complicated. And as a result, we're going to have to be innovative and think outside the box. And I'm not saying that the agency people are not able to do that, but it's a challenge for them to go away from this idea. If we cut this back, then everything's going to get better. What we have to look at is holistically, what can we do in this watershed? There's a program, I'm sure you heard about it in the Jordan, it's called One Water. And that's one of the approaches that has really emerged in the last 10 years. And we participated in one of their conferences out in Kansas City about 7 years ago. We were one of the focus groups there. And One Water looks at water more broadly overall: stormwater, drinking water, recreational water, wastewater. It's all one water. So we need to look at it more holistically and trying to work through ways that we can better manage it. One of the things they talk about is watershed health. And so these projects that we're doing under IAIA are helping watershed health. We are looking at stormwater controls. We are doing stream restoration. We are preserving land. You know, we're preserving forested land. That's an excellent thing to do. So we're doing all these things, which we think over 40, 50, 100 years will probably continue to see progress in this watershed. So it isn't going to be easy to go through. And EPA is just as bad because they're still under the same mechanism. You have to show you can meet the standard. So chlorophyll A of 40 is never going to be a good measure of achieving what you need to achieve in this lake. Ideally, 40 should measure when uses are being impaired. We don't see impaired uses, but we see numbers over 40.
Questions, let's proceed. If not, we can have him email you questions or concerns that you may have, so that we can move on. We've got 2 more presentations before work. So if you can, you've got a quick question, if you could do it quickly, and again, thank these guys for being here with us, and get us so we can end by 4.
Yeah, I just wanted real quick. First of all, if we don't have this PowerPoint, so if you can make sure that we get sent that. And I just want to thank Forrest and Ryan, because on UNRBA, I've been asking that, I've been suggesting that Forrest get out and go out and present to all the members, and I was really pleasantly surprised to see you on our agenda. And just to say that this is what we're paying for, and you can see what a great investment that we are making. And also, Ryan, when we implemented our stormwater fee, it's to actually pay for the IA projects. So just to make that connection full circle. And thank you really for all the amazing work that.
And that cost is going to go up. I mean, there's no doubt that lake's not going anywhere. They're going to be looking for you to spend more money on stormwater. So what you've done by putting the fee, everybody wants more money. It's always that way, isn't it? But, you know, be glad that you've got a stormwater utility, and be glad you're only at 1/3 of what you originally recommended, because, you know, you're going to have to spend more money. But hopefully we won't get you spending $1 billion. We're going to get it less than that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks so much. All right, next we have a 0260 interlocal agreement renewal for Durham City County Strategic Youth Initiative. The board is requested to receive this recommendation regarding the renewal of the City County Strategic Youth Initiative interlocal agreement, and to authorize the county manager to enter into a interlocal agreement with the city of Durham to support the renewal of the City County Youth Initiatives. So this presentation was supposed to come to us before now, but with all the things that we've been having on our agenda, just couldn't get you on here. And Deborah was not able to be here today. So we've got Laura and with the City of Durham Office of Youth and everyone here. And you want to introduce yourself? All right. So you've got about 25 minutes.
Great. Okay. Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Tara Howerton, County Commissioners, and welcome, Dr. Sowell. It's good to see you. It's good to be here. And you've met my colleague, Elise Frazier. We also have some other members of the team sitting and listening in. So as you read in the meeting materials, we are here to present to you our recommendations for a renewal of our interlocal agreement, or ILA, for the Durham Youth Initiatives. And we are here also seeking your approval on that ILA. We have a scheduled meeting with the city this Thursday at their work session to do the same presentation. I get to do this. Okay, great. So here is how we plan to spend our time together. I know you've had a very long day, so we'll try to make it engaging and concise. We'll start with a brief refresh of the interlocal background, super quick, and then share our highlights from over the last 4 years. We'll try to do this in about 10 minutes, and then make our recommendations for the ILA and have some time for questions and discussion. So we've used this slide and the next slide in past presentations before. Just wanted to hit on it quick. The ILA that we currently have was initiated in December of 2017 with a commitment being made by the city and county to continue in a long legacy of work to reduce barriers to youth success in Durham. And that commitment yielded an ILA for a youth initiatives manager, which I've had the privilege of being in that role for the last 4 years. And that position is based in the Office on Youth at the City of Durham, and with a direct link to the county manager's office. And so over time, and with many conversations and many different strategic planning processes, the goals of that initiative became integrated with the goals of the Office on Youth. We really wanted to have everything in sync
And so we'll be talking more about what that looks like. This is the visual that we've used to kind of illustrate that. You see the challenges on the left of what was identified in the original ILA, how the manager's responsibilities were supposed to address those challenges, and then how all of that came together to form our Office on Youth goals. Okay, so what do we build in 4 years? We are excited to share our top 5. It's hard to capture, but we've done it the best way that we could. Before I dive in, I just wanted to set some context for what we're about to share. Our work has focused on long-term strategy. We've had a lot of short-term wins, for sure, but our ultimate goal is long-term systems shifting, and we are building pathways for those most impacted by our community's pressing problems to be part of this conversation around solutions. So you might have heard of the saying, nothing for us without us, and that is definitely a guiding principle for our office. So we're building mechanisms to do this. We're building mechanisms that are scalable and that they're applicable beyond just youth initiatives. So I'd ask that you hold that context as we share our updates. All right. Number 1, drum roll, Elise. So what we have built is a foundation and a blueprint for the work. Being clear about our vision, having focus, how we will get there, and what our values are have been an anchoring practice for our office. We have done an extensive strategic planning process, which began almost immediately with hundreds of meetings with stakeholders, and it has been an iterative process ever since. We had started with an interim plan, is what we called it, a strategic plan, and then we knew that we had to go out and talk to young people in our community and other stakeholders about what their priorities were, and that was our Youth Listening Project. And so with the Youth Listening Project, hundreds of stakeholders told us exactly where to focus. And so we were able to really clarify further the goals of the office and the work of the office. They gave us a very specific blueprint or a roadmap of how we can make a better place for Durham's young people. And as a reminder, this blueprint reflects the needs and dreams of Black and Brown youth, LGBTQ youth, immigrant and migrant youth, youth who are not working and not in school, and youth who have experienced economic hardships, houselessness, and interactions with law enforcement. Those are the voices that we prioritized in the Listening Project, and we continue to work on what they said was important. And it's been catalyzing a lot of things ever since that project. It's helped direct thousands of dollars, government dollars, to initiatives that are responsive to what young people said they need and want. It's informed our work and also the work of numerous partners in our community and also outside of this local community. And the last thing that I'll say here is that none of this would be possible without our relationships. That is definitely part of our foundation building, is the trust and relationships we have built, which we would be nothing without, and we hope to continue to build. And now I'll turn it over to, not yet. Okay, just briefly, we thought it would be a good idea to show what all of that has yielded before we jump into the other highlights. So this is what we're about. We believe that young people's voices are important, and they deserve to be part of the decisions that affect them and their communities. They are key stakeholders of our community right now, and that we have to work intentionally to achieve equity so that all young people in Durham have what they need to thrive and to feel seen. So now, our mission, our work is about creating spaces and structures for this to happen and doing it in partnership with young people and their families and people who support young people. If you distill down our mission into 2 things, it's youth engagement and collective action with stakeholders. These are the 2 strategies that we use, youth engagement and collective action with stakeholders, to achieve the outcomes that we want to see.
And now I'll turn it over to Elise. What's up? You saw what?
I saw the picture.
You are in that picture.
You are in that picture.
Yes.
Oh, you saw the arms, yes. It's a good time.
So I am going to try to use this mic. I am fairly loud as a person, so I may not need it and turn it off. So for the second area that we've built in the last 4 years has been equitable community engagement. As Laura mentioned, this has been a key strategy in our office to create new opportunities for young people to be decision makers and leaders in local government. We really do this work in 2 ways. The first way is really working with and supporting adult service providers. That looks like building up the skills and also working with adults to create the spaces for young people to be leaders and decision makers. We recognize that this does not happen inherently, right? Decision-making spaces for young people does not happen inherently. And so the second part, in addition to working with adults, we also work with young people to build up their skills and their ability to thrive in these new decision-making positions. We connect them with the opportunities, and we support them throughout their work in their new positions and roles. A large majority of the young people that we work with and connect with are or have similar identities to the ones that Laura mentioned that we centered in the Youth Listening Project. So over the last 4 years, our work has led to more equitable youth engagement throughout local government and also throughout community organizations. So what does this actually look like? I want to share a couple of quotes for some of the young people who have been working on the comprehensive plans policy working groups. One young person says, "Throughout this experience, I have learned how to communicate my opinions and thoughts in a group full of adults. This is one of the first spaces I've ever been in where my voice and opinions held the same weight as those of my adult peers." Another young person says, "I was able to have my voice heard, and I finally felt important. I finally felt important. Everyone was respectful and understanding." So these are quotes from our young people. So for us, success has looked like, one, a heightened awareness of young people as key constituents in our work, right? And in our community as a whole. We want people to really see the value of youth voice and their leadership. It also looks like more departments and organizations seeking us out to support them in building up their youth engagement. And especially high impact projects like the comprehensive plan and participatory budgeting, creating new roles for young people to be decision makers. And lastly, I just want to say for this, like our new infrastructure for the CBY or Change by Youth Ambassadors has really helped us like develop our capacity to get young people into these leadership and decision-making roles. Before we get into this slide, I just want to note that it can be really hard to measure the kind of cultural shifts that we are engaging in quantitatively, but we do have a couple of measures that we're using to help guide us. One is that we're tracking the number of new decision-making opportunities created for and filled by young people, which you can see in this slide is now over 75. This number is growing, especially because we do have our new ambassadors on board. Next year, we hope to surpass 100. And I just want to be clear that this number is different from our broader engagement efforts that has engaged over thousands of young people in Durham. Similarly to this measure, we are also tracking the number of systems and structure changes that have allowed for this to happen in our community. These changes are like the new youth seats on committees or boards, new or revised operating procedures, and then also new youth staff and our consultants. To date, we have worked with, our work has led over to 25 structures and system changes, so new ways of doing things within our organization. And looking ahead, we hope to extend our impact in this area and are creating, and we're asking for county funding in the new IOLA renewal to get to 15 ambassadors. So we're asking for 5 additional youth ambassador seats. Next slide, please. So I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, actually. What I do wanted to say is just we wanted to highlight and bring an illustration of our wins. So mostly a reference to what we've built and how we have supported youth leadership over the years. Next slide, please. All right, so our third area that we've built up is we built a provider network that works to better align our services in Durham. Laura talked about 2 of the key strategies, one being youth engagement and the other being collective action for stakeholders. We often talk about the need for better alignment and connection between services. And how do we do this in order to enhance our youth services for young people? To date, we've done this with over 100 organizations through convenings and gatherings. I'll say that currently our most effective mechanism for facilitating this alignment is through our Durham Youth Leadership Fund. So through the fund, we have been supporting 13 groups. These are mostly small community groups and small nonprofits and youth groups to advance specific recommendations throughout the listening project. So we really use a cohort model that nurtures the connection between these groups and also our office. So together they are building relationships, they are finding places for alignment, they're sharing what's working and what's not working, and they're doing also a little bit of dreaming as well. They have been receiving trainings and also support around how do you measure success. This is a place where collective impact and collective action and alignment is really thriving, and that's why we're requesting some additional funds from the county in fiscal year 23 to do a round 2 of this project. I want to just speak very briefly to what the Durham Youth Leadership Fund was and accomplished. In our processes, we created a youth adult team, right? So it was half young people, half adults. These were city and county staff, but it was also community members, teachers, educators, DPS students. And we really created a process that was accessible in all of its ways. So from the application to the reporting out, working with our legal department just to make sure that the contract was accessible and wasn't filled with so much jargon that our community partners could not understand what they were signing, right? This community engagement grant making mechanism is scalable. It can be used for larger investments to bring about alignment around other youth priorities. So I do want to mention that. And the last thing that I'll mention here is that not only are we doing our work in partnership with folks, we are also working on a number of coalitions. So we have partnered with a couple of recently launched coalitions whose priorities align with our Youth Listening Project. Next slide, please. All right, so for the 4th area of what we've built out in the last 4 years, we've really built out communication channels and connections to resources. So for us, connection isn't simply about awareness, right? It's also about how do we make sure that youth services in Durham are both relevant and also meeting the needs of young people. So to do that, we needed a deep understanding of the barriers to connecting. We had a good head start with this because young people told us a bunch about this during the Youth Listening Project. They talked about things like spaces not feeling welcoming or safe. They talked about the lack of trust, not being understood by providers, transportation challenges, but also not feeling like there was a space for young people to just simply be in Durham. Our solution to this really needs to be just as complex and varied as the issue is itself. We heard that in some ways the offerings that are for young people are not communicated in a way and create the communication of those offerings can also create barriers for young people. And we know that many providers do not have, one, the time, and then also the marketing skills necessary to do this work effectively. So we see that our office really has a role to play in this. You'll see that we are requesting a new information and communication position at the city that will really be dedicated and have the time needed to dedicate to creating solutions for this issue. And we hope to expand our impact here. And then the last thing that I will say about communication and connection to resources is that we've also been building our youth network through the Listening Project engagement, but also during COVID. So we launched our new IG page, our Instagram page. We also have the Yo Durham text line, which we've mentioned previously. This is a resource sharing text line. It's a one-way communication to young people directly to their phones. So we shoot off a number of resources and opportunities to young people weekly that we see. We also use both of these resources and other resources in our office to boost other resources, not just our offering, but our community partner offerings as well. So this, plus our Yo Durham listserv, which has about 300 service providers currently, are some of the key mechanisms that we're currently using for communication. But this is really an area of growth. This communication and connection is really an area of growth for all of our agencies. And we're hoping that this new position in our office will really be able to help us guide us and also other agencies through this area. Next slide, please. Okay, and so finally, the fifth area of growth, I know you all have been listening to me talk for about 10 minutes, is we've built our capacity and infrastructure within our office to really allow us to do this work. So you've already heard a lot about the ways that we've done this, and particularly highlights focusing on so this particular highlight focused really on our operation budget and our operations in our office. So early on, we are excited to find a new home or the perfect home for our office at the W.G. Pearson Center. The center is a space where other youth serving organizations exist, and being located in that space has really been essential to the success of our office. We've done a lot with a relatively small budget. As we always say in our office, we are a small but mighty team. You'll see that we have 2 full-time staff in our office. The other 3 members of our team are part-time staff. We have been at 2 full-time members for the last 4 years. We also have had a group of amazing consultants along the way and interns that really helped guide us and push us to think critically about our work and who we are, as Laura mentioned earlier, with our strategic planning. The last thing that I'll note here is that our budget jumped this last fiscal year And that was because of the one-time contributions from the county to support the Durham Youth Leadership Fund. And then we also got some carryover funds from the city as well to support the fund. And then recently, we received an award of $15,000 for our work with the Protecting Our Dignity in Education Coalition. And then I'll turn it over to Laura to close us out.
All right, thank you, Elise. Where do we go from here? So pivoting from our highlights to next steps. We thought it would be a good idea to center around what do we want to see in the future, right? What outcomes do we want to imagine? We want to see young people seen as key stakeholders in the issues that we face in our community. We want to see their full partnership on youth violence prevention efforts, transportation, you heard a lot about that today, and the way we determine budget priorities. We want to see more spaces for coordination among our service providers, and we want to see young people celebrated for their brilliance as leaders of today. So getting into the ILA, to that end, we are proposing that the renewed ILA encompass an initiative with these 3 goals versus currently it is 4 position. So this would be a switch to being goal-focused. The 3 goals are rooted in the current priorities of the ILA, the goals of the Office on Youth, and everything that we've heard to date in the last 4 years from our stakeholders. There are a few strategies that are specifically mentioned in the ILA, but for the most part, we wanted to keep it broad and evergreen so that we can be responsive to whatever is emerging as a need in our community. And for the sake of time, I might not get into the weeds here on the goals, and if there are questions, we're happy to take questions on these various strategies that link up to the goals. And you can see our related budget requests and how they link up with those 3 goals as well. One thing I do want to highlight about the ILA is that we are proposing a narrower age range of focus. Right now, our focus is 5 to 24. That is a huge age range with a number of different needs in that age range. And when we reviewed our goals, we said that we see the intersection of those 3 goals happening in an older age range, the 13 to 24 years. We also know there's been a lot of investments over the last 4 years in the younger youth and children. And we, sorry, lost my train of thought here. Yes, this is where I wanted to go with this. We also know there are pressing priorities that concern this age range, like jobs and youth violence prevention, that need more attention. This is not an exclusive age range. We'll continue to partner with providers and other initiatives that focus on younger children and youth so that we can maintain that continuum. And we will continue to reach the young ages through other activities. But we thought focus, maximizing resources and impact would be important. We're also emphasizing coordination with our community organizations, not only local government, which is how our current ILA is written. We know that we need to all be working together, so we've expanded the scope beyond government. And then this is our last slide here. This is sort of the breakdown of our requests, our current contributions and commitments, and our requests for the upcoming ILA. The way that we think about investments in youth initiatives is broader than just the ILA. So if you think about the Office on Youth budget, that's why we talk about the Office on Youth budget. The ILA is a portion of the commitments to youth initiatives, but when we talk about the total commitment, we talk about the Office on Youth budget, which is why it's structured in this way. And you can see in blue the commitments through the ILA. I might also, for the sake of time, not get too in detail about this slide, and then we can take questions as you have them so that we can keep moving. I know it's been a long day.
So with that, that's all we have for you today, and we're happy to have a discussion.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for having to rush with your presentation. We always enjoy so much what our youth have to say and what you have to present, and I think everybody knows I'm always more lenient with my youth than anybody else, but we do have one more presentation that we're trying to get to. I just have, but thank you both for all the work that you're doing with our young people, because it's so important. Just one thing that I had spoken to Deborah about on yesterday, that I think it would be important that we add somewhere a statement in there that around staff, no decisions are made without consulting with both boards. If we could add some kind of statement in there, just so that nothing happens with our staff, persons that we hire, without consulting with both boards. And I won't get into the details of that, but I just think it's necessary that we add something of that nature.
Okay.
And I don't have anything else other than that. Commissioner Burns? Okay, my mic is completely out, so no, we're gonna let you type them and send them to her. You got it.
You can apply. Carolina Cross 100, thank you so much, is where we're looking at 16 to 24-year-olds who are not working and also not in school. So there's an overlay map, kind of like a Venn diagram. I want to know how you all plan on plugging into that, especially since we saw this year's Youth Works application shoot up. A lot of us sent it out because we were very much so engaged on it. We have 1,500 applications for that. We don't have that many jobs. We could have that many jobs. Commissioner Lom sits on the Workforce Development Board with me, and we have a lot of private companies and even departments here and in other parts. We just took on 4 interns. So we just don't have, perhaps not y'all. I look at some of the other folks sitting at the table, to bring all that together. So I want a work component. I love that you all have something here about celebrating the youth, because I don't think we do that. Like, I know we're going to be celebrating some kids at DPS and at Duke Energy and, for an art project. But I like the idea of holistically saying, yay, kids. But a work component will be good. And I just want to know, A, are you all going to work with all of us to submit an application to Carolina Cross 100 with UNC School of Government? And can we see what do we need to do on our side? And you don't have to answer it here, but what do we need to do on our side? Because if we have 1,500 kids that want to work in the summer, I think we should be able to find 1,500 places for them to work, because this is Durham and we can do it. So that's all.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much for this report, and I appreciate a lot of the kind of process that you all have been engaged with in trying to change some of the culture and the engagement. I guess what I would like to see, kind of similar to what Commissioner Burns is I guess I'm concerned about how we really scale this up and are really actively engaging more of the youth in our community. I know I looked on, I know the second goal area is about connections to services and resources. And, I went and looked at the network of care, and it's overwhelming. You look at all of the resources, it's incredible. And the network of care is great. I'm also on the listserv, which is great. But I'm really interested in how can we really, like, that job opportunity that comes up, that internship, that summer program. Sometimes it's just like that month, that week, And I know that's part of what you want to hire, but I'm just concerned about how do we really, you know, is it a bulletin, is it some type of virtual bulletin board or whatever it is on social media? But I'm still concerned that we're all very kind of insular with, and I mean, it's a problem that we all have with about how we are really breaking through with, because we have so many opportunities and resources, and they just making that connection. I would also love to hear more about the ambassador program. And again, you don't have to answer this now, but like for instance, we have been trying to get youth to apply to our Racial Equity Commission. We have like a youth position, right, that's still unfilled, one position. So we have really taken that to heart with our Community Wellness Safety Task Force, this having positions for youth. But here we haven't been able to get a youth to actually apply for that position. So that's one question. And then I wanted to know what the status of the Youth Commission is, and because I know there's always been a city one we've talked about. It'd be great to have a city county, but just, you know.
We can talk a lot about having youth with the county commission. What do we invite you back with a joint city-county? Commissioners can shoot a lot of questions at you. And, shoot questions to you. And then we could have you back at the joint city-county meeting. And then so you'll have lots more time to answer questions and even bring some of your young people with you and that can answer.
Yeah, and maybe I could I have some other questions, so I just email them.
Yeah, we can take questions and come prepared to answer and address all those questions at the next meeting. What I might ask is, in order to approve and move forward the ILA, are there any questions that we should address here, given the timing of the expiration of that ILA?
I did have something about that. I know what Commissioner Howerton mentioned, and also I didn't see anything in the ILA about actually reporting back to us. Any type of regular report.
Yeah, it would continue as we do now. It wasn't specified also in the current ILA, but that's something that we would do. We would come back on a regular basis to provide updates. If you would like language in there, we can add language.
I also about the grant funding too, because I'm still not clear about even the organizations. You listed the ones that were funded, but I would love to know more about, what happened after the funding.
And they're currently still being funded. We can provide updates at the joint meeting. Yeah, this wasn't a specific updates on our progress. This was more of the arc of the progress over the last 4 years, but if more specifics are desired, we certainly could do that.
So you're saying are there any questions regarding the ILA to be approved?
Yeah. Are there any concerns about what's written in the ILA? Of course, going into the city meeting later this week, it would be helpful to know that. That's right. It is a city-county in operation. Even though the city is funding the 10, they are assigned to city and county and community projects. We don't draw a line there based on funding, but the funding we're asking for would allow us to expand that same impact. So there would be 15 instead of 10, and they would still be serving on city and county and community projects. Okay. Yeah, we would love to have another platform to talk about our work, so we'll come back. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Right on time. Rescue Plan Act update. And Claudia is going to give us an update on next steps.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I hope that you are well. I know it's been a nice, long day. And we've been talking about this particular item for some time, so I imagine we can go through this pretty quickly. Usually when I come, I give us a reminder of some quick highlights. You know, over the past couple of years, we've had an infusion of resources in the community. About 260 some million has come to the city, county, and the public schools, and that's not including a whole lot of other federal dollars. For the county, we're receiving $62 million in the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, and those funds must be incurred and obligated. Basically, you got to have a plan on how you're going to use it by the 31st of 2024, and all the dollars must be expended by December 31st, 2026. The original framework for funding included 6 major categories, including public health response to the pandemic, how it addressed negative impacts to the economic infrastructure in the community. It was also to replace revenue loss in the public sector organizations, could provide for essential pay dollars, address water and sewer infrastructure, as well as broadband infrastructure. Since this was originally shared with communities, Treasury expanded some of those categories as well as fleshed out others. There are many other slides we normally go through, but we'll sort of cut to the chase, as they would say, and talk through sort of next steps and where we've been with engagement. As you know, we started out with community conversations in collaboration with the city back in June of 2021. How time has flown. And those conversations continued through the winter months, and we actually had a youth-focused discussion that was coordinated with some of the community partners in January, and most recently last month, we had a broadband conversation with our partners in northern Durham. In addition, we had a survey that allowed our residents to give feedback. County departments have also had some opportunity to share their thoughts about how the dollars could be used. At this juncture, we're at the stage that we're, based on all of those conversations, wanting to share with the board potential approaches on how the framework could be with funding and in the categories in which they align. The recommendations that we're proposing align with the board's guiding principles, your strategic plan. And you've been clear for decades, but most importantly for the last few years on some focused places that you desire investments, the ARPA dollars and those investments, as well as the community conversations have shown they all align quite well. Before we get to that next slide, you'll see the rubric. You know, it's the compliance person and fiscal person in me that will always come back to sort of how will we evaluate these proposals. This is the same rubric that the board agreed upon some time ago. Treasury has very clear guidelines as to how they want evidence-based programming. And I'm not sure, you may have begun to see some articles from other jurisdictions across the country where there was not necessarily the evidence to support what they based their funding on, and that did not reflect well. So we will take it quite seriously, the awarding process, to ensure these are evidence-based dollars and or program activities, as well as ensure the compliance components are there in other categories. And there's so many other nuances with this, and we've talked about this matrix in other conversations, but we'll move on to the allocation recommendations. There's a document that goes into more details that sort of speaks to the broad categories. But within the category of community empowerment, and again, these categories are your board categories, but they align with the U.S. Treasury guidelines. You will find that in the education category for pre-K support, as well as as well as dollars to support learning enrichment opportunities resultant from the pandemic, and that amount totals $8 million. There are funds that are targeted for workforce development efforts. Again, this is another area that the board has supported prior to the pandemic, and it's most appropriate as we're trying to ensure residents have opportunities to find new job opportunities or options if others are no longer available. The family success category, there's dollars set aside for youth programming, as well as in the housing security support category, there is an amount there set aside for housing security. I'm trying to move a little fast because of the time constraints, but I know all of these areas, because they do align with your strategic plan, are places of investments that we've done in other ways. When moving to the next category, health and well-being for all, this includes dollars set aside to address some of the response to the pandemic for our public health areas, as well as there's a priority to allocate dollars for behavioral health support, an area that has been a place of concern of the board. Mental health, wellness is of high priority right now, and it's touching all areas of our community. There's a dollar amount set aside for that, as well as funding set aside potentially for school nurses and other youth health initiatives. In the safe community category, there is $3 million that's allocated to help with reducing the number of people entering and involved with the justice system, and that falls in our category of safe community. When looking at environmental stewardship, the broadband infrastructure expansion fell into this category, and some of these could fall into different places within our strategic plan, but we left broadband in this particular one. We received a lot of feedback from residents, especially in the northern part of our community, about our efforts to help expand broadband in the community. This has been a board priority for some time. We've been trying our best to make some headway, and it's been tough because oftentimes, unless the internet service providers knew you had a large pot of dollars available, there was often not the same kind of interest. The infusion of dollars from the federal government, the state, as well as what we have available with ARPA funding, puts us in a much better position. An RFP was released about a month ago. We've extended that date so that the internet service providers can take advantage of the state's great grant program. I'm not remembering the acronym right now. I know Greg can jump in if needed. So this is a place that we're so excited. We also know it will be complex. And so we do have a large amount, it appears, for broadband, but it's most critical for our residents, as well as looking at how we support the business community in that area as well. Dollars also would support addressing vouchers for internet service providers, for residents, not the internet service providers. And the timing of these dollars would coincide when, for instance, the state or federal dollars are no longer there, because right now the state and or feds are offering vouchers to residents. There is a proposed amount for water, sewer, infrastructure needs. That's another pressing area that impacts our unincorporated areas. The last section is accountable, efficient, and visionary government. A large part of the dollars in this particular section is a placeholder. It's not been allocated quite yet. And that's the last one at $4.5 million. There is a set aside for revenue replacement, dollars for cleaning, and some for security. And technically, we could have put the cleaning one because it is a safety reason that we were doing that in another bucket. But again, right now it resides here because General Services is the one that's doing it, as well as the PPE. That's because of the public health response that we're trying to do. Then the next bullet is related to compliance and making sure that we have the staffing to support and account for the dollars that come. I think many of you have been on those alerts from NACO and from the North Carolina Association of Counties, and a whole lot of people reminding you of all these report dates. And so everybody is serious about that part, and we will do our part as well to make sure that entities that are funded are supported properly by the county as they're doing their work. Now, if they don't have the infrastructure to do it, we can't help them, so they may need to partner with other entities if they desire to apply. But from a time commitment, it is a very detailed process. If you may recall, we talked about our evaluation process that happened with the state auditors with the CARES funding. That was detailed. Most jurisdictions, local governments aren't used to that kind of rigor. We did well. We had an all hands on deck, but now as we expand, because this is a lot more money, we need to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place so that 6 years from now when they're auditing, we still are seamless. So that's a very fast, high-level overview. I'll go to the next slide. I just want to point out, this is just a draft frame. This is a draft. This will change. We will modify periodically to ensure that the funds are spent timely, because the clock is ticking. And so you probably remember with CARES, we came back to the board a few times to make some adjustments to ensure we complied with those dates, which were pretty hard dates. So we'll use the same process. So if, for instance, we find that an initiative that's identified to use ARPA funding, if they're not moving quite as fast, we may revise down their total amount and then need to move those dollars someplace else. If we find that an entity that's funded or department, they aren't as timely with reporting, we will more than likely recommend this is probably not the right type of funding source for you because we are trying to comply with the rules. We'll help as best we can. So those are the kinds of barriers that may come up. We want to make sure we're as helpful as we can be. But like I said, you've seen all those emails about timeliness of things, so that will be in the forefront. I've already covered the bullet about when the dollars should be incurred and when they should be expended. And then I'll put the bullet. We will do all we can to make sure that we're successful and the partners that are funded are successful as well. Draft next steps during the week of the 23rd, if the board does agree to move forward with the framework. There are some priority areas that we can move forward with immediately. There are some, such as the behavioral health category, that we need additional policy conversations and to decide how we may move forward, whether we want to help create additional infrastructure through RFPs that expand capital dollars for new spaces, or if we want to try to expand programming. And I'm just giving that as an example. But it is our desire as staff to move as quickly as possible, but to also be very strategic and wise in how we recommend proposals or frameworks to the board. After the conversations and this informational session right now, we're firming up the date because we're also in budget season and we're also wrapping up CIP. I need body doubles. Y'all could find clones for at least 5 of us. I'm doing the talking, but it's a lot of others here too that are in that space. So we will do the advertisement for the RFP process with the proposals due in 30 days later. There will be an evaluation period as well as a time frame that the contracts will be awarded. We will try to, where we can go a little bit faster, but this gives some framework as well because we do want the dollars to move to a different step as quickly as possible.
So Claudia, so just for framework for me, everything is not going to be an RFP.
No, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, so the staff will rate each one of the proposals.
That is correct. And yes, ma'am, that's a great question.
You're going to rate each one of the proposals, and then the ones that you're going to do an RFP on that will go out.
That is correct. So so at this juncture, because the rules are very clear, you have to either partner with another entity that's a state or a government entity on a project. You don't have to do an RFP. Or you expand programming that you're already doing that the county provides the service. For an example, in the draft framework, we speak about evidence-based places that we know we can scale up. The data is there to show that the work is solid. It could benefit from additional resources. The other piece is once the ARPA funding stops, though, what will be the strategy? Because it is a $62 million cliff that sort of goes away, that those dollars go away. And so that delicate balance of for even in-house proposals is what is the strategy once the dollars go away. So one-time infrastructure type projects are great. pilots that are an expansion of concepts that we're already doing. And for some departments, they would look at, well, how can we leverage these resources, start a pilot, and then seek other funding to cover that expense. And I'm sure there are others that may have their eye on, well, the county will just pick it up, I'm sure. And so we know, and the reason I put that first slide up there is not just the county's dollars. We know Durham Public Schools have resources that are funded by the feds as well as Durham Tech. And so for all three entities that we help support, that will be the question. What's the strategy once the ARPA dollars are no longer here? It is a question that the rating agencies will ask us. We included that in one of the rubrics. In the rubric, in the supplemental section, we basically explain why we crafted the rubrics the way that we did, because there's always pushback why you do what you do. But there is, for this one, the Governmental Financial Officers Association made a note about how the rating agencies in that second bullet will evaluate a government's use of ARPA funds in formulating its credit opinion, and importantly, will consider your government's level of reserves and structural budget balance. So as we do this, if we have lots of reoccurring activities or the perception of such, it may have some bearing on where we are. Now, we know we can only put but so much pressure on our budget and expect those gaps to be covered. But I just wanted to make that as a reminder because we will have to make some tough choices. Yes, ma'am. So in July, that's where we will have the evaluation to start happening at the staff level. Yeah, we always work. The question is when do we not? That's between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. No, I'm just messing. Yeah. No, I'm just messing. No, we will have, unfortunately, this is one of those transformative investments that we're willing to sacrifice our some, just a little bit, to, no, I'm just messing. We know this is a chance of a lifetime, so we are going to have to change our schedule some. So, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I honestly don't. I think this. At this point, I honestly don't, because I think this is a really good presentation. I really like that the way you broke it down by showing the different departments that you're already planning to, because I know we've been receiving questions from the community constantly of what is Durham County going to be doing? Can we just have this presentation, because I didn't see it in my iLegislate. If that can be sent to us. Oh, it refreshed?
I don't have it either.
I didn't have it.
I'm struggling with technology, though. So.
No, I don't have it.
My turn. Thank you. So thank you, Claudia, for spearheading, leading, masterminding, how the county's going to manage this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I support the framework, in general, especially with the understanding that there's flexibility built into it based on what sorts of proposals we receive and how the implementation goes. One thing about the rubric that worries me a little is the one where you receive points for complexity, and you get 0 points if it takes longer than a year to implement, and yet I think probably some of the more complex ones might be ones that we all think would have more transformative power.
Sure.
So I hate for them to get a 0, as well.
Well, that's a great one. And So for instance, I can imagine construction-type projects are going to take longer. We added that, so let's say I have a great new idea, and I have to start from scratch to implement it. And I don't necessarily have the infrastructure or history in that particular activity. That is why it's framed that way, because we have seen in some situations concepts may be great, but timing-wise, because the clock is ticking, it may not necessarily be something we want to do with ARPA funds. Now, we didn't talk about this in the conversation right now because we're focused on the ARPA. If there are projects or activities that are great concepts that may take a little longer, that's not construction related, or other programs that it may take some ramp up time, but then it should move quickly, that may be something we consider using our fund balance reserves that are set aside potentially for strategic initiatives. We still have to circle back to the board on that one. We had in the proposal set aside an amount of about $13 million that could fund additional initiatives that may not timing-wise work as well, or for various other reasons we wouldn't place on ARPA funding, but that's a potential way we can resolve it. But the challenge is still, I'm sure we're going to get a lot more. We have more requests now than we have dollars, but I do hear what you're saying.
I feel like I'm sort of hearing you say, and I think this is right, that there may be complex projects, but some maybe have fully thought through and have sort of an explanation of how it's going to be managed and how it will work, even though it is complex.
Exactly. And again, I can broadband. It would probably get, what is -5 if we were
on the floor.
Yeah, but because we know it's probably 20. For some of it, right, it's going to take all the way till the end,
right,
until it's done. And so, but it is such a transformative area that we know we must invest in. So that's an example. But there may be other places that are not construction or related, infrastructure related, that may have similar types of returns on investment.
Yeah.
But we would keep that in consideration because there are enough other measures that should balance it out.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, while I had the chance, that I thought there were some incredibly strong proposals from staff, and really appreciated the way the format for how they presented them to us. It was very readable, and a lot of them have links that you could go and get more information. Anyway, I just was super impressed with that, and I wanted to say that. And I just don't, you're going to have to answer this for me later, probably. I just don't quite understand. Are we putting out, how many RFPs are we putting out? Do we even know yet? Is it one per line item? Is it two? And
well, it would mirror in, we would have several RFPs by category.
By category.
So it would be similar to our nonprofit process.
Okay.
Right? So for instance, we would do an RFP to seek proposals. The last time, I believe, it was in 4 different categories. Some youth-related, some that may have been, it escapes me now.
You're helping me, though. I think
some may be housing or security type related.
Okay.
Some may have been environmental related. So we would do it in a very similar structure for some of these. And then others, such as if we do an RFP for construction related projects, it has to be a slightly different process once it hits a certain threshold. And so, but the intent is to bundle them, especially the ones that are more familiar, less complex, at the same time, so that one could choose which one fit their particular area.
Thank you, Claudia.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you to you and everyone for all of your work on this. I'm just really excited to vote on this, and we're supposed to suspend the rules and vote on approving this framework today. So I'm just excited to get the process going. I support what you have proposed, and with the flexibility in mind. I think, in terms of what Commissioner Carter was saying, there's some things that you've clearly said, like Durham Pre-K, the Bulls initiative, that we can just move forward with. And it seems like there are also some things that really cross different categories. For instance, housing.
Right.
If we're doing housing, for instance, related to people related to CJRC and reentry, the whole issue, that crosses like 3 different strategic goal areas.
Oh, absolutely.
Or, supportive housing, that could be considered. So I really hope that we make some progress on housing, because it just feels to me like that's so essential for so many people in our community right now. And for us to make progress on so many things like mental health or reentry or people having a job, if we don't have places for people to live. So I'm excited about that. I was wondering, something like the community paramedicine program. I know that Durham County staff has already submitted something about expanding that. So how would something like that get handled?
So something of that nature, because it's a county-related process or county department, it could be an area that's expanded through the budget process, or we come back to the board to support it. There are examples that, for instance, departments did not submit, but in the budget process, we see those as areas that should be supported with the ARPA funding. So first, we wanted to make sure we were in sync with the framework. And so the next, we will go back and do the deep dive to do the crosswalking, take it through the rubric, and make sure that we come back with recommendations that meet Treasury guidelines, et cetera, but also can withstand any kind of scrutiny that would happen otherwise.
Okay. And then the recent news about Orange County with what they've done with their broadband, is that the same type of route? Is that the same process that we are going through?
Ours is a little bit different.
Okay.
Because they'd already identified, and Greg can step in with this one. Ours is similar in that we have an RFP. We slowed our RFP down some so that the internet service providers could apply for that great grant that the state is offering first. And the board's established a policy. You want us to first use federal and state dollars as much as possible. If we had moved faster and selected a particular ISP, that ISP would not have been eligible for the great grant dollars. Am I saying that right, Greg? Okay. So, and we changed our rule. And Drew can help with that too. We've changed our pace with this broadband as we've learned what the state is doing, and as we've gotten more understanding on their grants, because they have another grant that they will, or RFP that will come out, that will allow jurisdictions to apply directly for the money. And Greg can correct me on that as well. Okay. So we've tried with that one in particular to watch carefully how the state and federal dollars are flowing, and it's I'm sure been a little frustrating at times for the community if they've watched it and they wonder, well, why aren't they moving as fast, et cetera. But I can, from my opinion, because we've gone the pace we have, we will get access to resources that were not available 12 months ago. So,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am. Okay, I have to.
The framework. Okay. I know that we have a hard stop. See, my back works fine. I know we have a hard stop. I did just want to lift up, thank you, Claudia, and to yourself and your staff. I really, I did a tug of war with some of my colleagues even as much as last fall, and all of them admittedly that I have spoken to recognize that you have saved us. The first reporting deadline, for anybody who didn't know, was April 30th. And there are some counties, not just in North Carolina, like around the United States, who in no way are as in good a shape as what we are. So before I say anything, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know Jody was often presenting to us too, so Jody and Garner and everybody, we really appreciate that. When I was in Memphis, they do not have a framework like this. And as much as the city council does not want to give us credit, they like our framework better. They do. They'll tell us that they like our framework better. There's something, I don't have a problem with approving the framework because I know we have some room in there. I too, my comfort level with some of the RFP process, I like that we're going through a process. I just want to let everybody in here know, not for my colleagues or for Claudia, I will be watching that RFP process very closely. And I do mean really closely. Because this is not going to be an opportunity for us to keep, in the words of my daddy, feeding the frog to fatten the snake. And so we do have some folks that continuously get funding. I'll be watching it really closely. I was a little bit worried about some of the small business support, some of the questions about housing, and that we didn't do these big increases in agriculture where there might have been some wiggle room there. However, I recognize we can do that in other places. After a long talk with Claudia this weekend and a very long talk with Commissioner Jacobs, I think about 4 hours, I know Maceo was probably wondering, do I need pistols or sabers? Like when we went, and it was, he said, do I need to close it? I said, we're fine. And we got a lot of work done, did we not? We got a lot of work done. So I'm happy to support this, but I think if nothing else, thank you to Dr. Sowell for being able to take over the mantle and kind of sort of push some of this through. But those would be some of the things I look at. And also where we get additional federal funding, whether it be broadband or PPE, how we can reallocate what we didn't use after voting on this framework.
Absolutely, that's a great point. And in my 30 seconds left, we will do that reconciliation as well with the dollars we set aside originally for the current year. So for instance, if we applied FEMA funding for it or something else, we will then make it available.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
So moved, Madam Chair. Move to approve the framework.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton. Do a vote. Motion.
Second.
I think we have to vote. Our clerk won't let us. I make a motion.
Let's get a vote.
You won't. I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton. We are adjourned.